I was really nervous, but I think I fooled him. Did he believe me? Watching Ulfric storm out of the room, frustrated and furious, I finally let out a big sigh of relief. Sitting on the wooden chair inside the cabin, I could feel the tension easing off my shoulders. It was all an act. Everything I said about not understanding human ethics, about the most efficient ways to perform sacrifices, and about what's theoretically correct, it was all just a facade I put on for Ulfric's benefit. I'm not really what they think I am. I'm just a newcomer in this world, trying to survive by pretending to be someone special, a chosen one, blessed by the gods, who naturally deserves to be their leader. Because if I showed any weakness, they wouldn't hesitate to kill me. But, starting off in this frozen wasteland, surrounded by raiders, it feels like the difficulty level is set way too high. If I wasn't such a good actor, I would have been killed and turned into a captive by now. So I kept up the act, sitting there like a cold, emotionless machine, while inside, I was going over everything that had happened. I am a descender, a person who arrived in this world from another. 5 years ago, in my original world, something happened that gave everyone the ability to descend into other worlds. After the initial chaos, people figured out some patterns. Usually, humans descend into cities or other civilized areas. But the more dangerous the place, the greater the rewards. Every descender faces some degree of danger when they arrive, and they have to rely on their innate abilities and judgment to survive. If they can do that, they have a chance to gain glory and power in this strange new world. Sounds simple, right? But on the way here, I saw firsthand what that seemingly honest man did. He killed people, captives from his own crew. Because they were working too slowly in the freezing cold, he casually killed a few weaker ones and hung their bloody heads on stakes as a warning. On the icy shoreline, countless captives, chained with rough wooden and stone shackles, were dismantling damaged longships to build a crude dock and a small town. The best house here is the one I'm in now. These raiders from Norska have simple reasons for killing. Their ships were blown off course by a divine storm, leaving them damaged. They had to dismantle some longships to make repairs, so some captives, even some Norska men, were doomed to be left behind. Killing them to conserve resources was the natural choice. If they didn't, they wouldn't survive. There wasn't enough food, the longships were broken, the route was unknown, and there was nothing to hunt nearby. So, to the Norska raiders, killing captives to intimidate the others was as natural as eating or drinking. After all, I can't expect a society built on captivery and robbery to have much compassion. So, I pretended to be ignorant, cold, and emotionless, a machine blessed by dark gods who doesn't understand human suffering or emotions. Only with that kind of image and story could I make these people, hardened by the bitter cold, believe that I was truly the chosen one, sent to save them from despair. I wasn't lying, though. I really can save them from their hopeless situation. As I listened to the faint sounds of screams and wails outside, I could feel the hostility towards me fading, while a vision started to form in my mind. It was the image of a translucent panel of vision that every descender learns to recognize. Liang, star child, strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 perception, 1 ability, master of communication. You can communicate with anyone, no matter what language they speak. Skills, none. Assessment. You've only just arrived in this world. What more do you expect? The panel was simple, even a bit basic. If this was all I had, the Norska raiders would eventually realize I wasn't useful and turn me into a blood eagle decoration on their ship. But I had another advantage. Unlike most descenders, I had 2 abilities, not just 1. My soul from another world had fused with a soul from this world, creating a new ability, my true trump card. I've killed all those who opposed you, Star Child. Ulfric pushed open the door and tossed a few round objects at my feet, severed heads of the men who had questioned and hated me earlier. Bloodied and breathing heavily, Ulfric looked at me and asked, "I've completed my task. What are your orders?" I stared at the heads rolling to my feet, men who died just because of a single word from me. Facing their lifeless eyes, I slowly closed mine. In that moment, the scared version of me that had existed before the system voice rang in my head was already dead. A sense of unprecedented calm and certainty about the future filled my heart. All dissenters within the settlement have been eliminated. Prerequisite task: establishing the settlement completed. A planet-level wonder, possibly non-natural, and some basic resources will appear near your first settlement in a reasonable manner. Send your explorers to search around your initial landing site. Your current explorer is Monster Hunter Ulfric. Head towards the cliff where I landed. Cross the mountain, wait for a while, and you'll find your answer, I said, opening my eyes and calmly looking at the blood-covered man in front of me. I told Sigvat to gather some men, and we set out immediately. Where are we going? He asked. We're going to check the cliff, just like the Star Child said. Norscans are direct and straightforward. Once they make a decision, they act without hesitation. Ulfric quickly gathered a team of 12 and headed toward the cliff, leaving the rest behind with instructions to follow my orders. As I sat in the warmth of the room, I watched them leave, dressed in their animal skins, and a series of notifications echoed in my mind. Finally, with Ulfric gone, my system fully activated. Prerequisite task completed. System activated. Your explorer, Monster Hunter Ulfric, has set out. Your village has been established. System functions are now available. The system began explaining how I could establish a territory around my settlement and how controlling land would benefit everyone living within it. It reminded me of a strategy game I used to play, where you expand your civilization and manage resources. I saw the village, the struggling captives, the anxious Norscans, and the exploration team heading to the cliff. They were nervous, unsure of what they'd find, and I could sense their frustration. One of them even thought about killing me if they found nothing useful. I shook my head and shifted my view to look at the settlement from a higher perspective, much like a map with hexagonal tiles representing different areas. The area around us was mostly covered in snow, with few resources. The Norscans were right to be pessimistic, but the system provided descriptions and suggestions for dealing with these challenges, giving me some confidence. It highlighted the magic snowfield and cursed ocean, explaining how they could be transformed or exploited with the right technology. One resource caught my attention: the demon fish in the cursed ocean. It could be fished and cooked, providing much-needed food and magical sacrifices. I knew I could use this. I walked out of the room and called over a Norscan who was building a wooden shelter. Hey, you there, come here. Star Child? You need something? He asked, looking confused. Yeah, you. Gather about 10 men and go fishing. Sail about 2 hours out and catch those ugly demon fish. That'll solve our food problem. He looked at me like I was crazy. Star Child, those fish are cursed. We can't eat them. Why not? I asked, smiling. Then I added him to the fisherman role in the system. Now, you should know whether they can be caught and eaten. Think about it. The knowledge should be in your head. At first, he looked doubtful, but then his eyes widened in shock. Somehow, he now knew all about fishing for demon fish, how to catch and cook them, as if he'd been doing it his whole life. He realized this was no ordinary blessing. It was beyond what he could comprehend. He dropped to his knees in front of me, banging his head on the ground in gratitude. Men, anyone with strength and fishing experience, come with me. We can survive now. The Star Child has given us everything. We are the chosen tribe. The system informed me that the settlement's trust in me was increasing. Watching the trust level rise, I smiled. I was starting to understand how this game was played. Watching the Norscans eagerly sail off in their long ships, bowing to me before heading towards the demon fish, I ignored the fearful and reverent looks from the remaining Norscans and captives. I pulled my wolfskin cloak tighter around me and went back to my room, sitting down. Everything went smoothly, just like a divine messenger who acts decisively, without overthinking. Sure, there might be problems later, but who would dare question the authority of the Star Child? I gambled, and I won again. As I sat in the large wooden chair, looking at the lifeless heads on the ground, I closed my eyes slowly. I could feel the fear and doubt that had been hanging over the settlement quickly disappearing. My actions were undeniably miraculous. I could switch any person to any job, instantly giving them the skills they needed. With such a miracle at my disposal, all doubts were meaningless. How could they question me when they suddenly had knowledge they never had before? This was my first step to establishing authority, to make sure my image was more than just the star child brought here by Ulfric. I had to make them see me as a true leader, someone who could improve their lives. Just giving them the knowledge to fish for demonfish was enough to terrify these Norscans, who lived almost like primitive hunters, especially in a world where magic and gods were real. As for the risk of attracting the attention of actual gods, honestly, I never cared about that. What mattered to me was the immediate task at hand. With the civilization system now active, my thoughts shifted naturally to seeing this small, deformed settlement as the start of a grand kingdom. Why bother with political games when I could just play the role of a god? All these small details were trivial. The real task was already clear in my mind. The turmoil in your city has been eliminated. All values will return to normal. Main quest. The first step into the world. Please develop your first city area on the basis of your current outpost, or assimilate a nearby settlement to create your first city. Reward: 30 research points, 15 culture points, 5 mana, 5 productivity, and a reasonably placed cultural relic. The rewards were great, perfect for a beginner. Research points would advance our technology, but when I assimilated the Norscans, I found we were starting almost from scratch, practically in the Stone Age. But looking at the requirements for unlocking new technology and culture options, I realized this outpost was barely a city. It was more like a military camp, born out of the Norscan talent for raiding. The Norscan traits weren't great, but they had some unique strengths, and I could use those to create a distinctive image and position for myself. With authority established, the next logical step was to build a real city. Without a city, both the technology tree and culture tree remain locked. The fastest way forward was to settle down and build, even though the Norscans had little to offer beyond raiding and hunting. Relying on the Norscans to build a large civilization seemed impossible. They might not even understand the concept of a city. It would be easier to just settle here and take whatever benefits came with it. But I really didn't want to build a city in this frozen wasteland. From my high vantage point, I surveyed the area around the outpost. All I saw was white snow everywhere. No food, no productivity, just a barren landscape. To make use of this magical snowfield, I'd need to advance far down the tech tree. But without a city, who knows where that tech even lies? Even the coastline was dark and barren, with no signs of food or productivity, except for the 2 units of food and 1 unit of mana offered by the demon fish. If I settled here, it might be a dead end, with little hope of growing a large population. Sure, Ulfric might discover something amazing, but what good is a wonder in the middle of a snowfield that doesn't provide any useful resources? Maybe it was better to wait, use the Norscan's nomadic trait to explore other settlements, and make decisions later. Just as I was thinking this, another notification rang in my mind. Your exploration team has reached the designated area. You have discovered a supermassive planetary wonder, unique the ancient sage's experimental zone. Suddenly, the idea of settling down didn't seem so bad after all. Looking at the waterfall of data in front of me, I started to think that maybe living on this snowy wasteland wasn't such a bad idea. As I watched the Norscans excitedly board their long ships, bowing to me before heading towards the demonfish, I ignored the fearful and reverent looks from the remaining Norscans and captives. I pulled my wolfskin cloak tighter and went back to my room, sitting down. Everything was going as planned, fitting the role of a decisive divine messenger. Sure, there might be doubts, but who would question the authority of the Star Child? I had gambled and won again. Sitting on the large wooden chair, looking at the lifeless heads on the ground, I closed my eyes. I could feel the doubt and fear that had filled the settlement quickly fading away. My actions were undeniably miraculous. I could instantly give anyone the skills they needed for any job. With such a miracle at my disposal, all doubts were meaningless. How could they question me when they suddenly had knowledge they never had before? This was my first step in establishing authority, to make sure my image was more than just the star child brought here by Ulfric. I needed to be seen as a true leader, someone who could improve their lives. Just giving them the knowledge to fish for demonfish was enough to terrify these Norscans, who lived almost like primitive hunters, especially in a world where magic and gods were real. Meanwhile, Ulfric and his men were climbing a small mountain in the magical snowfield, a place known in Norscan myths as either a cursed wasteland or a place of divine revelation. They believed they were chosen by the gods because their leader, the great monster hunter Ulfric, had brought them the Star Child. But Ulfric and his close friend weren't so sure. His friend, walking beside him, asked in a low voice, "Do you really think that boy is a blessing from the gods?" Ulfric, covered in blood-stained armor and carrying a huge axe and sword, responded quietly, "I don't think he's a blessing from the gods, but I'm observing him." "What have you observed?" "When he speaks, it's not in our language, but I understand him perfectly. His lips don't form Norscan words. He doesn't even seem to be speaking any language at all, just opening his mouth." His friend, shocked, asked, "Really?" "Yes," Ulfric confirmed. "He thinks he's hiding it well, but it's like a monster wearing human skin, pretending to speak. His voice isn't coming from his throat, it's coming from his mind. So he better be a god's blessing, because if he isn't, I'm not sure what he is, but it's nothing we can understand. We should keep our distance." "Can't we just kill him?" his friend suggested. "I doubt it would make a difference," Ulfric replied. "He has no hostility, but also no fear. It's like he thinks dying would just be a waste of time, so he's trying to communicate with us. He also wants to leave this place." Ulfric shook his head, adding, "So I trust him, understand?" His friend reluctantly agreed, but they both knew they had no choice but to follow this path. Their supplies were low, and they were out of options. Despite their doubts, they continued the climb, eventually reaching the spot where Liang had told them to go. At first, it seemed like just more snow and ice. But then Ulfric noticed something, an immense metal structure emerging from the snowstorm, far beyond anything the Norscans could have imagined. At that moment, a flood of data appeared in my mind. Planetary supermassive artificial wonder, the ancient sages' experimental zone, damaged, a site built by a race known as the Ancient Sages, intended for planetary and biological experiments. This area was originally part of the planet's transformation system but was abandoned after a series of failures. The wonder has 11 repair stages, requiring different tools and resources to restore it. Currently, the wonder is dormant. Once incorporated into your territory, the wonder will partially awaken. Any unit stationed here will receive 4 universal work points, which can be converted into food, productivity, research points, culture points, precious metals, mana, or other resources as needed. The wonder can initially provide 100 jobs. Additional functions will be unlocked with further repairs. Seeing these numbers, I instantly decided to transform the settlement into a city. With this wonder, establishing a city right here was the obvious choice. My system is incredibly complex, deeply connected with the entire civilization I'm building. Unlike the simple, straightforward systems I'd read about online, this one feels more like I've become the very soul of the civilization, a living, active force driving it forward. Instead of focusing on enhancing my physical body with immense power, I'm far more interested in expanding my civilization, aiming to make it the greatest on this planet, perhaps even in the entire universe. Others might wield their civilization as a tool, but for me, my civilization is an extension of my will. It's a strange, yet powerful feeling, almost making me believe I can achieve anything. However, there's still one thing holding me back. Your civilization's leader, Monster Hunter Ulfric, has doubts. Resolve his doubts to gain his loyalty and unlock the option to establish a Norscan city. What else could I do but wait for him to return? As I sat in the wooden cabin, I couldn't help but stare at the grand wonder displayed in the system, with its enticing job opportunities. But I didn't just sit idly. I took the time to explore and understand this system, which now seemed intertwined with my very soul. The system presented me with 3 basic values: food, productivity, and magic. The first 2 are straightforward, representing survival and growth. But magic was different. It's tied to the emotions of the people in my settlement. The more intense their emotions, the more magic is generated. In fact, the recent turmoil had already produced 4 units of magic for me. I wasn't entirely sure what magic could do yet, but I had a strong feeling it would be much more effective than I initially thought. Seeing terms like planetary wonder and alien, I realized that I wasn't limited to just this planet. The world was vast, far beyond what most people could imagine. This thought filled me with motivation as I carefully examined my small territory. Even though it seemed desolate, that also meant it was safe. No people around also meant I could plan and prepare without interference. With a universal conversion wonder and magic on my side, I was confident I could lead the Norscans out of their dire situation. It didn't make sense for someone with my advantages to be stuck here. Worst case, I could hide out in the wonder and create a safe haven. After all, there were plenty of women among the captives, so repopulation wouldn't be an issue. Once I had accepted my role and understood the system, I heard footsteps outside. Ulfric burst into the room, his face red with emotion. He seemed overwhelmed, like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. I knew why he looked that way. Seeing a starship base would shock any primitive person. I had been stunned too when I first saw it, but I recovered quickly. Now, I watched Ulfric's conflicted expression and smiled knowingly. "You're back? I assume you saw what I wanted you to see?" I asked. "Yes, Star Child," he replied, swallowing hard and then sighing as he pulled up a chair to sit down. "I know you're not just any being, and I know you possess immense power. But why did you choose us? What can we Norscans possibly do for you? Even though you have faith, you're still confused by my presence? I can sense your doubts and unease, but I've already proven my abilities. Do you want to talk, Ulfric? I want to give you all a better future. That's my goal and my only thought." Looking at the towering illiterate in front of me, I began to weave my tale. If I'm going to do something big, I might as well take control from the start. Sharing power, earning trust, offering help, these things are meaningless in the face of the system. If it were an ordinary system, I'd go for the safest, simplest path. But with the civilization system, I needed to ensure that my voice was the only one that mattered. The best way to do that was by using undeniable miracles and abilities to fully control those who believed in gods. So I smiled at the bewildered Ulfric and said kindly, "Your meeting with me is part of destiny, Ulfric." "Destiny?" he echoed. "Yes. Before this world was formed, before the arrival of the ancient sages and other distant beings, I made a pact with the first humans. I am the forerunner, the absolute one. I will bestow blessings upon you." I opened the system panel, looking at the wonders description and symbols, and then declared, "I am the ruler of the old days, the child of the stars. You will carry my blessings and become the people of the stars. I will grant all humanity on this planet my greatest mercy, and I will give you the brightest future. That's the covenant I made with humanity. And you, Ulfric, are my first apostles." Looking at Ulfric, who was not the brightest, I spoke with absolute confidence. Leon told Ulfric a story. It is a story about an interstellar traveler who accidentally fell into this world at the beginning of the creation of this world. After being rescued by humans, he left the planet and vowed to bring humans to the outside of the planet. In order to prove the rationality and verifiability of his argument, Leon specifically took out a large amount of historical information and relevant data provided by the system for argumentation. He was indeed from beyond the stars, and believed that the Norsemen and this fleet were the most suitable team for him. But it was obvious that Ulfric didn't understand what Leon was talking about. Although he said he understood, the numb look on his face, as he scratched his ears and rubbed his cheeks, showed that he didn't understand at all. He probably didn't even know what Leon meant by the star travelers. After all, you can't expect an illiterate person to quickly understand things like the stars and the great stories. Liang's use of a bunch of random terms is purely due to his own imagination. Sitting on the chairs, Leon and Ulfric stared at each other for a while, and then prepared to solve the problem of trust and confusion in the most straightforward way. "Ulfric, did you know that manta rays are edible?" "Have no idea." "Well, now you know." Leon pulled Ulfric to the fisherman's position, then watched Ulfric point at his head. "That knowledge should be in your head by now. You should be an excellent manta hunter and be able to handle manta meat expertly." "Darn. Why?" "Because I can. As long as you believe in me, I can do more. All you need to do is be loyal." Looking at the stunned Ulfric, Leon sat on the wooden chair, pulled the wolf skin on his body, and said with a smile, "If you just believe in my words with all your heart, you will receive more miracles." "What about food? Is there enough food? At least I don't think I can starve you." I can't imagine that possibility. Your will is my direction, Star Child. I will give you my loyalty. Seeing Ulfric kneeling down without hesitation, two reminders instantly rang in Leon's mind. The monster hunter Ulfric is no longer confused. You can now build Norse cities. Tip: the Norsemen are not a civilization you created on your own. If you want to form your own civilization faction, you will need to make subsequent efforts. Your civilization currently lacks man-made wonders, optional, population, cognitive turning points, cultural recognition, second cities, or sprawling areas. Please work harder. Do you feel hungry? Looking at Ulfric, who had a look of sudden enlightenment and showed his loyalty, Leon sat on the chair and pressed the glowing button in his consciousness without hesitation. Your first mission has been completed. Main quest. The first step into the world. Please develop the first urban area based on the current sentry tower, or assimilate a gathering place and create the first city. Rewards: 30 research points, 15 culture points, 5 magic points, 5 productivity points, and a reasonable cultural relic. Please name your city. So, Star Child, what is the name of our city? Then he was called Come Down to the Earth. Faced with the double question, Leon gave a straightforward answer. The place where I descend again. A place worth commemorating. Let's call this city the place of descent. I believe that the land of Advent will become an unimaginable great city, shining with immortal glory in the history of your human race. I think so too. Then I'll ask my brothers to dismantle the longboat first, and then live here permanently? Who said we live on this beach? That. Why don't you just treat that steel district you saw as a city? Leon looked at the seemingly stupid Ulfric with a strange expression and gave his answer naturally. That's a place I know very well. It's very safe. You should think more flexibly in the future. Now you can leave a few people to deal with the fish that the fleet may send over, and we will move people there directly. There is a ready-made area. Why stay here and not use it? But these captives, I understand. I will take care of them. They are our brothers and sisters too. Yeah, I understand. Nodding to Ulfric, who had a solemn expression on his face, Leon followed him out and walked towards the broken wonder of the world wearing a wolfskin. Although he was curious about what Ulfric, who turned around and left to start yelling outside, understood, Leon was more concerned about how his reward appeared. What exactly is a cultural relic that appears in a reasonable way? Moreover, is this cultural legacy of a worldview really normal? Leon stood on the road, looking at the sparse crowd, his consciousness immersed in the map again. Now that the name and location of the city have been decided, the city's logo has appeared at the location of the Broken Wonder. Led by Ulfric, a group of little men were gradually moving towards the spectacular place, carrying props forward like ants moving house. However, although the dotted line has been drawn, the actual situation is that Ulfric led the remaining brothers to scold the captives, carrying large and small bags of property and a pile of boxes, and walked miserably into the depths of the snow-capped mountains under the requirements of the order. Some people even sobbed quietly, thinking that they might be frozen to death in the snow. At this moment, a captive who was holding a small and exquisite box suddenly slipped and fell to the ground. The sealed small box flashed for a moment on the snow of the magical snowfield, and then the seal filled with sunshine dissipated like bubbles. Under the astonished gaze of Ulfric and Leon, the things in the box were thrown out instantly. Then, with a graceful amplitude, it landed directly at Liang's feet. The system gave an explanation instantly. The Holy Grail of the Lady of the Lake Cultural Treasures, Legend. After the holder places it in the safe position, all members within the influence range will be given the energetic effect. All city-states will have a 30% culture bonus and will produce 5 culture points. All residents have a chance to be summoned as kingdom knights. Can be defiled, can be transformed, can be distorted. The Holy Grail of the Goddess, which was once preserved in the Night Kingdoms and only appeared in the ceremony of honoring the highest knight. During the undead craze 100 years ago, the necromancer Andrew broke into the goddess monastery and captured it. But for some reason, Andrew did not defile the Holy Grail, but stored it in the monasteries of the southern countries. Now it has been looted by the giant beast hunter Ulfric, who broke the seal. In 2 months, the Holy Grail of the Lady of the Lake will naturally release its aura. At that time, 1 to 3 night groups will begin a chivalrous expedition for the Holy Grail of the Lady of the Lake. Please pay attention. With the arrival of magic power manipulation technology, the aura of the Holy Grail can be sealed. What is this? Are the relics appearing in a reasonable way a little too reasonable? Looking at the Holy Grail shining among the looted gold, silver, and jewelry, Leon didn't even know what to say for a moment. Unlike the small wonder he had imagined, what actually appeared before Leon was a huge steel structure that was almost impossible to explore. Even if the decision had been made to relocate the settlement area and the sudden idea was to move all the population to this huge steel city, in Leon's knowledge, this only occupied about 1,000th of the entire Ancient Saints experimental area, except for the exposed part at the beginning of the exploration by the monster hunter Ulfric. Most of the ruins are hidden under the snow. Even the part that is not hidden is blocked and hindered by a mysterious force. Only the very beginning can accommodate these people and related jobs. Fortunately, even if only a part of it is exposed on the surface, there is enough living space for thousands of people. All the captives and Norsemen who were transferred here were shocked by the wonders of the planet on the snowy plain, and then were shocked by Leon's supreme power, and they surrendered to his infinite power very quickly, especially when these illiterate people inexplicably knew how to operate a large number of rooms in the ruins, and began to use this unimaginable great creation to create some food and props out of thin air. A strange atmosphere shrouded these people's hearts. The wind and snow from the outside world could not disturb this great transcendent miracle at all. Even the captives were able to get a room of their own in this great building where everything they wished for could come true. And hundreds of jobs made it easy for them to create countless of the most delicious foods in their memories. What is this? This is heaven, the great children of the stars, the paradise given to them by the old ones. Although the high priest of Norska was still in a coma, the matter was settled. Faced with such a miracle, the high priest would not object to anything. In other words, there is no point in opposing it. However, the captives and Norsemen only need to work and eat here. But Leon, who locked himself up on the top floor in the name of carrying out operations, has a lot more things to think about. You guys really don't have any technology at all. Sitting in a sealed room, Leon closed his eyes and felt the relaxation brought by the ancient sage technology, as if he was trapped in the universe. He was a little speechless in the face of the feedback from his system. Now that the city has been built, the technology tree and culture have been unlocked. Leon also saw the current technological and cultural achievements of the Norse people. All I can say is that his worst initial expectations came true. In terms of the technology tree, except for the most basic navigation and ocean-going, keelboats, and trade, all basic technologies, including basic permanent buildings, are in an unlit state. They even only clicked half of the written language, and the technology tree looked unfinished, which made Leon feel deeply shocked. How could such a distant civilization be formed without language? Is it all about robbery? The cultural aspect is even more amazing. He didn't. Yes, literally no. In front of Leon, the cultural output and advancement of the Norsemen who descended to Earth were pure zero. Norska has no conventional cultural output. They don't have any culture at all. If you insist, their culture is just eating, drinking, defecating, and surviving. It belongs to the primitive tribe. But what Leon was more concerned about was that although he had zero cultural knowledge, he had no knowledge of magic. Magic points are both adjustable values and materializable items. This should be equivalent to belief in Leon's cognition. A whole series of technology trees are arranged separately on it, and the Norsemen obviously have a certain contribution to it. Recognize unusual things, magical cognition, barbaric witchcraft, praise the dark gods, recognize the gods, and some branch options related to the dark gods are lit up. Compared to the relatively incomplete science and culture of other things, the Norse people have their own unique understanding of magic. I don't know why, the branch options of savage witchcraft, winds of magic, and spell slots have 2 branches, and the Norsemen didn't choose them at all. But this did not hinder Leon's satisfaction with the magic option, because with just this advancement in magical cognition, he saw the first wonder he could build. I have learned the magic knowledge. Due to magical cognition, Possible wonders to build include Stonehenge, magic, introduction. People forged stones from the earth and mountains by instinct, prayed to an unknown existence, and the void responded to them. This is the original magic. The effect of Stonehenge, magic after completion, it will attract magic elements within a radius of 100 kilometers around the wonder, which is equivalent to magic manipulation. At the same time, Stonehenge draws energy from the void and produces 200 points of magic power per day. It can provide unlimited researchers to conduct magic research and provide 1 point of magic power. Requirements. Stone building materials can be obtained by cutting mountains or mountain terrain. For 100 points of productivity, a leader in the military already owned, and the population has any magic or faith talent. Because it is a unique wonder, there may be disturbances in the environment. Please be careful. It was a very simple wonder, and it was also the first wonder that Leon saw that he could create himself. As long as the construction is successful, the surrounding magical snowfield desolate environment can be transformed into some space that can provide survival, and even transformed into more rich terrains and areas. But what really caught Leon's attention was that there was another piece of news in his huge variety of characters and needs. Planet-level super large man-made wonder. The Ancient Saints experimental area, damaged, the first ring of the repair task. Learn magic manipulation technology, or can perform production options that are equivalent to magic operations in the area. Repair target. 1,200 points of magic power required after completing the first phase of repair tasks. Part of the experimental area will be unlocked, bringing more effects. The value of the production position will be increased by 2 points, and the experimental area will provide certain basic reinforcement functions, which can remove the negative characteristics of the population through actions. Because it is a unique wonder, the restoration work may cause disturbance to the environment. Please be aware. Wouldn't it be a bit radical to create a wonder as the first thing after building a city? If we temporarily abandon technological and cultural progress and devote all our population and productivity to the construction of Stonehenge, we can create this wonder very quickly. But is it worth it? Immersed in the void, Leon looked at the image of his own small city and fell into a strange contemplation. Then the conclusion was reached in less than a second. Ulfric? Ulfric, bring me dozens of people to build a Stonehenge. Quickly. Huh? We're going to build it? Now? There's a magical snowfield outside? Ulfric was called into the room, looking at the blizzard outside, and pointed at himself in amazement. Polar night is a phenomenon that often occurs in the polar circle. Sunlight cannot penetrate the veil cast by the dark gods. The evil twin moons forever emit purple-blue light in the sky, spreading curses to the entire world. The dancing and twisting auroras in the night sky represent the laughter and disdain of the dark gods. They use the most beautiful postures to forge the most terrifying evil in the world to remind all humans how they should appear in this world. During the hours of midnight, the Norsemen would often hide in their rooms. They would pray before their idols, begging the dark gods to have some mercy on their humble selves. Countless sins and cruel atrocities spread in the eternal night. The monsters and nightmare legends are rampant and crush the hopes of all Norsemen. It is precisely because of the survival in this icy and morbid world that the Norse people are so crazy and cruel. They are willing to do anything to keep their own people alive, even if it means sacrificing other species and making the future unclear. But this phenomenon mysteriously disappeared on this polar island. It was clearly night, the most exciting time for all twisted creations, and even the ripple-like auroras were already shining in the sky. But the Norsemen stood on the snow and hills without feeling any corrosion. Looking up at the twin moons and the brilliant aurora in the sky, the light that could twist humans into egg-shaped objects no longer had that evil magic. It's like a kind of lighting, a natural phenomenon. A pale green light covered the snowfields and hills, illuminating the figures of the busy Norsemen. Holding invisible props in the snow, they looked at the dark hills with their own thoughts, and then pulled large chunks of rock out of the mountains. The Norsemen who accepted Leon's orders were using their full understanding of the productivity creations of the Ancient Saints laboratory to pull out huge rocks from the hills and gradually began to stand on the snowy plain. These black rocks float in mid-air against all odds, contrasting with the aurora created by the gods of the sky. Down there, People used the productivity of nothingness to forge the magnificent wonders of existence in their minds. Pieces of stone began to float and sink in the void. As the huge stones were gradually built up, everyone even felt that there seemed to be some strange, whispering sounds coming from their side. The construction of this great wonder is attracting all the magical energy around it, even causing a slight ripple in the veil between reality and illusion. The demons in the void are whispering, and their malicious gazes are enough to make any unsuspecting ordinary person scream like crazy. However, to the Norscans who were manipulating the Old One's creations, the demons' gazes were ridiculous. They are carrying out the will of the Old Ones, and no one can stop them. I thought I was dead at first, Ulfric. The man with the wolfskin hood burped, stood beside Ulfric calmly, looked at the floating stone formation in the sky, and said with a smile, "It's hard to imagine that there hasn't been a day yet. In the morning we were still worried about lunch, but now we are enjoying the food of the gods and manipulating mythological props to create wonders. Indeed, I even thought he wanted us to be sacrificed after we were well fed and watered." Looking at the huge rock trembling under the green aurora and emitting strange magic, Ulfric felt the instinct of manipulation in his mind and took a deep breath on the ice field. This was something that was impossible in the past. When the aurora arrives and two moons rise together, all negative emotions and thoughts will turn into nightmares to erode people's hearts. But what about now? The Norsemen ate the best food they could ever dream of, harnessed invisible powers, and began to forge the great wonders of legend, even under the moonlight. There is probably only one answer. Because he is a god, though definitely not a god who understands human hearts. Some fragments fell off in midair, and indescribable patterns began to shine on the suspended boulder. Ulfric manipulated his tools and said firmly, "He has absolutely no understanding of the human heart. That's how I feel. He just can't relate to us. Maybe he just doesn't care? He should care. At least when he said that he loved humans through contracts and promises, it shouldn't be false. But I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with his love. You have given us such a great grace, but you still say this. Isn't it a bit too much? I know it's excessive, but it all makes no sense." Looking at the floating boulders in the sky that were gradually peeling off their surface and leaving mysterious patterns, Ulfric even gritted his teeth. If he really loved us, then at least we shouldn't be out here in the middle of the night building a ridiculous stone formation. Hell, why did we know how to build a Stonehenge? Why did I know how to trim stones with these tools of the gods? I feel like I'm better at building this thing than I am at touching a caddy. I just hope today isn't a dream, Ulfric. If it is a dream, it would be too cruel for us. Of course this wasn't a dream. No one's dream would be so noisy. Listening to the increasingly clear whispers from another world, Ulfric's cheek twitched, revealing a somewhat dissatisfied expression. After all, in order to build this Stonehenge, we have to exercise a little bit. At the moment when Ulfric finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the center of the snowfield surrounded by all the boulders. A terrifying poisonous aura came from the crack that did not look like a natural creation at all, and a huge evil demon that was several meters high drilled out of the crack, cursing. His gaze was like a sulfurous flame, and his voice was like a vicious curse. The surroundings were filled with exploding shadows. Even the mere sight of his footsteps on the snowy plains set the snowy plains on fire with his fierce brutality and magic. The giant looked at the pumice and Norsemen around it and roared in anger. "You are so shameless. Humans, how dare you lock up all the magic power around you? How dare you be so audacious? I don't think it has anything to do with us." Ulfric took off the great sword from his back and shrugged at the roaring giant demon. "After all, we are just following orders. I don't know why this thing has to be done this way or what it can accomplish. But you are going to die." "What? How dare you?" A lowly insect before the huge shadow that emerged from the void could even utter a roar. The sharp sword in Ulfric's hand was thrown out instantly, piercing the skull of the tall demon in the blink of an eye. The huge burning demon that was several meters tall fell to the ground without a sound. The Norsemen present at the scene were not even a bit surprised by this scene, and continued to build the floating stone formation. For two reasons. The first reason is that according to their architectural knowledge, in order to forge this great magical stone formation, each stone needs a huge demon to provide the energy for manipulation. This is a necessary construction process. The second reason is simpler. They think that no one can defeat Ulfric. If you have any opinions, go to our boss, Devil Brother. I'm just an employee, but it seems that you only dare to look for me. Stepping on the demon's huge head, Ulfric slowly pulled out the giant sword from its brain and gave a neutral comment. And the demon of death turned into a handful of shadows in the blink of an eye, howling in an unnatural form, and was swept into the boulders floating in the sky, and instantly turned into a brand, shining with light. There are 10 left. Dragging the long sword aside and placing it on the stone, Ulfric sat on the edge, took out his treasured wine from his pocket, took a sip, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Darn, I might as well drink it in the Advent. Bathed in the light of the evil moon, Ulfric commented somewhat angrily, and soon, the soft and fragmentary whispers rang in my ears again. Construction is about to begin again. Please share your thoughts and interact with me. If you think it is good, please recommend it. It is best to keep reading it and not be a bookworm. This is really important to me. Thank you. It's all magic, nothing else. Looking at the Holy Grail floating in his hand and emitting countless rays of light, Leon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Compared with the holy objects in his memory, the holy object in Leon's hand now obviously has more unique functions, and it can even be said that it directly affects the entire territory. The interior of this exquisite and beautiful golden cup is always filled with emerald green liquid. Countless magical auras are captured by the territory and spread throughout the entire territory in an incomprehensible way, replenishing the physical strength of everyone. Similarly, this is also the reason why Leon asked those Norscans to go to work. Always stay energetic. It may not look like much, but it is actually an incredible strength. The energy brought by the Holy Grail can even make people not tired even on the battlefield. So it is obvious that there is no problem with going to work. Facts have also proved that his judgment is not wrong. The only pity is that being energetic can only shorten some of the sleep time, but cannot eliminate it. After all, sleep time is the body's self-maintenance, while being energetic is just physical strength, and the two cannot be interchanged. But this is also a focus. If the Holy Grail alone can bring such power, then what kind of power and ability can all the magical races in this world, as well as their wonders and props, bring? Although there are negative effects, such as a chivalrous knight group from overseas launching an expedition for the Holy Grail in 2 months, Leon doesn't care about that. To put it bluntly, I'm already in a state of panic and you're telling me this? This is what I hung up on you. I have to endure it even if I'm hanging up. I have to be humble and servile to others. Why do I have to keep my mouth shut and think about the overall situation? I've already cheated. I don't care about my dignity anymore, and you tell me this? I was servile before I cheated, and I'm still servile after I cheated. So isn't my cheating in vain? The land of the gods, which holds the wonders of the planet and is still creating wonders, will definitely become an unimaginable great city in the time that Leon can foresee. What can a group of knights do? The Night Titan is another matter. Continuing to enjoy the super space brought by the ancient St. Core area, Leon felt his spirit extending across the vast territory and closed his eyes with some comfort. But before long, a reminder from another system interrupted his train of thought. You have survived for more than 12 hours. Please prepare to be transferred. Ah, the time is almost up. Happy moments are always short-lived. Leon, who was floating in the air, looked unhappy as he remembered another part of his settings. He is not the incarnation of the Norska tribe civilization, nor is he the true will of civilization. He is the adventor of this world. He will still have to go back and report later. TSK, I must develop the ability to transfer will in the future. Leon came out of the zero-gravity mode somewhat unhappily. The moment the network disappeared, he saw a middle-aged man standing at the door with a nervous look on his face. The moment he found that the invisible stance had disappeared, the man was startled. But he still instinctively straightened his chest and raised his head, smoothed his dry and yellow hair, and looked at the bored Leon with a decent smile. Hello, sir. I am O. You are a captive brought by the Norsemen? Yes, yes. The man was wearing clothes that were obviously newly made. He looked at Liang in front of him, who seemed a little restrained, and gave an awkward smile. I am indeed a person brought by the Norsemen, sir, but I am also a staunch believer in the Lady of the Lake. If you don't mind, I would like to introduce you to the Lady of the Lake we worship. I don't really care about this, and my relationship with humans won't be severed because of something like faith. But I have something to do, and I have to leave for a while. Tell those Norsemen to explore the outside world after we finish the Stonehenge. Eh? Looking at the stunned man, Liang shrugged and said directly, humans are an extension of my will. In other words, I have no idea about this world, and I need you to help me. We are one. Do you understand? But, sir, that's it. I'll be leaving now. Patting the terrified man on the shoulder, Leon walked into the secret room without hesitation. Then, looking at the surprised man, he instantly locked the access to the room, and then disconnected his consciousness without hesitation. The moment the spiritual realm was cut off, it was as if countless light years had been crossed in the blink of an eye, as if flowing uninterruptedly in some huge system. The vision and environment in front of him were instantly distorted into a bubble, and then reconstructed in front of Leon. The ancient sage's chamber, which was originally full of science fiction, turned into a dense area in the blink of an eye. That was the structure of the lecture hall that Liang was very familiar with in his previous life. It is also the most hated structure in this life. A boring world. Liang sighed in his heart. Dozens of people were sitting on chairs, turning around and looking at Liang with his eyes open, with subtle expressions on their faces. Without even thinking, Liang knew that he might be the last person to find the secret room and wake up. This situation often means that the environment he is in is extremely unsafe. Among the crowd of people looking at each other, the most sunny-looking male student smiled a very warm smile and stretched out his hand to the silent Leon. Leon, can you tell me about your crossing mark and area? If we're lucky, we might even become partners. Norsemen, dragon ship captives, and a snowy field with absolutely no living creatures. A typical high-risk area. And we got stranded. No, it's okay. We'll meet again in the future. The boy sitting in front immediately showed a subtle expression, but he couldn't suppress his secret joy. The resources available to a class are limited. During the pioneering period when resources were tight, only those who gathered together in large cities could get resources allocated and exchange grassroots information. People like Leon, who were born in the snowy plains of Norse, have basically been listed as untouchables. Liang himself sighed in a sociable manner and stood up without hesitation. Sorry, I have to go now. Liang made a move that met the expectations of his competitors, shook his head, and left the classroom under everyone's subtle gaze. Wait a minute, there's a teacher's request for help. Maybe you can get some money. Just shut up, don't waste your time. The boy at the back shouted nervously, but was held down by others. After taking a look at those individuals whom he finally called classmates, Liang shook his head and walked out of this place he called school without changing his expression. In the age of Advent, those who are lucky enough to be reborn in civilized areas will often receive unified support from the Advent organization. Everyone will be allocated a certain amount of supplies and survival items, but the amount allocated is extremely limited because the vast majority of the Adventers do not have the ability to work or communicate. Although they have received training and understanding in school, only a few people can speak the language of the other world clearly. The vast majority of people need to be trained in the other world after the Advent and start their second life with the supplies distributed by the school and society. This is why the teacher gave a speech and warning later. Of course, a person like Leon, who was born unlucky in the Norse icefield, is totally out of the scope of welfare. There are many students like Liang who leave the school midway. Many unlucky people like Liang are born in dangerous areas. Even looking at the students who looked a little tired, I was afraid that they would be dead as soon as they landed. Some parents who were waiting outside showed some disappointment when they saw their children coming out early, but they didn't say anything and just left with their children in silence. Although there have been some arrangements and actions and ideas for exploring other worlds in such a short period of time, most people still proceed according to their past habits and do not take this matter too seriously. But this is not the case for Liang. His departure was not due to any incompetence on his part. On the contrary, he had already made up his mind to stay away from these comers and develop on his own. With the buff of both parents being orphaned, the very unique living condition of classmates being either beasts or psychopaths, and the even more natural teachers being no good either, Li Eng's departure did not cause much commotion. The teacher did not pursue the matter, and the classmates did not care. Liang just walked all the way home and locked himself in the room. However, after a while, the boy covered in the quilt couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha. Lying in bed, laughing wildly at his own situation, Leon felt extremely happy. After laughing wildly for a while, Leon crawled out from under the quilt, took a deep breath, and then looked at the world outside the window. The massive steel and concrete jungle didn't care about the joys and sorrows of a certain young man. It just stood there quietly, as if no one could disturb the tranquility of this city. What could be better than this? Looking at the dazzling light of the setting sun, Liang sighed as he sat in his chair. In that school, he has no friends at all, and there is no room for him to be slapped in the face by his pretentiousness. Today is his last day at school, and he will not have any contact with his so-called classmates. Why would they pretend to be so arrogant when they have already gone to Norska? What can they contact? They couldn't even bring Leon with them to the meeting. Leon had never seen the shadow of the kind and lovely female classmate who was supposed to help others and trigger the plot. As for the ability to descend into another world, except for the initial descent when one needs to be warned, the rest of the time one can freely choose to leave and enter. As long as this body doesn't starve to death, you can basically stay immersed in another world forever. So, is there any need for him to have any contact with those so-called classmates? Not at all. Not at all. Anyway, let's prepare the food first, and then do some work. After ordering enough high-energy food and vitamin drinks online to sustain him for a month, Liang registered his new identity as the Adventor on the official website of the Adventor and began to browse through information that was useful to him. For 3 years, he absorbed all kinds of knowledge like a sponge, just waiting for this day. The research on the alien world is gradual, but the discoveries made every day are innumerable. 3 years of preparation can only allow Leon to roughly identify some areas and key points. According to what we learned in school, the Norskan ice field can be said to be the worst area for all human beings to start in, if not the worst one. But at the same time, because the Norska ice is completely worthless, it is the least expensive of all the official areas. After all, it is not easy to explore the alien world, and if you want to spread knowledge, you often need a certain amount of interest inducement. Verified information about human civilization areas, such as the Old World countries, Erathia, the Dwarf Mountains, Castano, and other countries, are sold online for hundreds to thousands of dollars. It is updated at any time and has a full set of anti-counterfeiting and detailed authentication marks to ensure the safety of buyers. But in a place like the Norska ice field, which is a place where even birds don't shoot, a lot of information is made public for free out of humanitarian considerations. Because the lives of people born in this place are so miserable that they probably won't be able to survive without helping each other. Among the information Leon searched, data related to the Norska Glacier was gradually recorded in his mind. Compared to the outside world, the Norska ice field is the area that goes the deepest into the chaos realm. The poles of this planet have long been tainted by magic and chaotic space, and the Norska ice field is in a sense an extension of this twisted scar. This is the most dangerous area in the world, full of demons and crazy looters. There is no peace or civilization at all. There are countless twisted magical creations on that huge ice field, and even some irrational fortresses can be seen deep in the ice field. Those organ-like buildings are proof that the dark gods manipulate the wind of magic. No one knows how vast the Norskan ice field is, and no one knows what exists in the chaotic wasteland behind it. It can only be roughly recorded that in the depths of the chaos wasteland, there is a twisted tree that seems to cover the sky, and many huge cursed wonders. They were once famous in history, but eventually fell silent in the chaos wasteland. Okay, let's develop the Norse people first, and then go find some wonders in the chaos wasteland. If the effect of a planetary wonder is so overwhelming, wouldn't more be even more amazing? They won't be able to say anything then. Looking at those fragmented eyewitness reports, Leon memorized some landmark locations, and then quickly found what he wanted on the website. Captain of the Emperor's Hammer Cruiser, New World Guild. Looking at the identity of the strongest player currently announced by the Advent faction that appeared on the search column, Leon looked at the contact information and the very confident guild banner and fell into deep thought. Although I don't want to have anything to do with my classmates, I still need relationships with players. These players spread all over the world always have all kinds of strange networks of relationships. When your city develops to a certain level, it will be impossible to rely on the Norse trade network. It is the right choice to mark the players and use their trade network. In short, remember everything that's useful, so you can go back and adjust the route later. Looking at the various information published on the official website and the guild's recruitment form, Liang's eyes were immersed in the ocean of information until he was awakened by the knock on the door from the delivery. If we were to comment on an area in another world that is unfriendly to civilization, then there is no doubt that the old world is the most unfriendly area. Compared to other mega-regions, such as Erathia, Middle-earth, Tamriel, and the Eastern Kingdoms, the people of the old world are full of hostility and xenophobia. All foreign fleets were attacked unconditionally, and all missionaries and caravans that appeared were strictly tested and blocked. Even in most cases, missionaries from other regions would be directly killed unconditionally and would not even be sent back. This is true not only for humans, but also for other species. Be it elves, dwarves, or even the undead and spirits, they are all like this. For various reasons, the people in the old world were filled with hatred and distrust towards any foreign race. Various looting and killings between each other were commonplace. And because it is located at the edge of the world, space and time are also very unstable, and there are often some nightmare monsters running out to do something big. The war gangs that believe in the end of the world always rush out from the Arctic or somewhere with a group of orcs to burn, kill, and plunder. There are the rat men who are researching biochemical technology, the mysterious lizard men who are doing something unknown, the Norsemen who are elusive and burning and looting at the seaside, and even the undead pirates deep in the sea. Heroes from all walks of life gathered together to celebrate the great event. It is precisely because of such a bloody and cruel human environment that the old world, with the most backward technological level, has secured its place among the top 3, or even the first, in combat power among large regions. However, due to the extremely serious internal friction among the races, the greatest pleasure of each major group is to hold others back, and the deep-seated hatred between each other is never lenient, etc. The countries of the old world are unable to even expand outward. And it is in this hot land where all the heroes have been working hard that there are always some unexpected gains for the players. In the series of data that Leon found, compared to other worlds with stable order, many players in the old world are a group that develops faster and has a lot of gains in data, because this place is really too chaotic. In other places, if you can't speak the language, you'll most likely be in jail or negotiating, but it's different in this hot land. Everyone uses swords to communicate with each other, and you might get something unexpected. Leon had a lot of fun recording all kinds of strange magic props, mysterious relics, some nautical landmarks and legends. I wonder if I can find some tools or magic that can maintain my body's functions. Looking at the piles of food and drink storage, Leon wiped the sweat from his head tiredly and felt satisfied with the many locations he had marked out. He marked some landmark buildings and possible wonders near the North Pole. If nothing unexpected happens, Leon's next move should be to use the strong productivity and magic brought by the 2 wonders of Stonehenge and the Proving Ground to start exploring and colonizing the Chaos Wasteland. Among them, Ulfric was not the first choice for exploration. On the contrary, Leon had a more complete arrangement for Ulfric. Because of the control function of the magic stone circle, ordinary Norsemen can handle short-term exploration and clearing the demons in the Chaos Snowfield. According to the data from the investigation, in the manipulated magic area, the power of chaos is very difficult to extend, and the ability of the devil will be greatly weakened. There is no need to let Ulfric, a hero unit, lead the team and waste his talent. Leon wanted to have Ulfric take some captives and Norscans to return to the Norscan tribe along the route of astrological exploration. Through duels and looting among tribal leaders, the coastal population could be quickly concentrated in the landing area to fill the gap in the city's population. More than 200 people are useless. It's okay to build a small urban cluster, but it's obviously not enough to develop deeper areas. As for allowing female captives to reproduce, it is even more ridiculous. Apart from using magic, a universal point, to stimulate reproduction, Leon had no other way to increase the population. The magic had to be collected in a short period of time to fill the gap in the wonders of the test area, and it couldn't be wasted. So letting Ulfric go out and lead the team to bring people back was a must. As for various cultures and conflicts, people's political rights and struggles, after a brief thought in his brain, Liang felt that there should be no problem. Because in the final analysis, the struggle for rights is a struggle for the right to distribute social property. Then the question is, how could Liang give up his rights? He is civilization itself. He is the ultimate individual of distribution. Each of them must contribute their own strength to the entire civilization according to Leon's ideas. All positions, scientific progress, and magic are handled by Leon himself. Power? Bureaucracy? Bullshit. I'm already in control, so why would I let you guys fight for power? Just inherit my knowledge and create wonders. The cellular network from top to bottom is so powerful. In fact, there is another consideration for the Norsemen's acquisition, which is to clear the surrounding environment. Although the Holy Grail is very useful, its hidden effect is probably that it increases productivity by half due to its abundant energy, but the so-called chivalrous expedition is not something that can be easily ignored. After clearing out the surrounding Norse villages that could potentially serve as grounds for conscription and food supplies, and gathering them at the landing site, those chivalrous expeditionary knights could only rely on their own fleets and servants to launch a one-off attack. At worst, we can use Stonehenge to turn all the ocean blocks and ice surfaces into vast snowfields, and then they can attack us. Even if they come over, Leon can switch to productivity mode that day, letting the Norsemen block the entrance with weapons and fight against the opposite side. After roughly planning the next direction of civilization development in his mind, Leon ate food to replenish his energy and vitamins, then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, using his consciousness to contact the game system. And once again, it seemed like a moment had passed, and it seemed like countless years had passed. The world before my eyes bent and swirled in the blink of an eye, then turned into chaos. Leon opened his eyes again, and the world before him became the same as it was when he left. The only difference was that a familiar-looking person was hanging in the distance of Liang's sight. Ulfric, explain. He seeks to preach the so-called grace of the Lady of the Lake in your name. Looking at the bearded man struggling in the air, Ulfric patted his head speechlessly. If anyone is not in awe of Stonehenge, he has no intelligence. The huge stone structure standing on the ice field and floating in the sky has such terrifying power. The wails of the 11 dying demons created a huge and terrifying wound in the real world, and those symbolic marks shone brightly on the boulder. These demons locked in the boulder will be tortured for eternity. The boulder shining in the air will guide the demons' wails after being tortured into the cracks. The huge cracks will then feed back pure energy, baptizing everything around them. The affected areas will be filled with magical energy. This cruel and terrifying ceremony recreates the situation of the first hunting of intelligent life. The most primitive energy and cracks ran across the chaotic wasteland and were intercepted in this area of 200 kilometers. The huge energy, as an extension of Leon's consciousness, changed the nature of the magic snowfield. The excess magic power almost shook the entire Stonehenge. One could almost see the energy accumulated in the cracks of the chaotic space being guided to the tower of the test area where the landing site was located, creating a bright, majestic spectacle like starlight in the sky. Standing at the foot of the Stonehenge, looking at the great building in front of him, Leon looked at the building in front of him with admiration and patted the Norseman's shoulder in appreciation. You guys did a great job. Very good. This is exactly what I needed. Your wonder, Stonehenge, magic, has been completed. Now you can freely control the flow of all magic within a 200-kilometer radius. Optional. Change and rebuild all magic areas such as magic snowfields, magic ice surfaces, magic icebergs, etc. according to your own ideas in a short period of time. Each large-scale magic manipulation takes anywhere from 1 day to a month, depending on the needs of the manipulation. This effect will take effect immediately. Manipulating the direction of the wind of twisted magic may bring unexpected results. Please be careful. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 100%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. A wonder. A great beginning of civilization. The shooty terrain like the magic snowfield will no longer restrict the development of civilization. But Leon wasn't standing here just to see this spectacle. He called everyone out. Under the shaking stone array, Leon looked in wonder at the southerner who was restrained, but still held his head high with a burning gaze. After Leon left, the southerner did not explain everything completely as he had instructed. Instead, he exaggerated the situation, saying that Liang was the goddess's face and calling on everyone to believe in the goddess. So it just so happened that Liang looked at the southerner in front of him and touched his chin with some playfulness. Because I lifted the seal of the Holy Grail and happened to call you. You think I am the incarnation of the goddess? Yes. The bearded southerner stood on the snowy plain. Although he was restrained, he still held his head high and spoke with full vigor. You may not realize it yourself, but there is no doubt that the goddess has a close relationship with you. If it weren't for the goddess blessing, you would not have been able to obtain the Holy Grail. But he's here, for whatever reason. It's going to fall into my hands sooner or later, right? You are wrong. The Holy Grail has its own spirituality. Seeing Liang's subtle expression, the southerner shook his head with a dignified look on his face. The great Holy Grail cannot be polluted by anyone. Even if the most terrible necromancer takes it away, he will not be able to break the Holy Grail's shackles in the end. Only the Lady of the Lake, or the incarnation of the goddess, can open the seal of the Holy Grail and unleash its power. Oh? Then what kind of power does he have? Because I was called to be a chivalrous knight, and this is the best proof. Under the somewhat surprised gaze of the Norsemen, the southerner easily broke the thumb-thick rope, walked in front of Leon, knelt on one knee on the snowy field, and bowed his head deeply. I will offer my loyalty, my lord. You are undoubtedly the incarnation of the goddess, her walking will. I will follow you forever, until the end of the world. How the heck can you explain it like that? If it weren't for the mess of disgusting and depraved options marked above, I would have believed it. Looking at the devout man half kneeling on the ground, Leon played with the Holy Grail in his hand that was filled with emerald green aura and had some plans in his mind. He could certainly go with the flow and say that he had the power of a goddess and completely conquer these people, but Liang felt that he had a better choice. Because he can decide all this by himself. I care little for your myths and gods, folks, but I think I can give you an explanation. An explanation for why I can influence the Holy Grail. Looking at the man half kneeling in the snow, Leon sighed, threw the Holy Grail in his hand into the air, and let it float back to his side. Perhaps it is only because of my oath and the mark of having arrived in this world that I am considered a god above all gods. I can manipulate the miracles of all your gods because to me, they are all understandable traces. Your gods are too insignificant to me. Like the Stonehenge before you, you should understand that this is the only wonder in this world. I can do this wonder in the wasteland of chaos, under the sight of the dark gods, but I can do even greater things. Maybe you don't believe it, but I can. For example, you have been trapped in this snowfield for a long time, right? But I can change all of this. Like this. Looking at the confused eyes of the Doniscans and Southerners, Leon stood under the Stonehenge and snapped his fingers with a smile. And in an instant, the cold wind that was howling on the chaotic snowfield stopped. The falling snow gradually turned into a fine and gentle drizzle. The snow on the ground also instantly lost its horrible and deadly coldness, dissolving and seeping into the ground as if it were collapsing. Under the almost horrified gaze of everyone, under the roar of magic emitted by the stone formation, the snow-white color in everyone's sight quietly retreated, and the scenery that had been suppressed by the magical snowfield for countless years, the most primitive appearance of this world appeared in front of everyone. The violent and terrifying storms from the Chaos Wasteland were blocked by the ritual of the Stonehenge. The vast magical ice field turned into fertile soil and mountains. Even a hint of green appeared. Those plants that had been buried for who knows how many years actually sprouted new seedlings under the control of the magic wind, and they flourished in the dense and moist drizzle. In this terrifying scene of silent and horrific changes, Leon looked at the people in front of him, smiled, and opened his hands. The huge magical energy even rushed to the sky in an instant according to his will, dispelling the eternal coldness. The divine light shone upon the young man, making his figure appear incomparably majestic. "I don't care what your beliefs are, but you must respect me and no other gods," he said. "Maybe your faith is in gods, but I am not. I am not God, but I am far greater than them." The huge magic ceremony slowly came to a halt, and the huge flow of magic power even left an indelible mark on Leon's body. The spiral shining with starlight was imprinted in Leon's pupils, and looking at those spiral eyes full of bright starlight, everyone lowered their heads in awe, knelt on their knees in front of this thin man, and instinctively expressed their loyalty. "Your will, sir." The sparse sounds accompanied by the drizzle made Leon smile with satisfaction. "Due to a powerful infusion of magic ritual, your body has changed. Under the impact of the magical torrent, your body has grown and transformed, and you have gained some special abilities. You have gained the following personal traits: Arcane Body, Eye of the Orbit, Will of Terror. Arcane Body. An unimaginable torrent of magic rushes through your body. Even if it is just a rush, it will still make your body a powerful body that is suitable for all magical winds. Constitution +3, can master all winds of magic at the same time. Eye of the Ritual. You once presided over a great spell that affected the entire world. The power of this spell and the results it brought were so terrifying that they even left a deep mark in your eyes. Anyone who looks into your eyes will see a corner of that terrifying ritual. Shock +20, Will of Terror. You use your will to make the world bow down, whether it is human or magic. So in communication, even if you don't have this intention, your will is full of majesty. Charm +10 in Communication World Record. Because of the Stonehenge, you performed a rare magic ritual, transforming the chaotic magic wasteland within 100 miles into a land full of elements that can be lived in and lived. This is a world-class change. Feedback from the world. Because your operation method is unfamiliar and strange, all intelligent races in the world believe that this is a natural phenomenon, not someone secretly inducing. You have not received any legendary blessing. Bullshit. I'm going back to basics. What's strange and weird? Looking at the message on his system, Leon suddenly cursed angrily, then looked at the man in front of him who was a little confused and shouted, "Hey, Oliver, what do you think of my magic? I've done something great. I've given the world hope and dreams. No one can do this. How come some people think it's a natural phenomenon? That must mean everyone believes that no intelligent creature can direct such a terrible celestial phenomenon. That's bullshit. I'm not a human. Apart from my special qualities, I'm just an ordinary person." Oliver, a former monastic knight who was now a royal knight who was shocked by the Holy Grail, opened his mouth when he saw the man in front of him with his eyes literally glowing. He wanted to ask him to look in the mirror and see how he looked like a normal person. But as a qualified royal knight, he wisely kept his mouth shut, allowing his great master, whose eyes and body were shining, to speak freely. The power of the miracle is terrifying. After guiding the huge instrument track, Leon also experienced his own changes. The changes brought about by the arcane body and the eye of the ritual were that his skin began to turn pale, and his eyes began to emit some bright white light. It was impossible for any intelligent life to guide such a huge ritual without changes. Therefore, Oliver truly felt the immense and boundless power of Leon's existence. But he was also puzzled. The main puzzlement is not that Leon was magnanimous and forgave him, but that after Leon forgave him, the orders and identity he gave him were really confusing. "My lord, may I ask why I am the director of culture, while Mr. Ulfric is the director of research?" Not because there's no one. Looking at the scene outside the window where the stone formation absorbed a huge amount of magic from the Chaos Wasteland and continuously poured it back into the ancient saint's experimental field, Leon looked calmly at the knight in front of him and gave the answer. Because there is really no one available, my knight. Among the more than 200 people who have landed here, you are the one with the highest cultural attainment. This is because you once worked in a monastery, responsible for rituals and preaching. The best of the rest is a female leader of a choir, and because of your church, you don't know anything else. I am ashamed, my lord. But Mr. Ulfric should not be made the head of scientific research. I believe I can do a better job in this regard. You are not qualified. I took a look and I found that you are not as smart as Ulfric. It is more reliable to let him do scientific research. Leon sighed with a worried look on his face, waved at Oliver, and threw the Holy Grail in his hand, which was emitting an emerald green aura, to him. Take the Holy Grail and use it to come up with more specialized cultural elements for this city. I believe you can do it with your ability, but I really don't know if Ulfric can come up with the idea. Letting a Norse barbarian do scientific research? Am I just dreaming? Oliver left with a confused look on his face, his head full of questions. Leon also sat on a chair, staring at the slowly growing scientific research and cultural progress in a daze. Leon had some nice ideas at first about the issues of science and culture. Isn't it just scientific research points and cultural points? With the invincible wonders of the universe, what can't be added? The first step of the wonder will be unlocked in a few days, and everything will be fine just by stacking the numbers. Then he found out he was wrong. Or, a little bit wrong. Scientific and technological progress and cultural progress can certainly be rapid, but people are not systems. People themselves need time to learn and transform. For existing knowledge and related props, it is easy to reinvent the required research points and cultural points. However, for those things that are unknown, it is extremely difficult to invent them. For example, if you want to compile the entertainment program of the Norsemen from scratch and not involve the Southerners, it is a very difficult thing to say that it is an entertainment program exclusive to the Norsemen. To put it in human terms, there is a punishment mechanism. If there were normal literary masters and scientific research supervisors, there would be no problem with the help of the wonders of the planet. But here comes the second problem. Among all of Leon's teams, the one with the highest scientific research index is Ulfric. Yes, that brute, the brute who only knew how to chop with a knife, Ulfric, is now his scientific research director. God knows how desperate Ulfric's expression was when he saw the paper full of words and the heavy responsibility of being the head of scientific research, but Leon was more desperate than him. Fortunately, if the numbers are not enough, the points can make up for it. With the bonus of wonders, although they are standard illiterates, Ulfric and Oliver should theoretically be able to obtain knowledge within half a week and become standard scientific research directors and cultural directors. Theoretically, tomorrow we will be able to take the first step in riding in the direction of scientific research and culture and gradually move on to the fast track. However, civilization is not something that can be achieved simply by being happy in theory. Sitting in the central room, Leon squinted his eyes in disgust as he looked at the group of strange creatures that came out from the depths of the chaotic wasteland. Devil. Emotionally, any intelligent creature would hate the idea of demons. Yes, that's the thing. These strange monsters are not intelligent creatures. Their language and actions are always intended to lead the world to destruction. An indescribable force propped up their ancient and twisted figures. The magical wind from the chaotic wasteland became their blood and bones, allowing them to walk on the earth with a blasphemous posture. Even from Leon's bird's-eye view, he could see the twisted and hateful emotions expressed by the chaotic demon army. Even as they advanced, the demon army was still killing each other, attacking the landing site guided by the Stonehenge with a breath of destruction and corruption. These dozens of monsters did not deliberately show what they were saying, and they were probably attracted purely by the huge magic ceremony. This is probably the inevitable consequence of the existence of such a wonder as Stonehenge in this world. Kill them all. Leon looked at the chaotic demon army and instinctively used magic to make a psychic call to his research director. But soon, his system gave a prompt. Warning. An army of chaos demons is attacking your city. They thought this huge ceremony was a natural phenomenon, so they decided to attack any living creatures that might be attracted to it. This army has no leader, Its mind is in disarray, and it has no direction or goal. It moves forward based on its bloodlust and instincts. It will be a piece of cake for your army. Tip: the devil's body only has magic and talent, so please pay attention and make use of it. There may be unexpected surprises in the creation of magic. Hint 2. Kill certain demons, and their concepts will be extracted by the Stonehenge, and you have a certain chance of getting clues to hidden technologies. These are technologies that will never appear in the normal route. Hint 3. You can use the laboratory or library to try to study any organisms and similar organisms. Every time your servant gains some knowledge, there is a chance that a certain value will be added to the national spirit. When all the indices are filled, after exploring science and magic, your national spirit will add Ethereal Killer. Ethereal Killer can cause damage to any non-physical life and phenomena. But then again, from a civilizational perspective, Liang does not think about issues based on his personal feelings. If it were based on personal likes and dislikes, Leon would choose to kill those demons without hesitation. But now that there are other options, there is no need to be so cruel, right? Looking at the demon's route, the Old One came up with a plan and made a psychic call to Ulfric. Ulfric, there are a bunch of demons around here. Go and tie them up and bring them to me. Ulfric, who was staring at the creation of the ancient saints in a daze, feeling the knowledge being stuffed into his head in a despicable way, was startled when he heard the sound. He subconsciously grabbed his weapon and looked around instinctively. Liang, who was lying in the observatory, patted him on the shoulder again with his psychic power, expressing his identity with his psychic manipulation ability. It is I, your master. I have learned some of the rudiments of psychic powers. Sir, I'll be right there. Hearing the familiar voice, Ulfric's face changed, and then he rushed out with his iron sword in great joy. While greeting the Norsemen who were bored and listening to Oliver's made-up stories, he enthusiastically offered some suggestions to his master. Don't you need to kill them, my lord? You may not know that it is impossible to torture a demon to extract a confession. These monsters are naturally incapable of feeling pain, and only harming their souls and concepts is particularly effective against them. I have an idea I want to test with them, but I can try to chop a few of them, and let me see. It's actually very easy for me to kill them all, sir. If you could quickly learn concepts such as logical relationships and rational cognition, I wouldn't have to think about doing anything to the devil. If you don't understand the compass and the stars, you won't even be able to mark our cities when it's time to reclaim those Norscan tribes. You can kill them all, but I want you to take the lead in research. I will bring you the captive now. Ulfric said nothing and waved to the Norsemen. A group of Norsemen, who had been feeling impatient for a long time, stretched their bodies and walked out with laughter towards the cold black land mixed with some ice and snow. Although the Stonehenge disperses and absorbs all violent magic in the area, many things are not completely supernatural in nature. A little ice and cold is a natural phenomenon in such an area. For the Norsemen, this temperature was cool and pleasant, the perfect day for their action. Although they got the food of their dreams and received unimaginably rich rewards, the Norsemen still maintained a strange sense of tension about everything around them. It was all like a dream, and it was obtained too easily. In front of Liang, it was all as beautiful as a dream. They need some cold, some chill, or some blood to remind themselves that they are still alive. Oliver, if you want to work in other capacities, you can try to do something. For example, lead your servants to charge against demons or something. Sir, although I was called to become a knight of the kingdom, I also know very well that it is best not to do anything else when facing the Norsemen who have sworn to prove themselves. In response to Leon's question, Oliver bowed humbly in the open space to express his respect. Although the man had no idea when Liang had acquired this ability, he quickly understood the situation and respectfully expressed his obedience. Seeing that his attempt to add fuel to the fire had failed, Leon sighed with some regret, continued to look down at the strange demon army, and began to form an idea in his mind. As we all know, demons are monsters that need to absorb the elements and magic power around them to exist. If a wonder like Stonehenge is thrown in, every intelligent individual will unconditionally provide a little magic. In the civilization system, even if they are in a state of captivity, as long as the subordinate captive relationship is confirmed, they can be used as employees and workers. So the question is, if the incaptive demons were thrown into the Stonehenge, would the electric meter go backwards? Even if you can't turn the meter back on, at least give me something good, right? Looking at the Norsemen who were howling and rushing out under the leadership of Ulfric, Leon raised his eyebrows with some anticipation in his heart. In fact, if one has military talent, combined with the psychic phone, the combat effectiveness of the civilization system will increase qualitatively. Because in the exploration area, Leon's vision is all-encompassing, like a god's perspective. In fact, it is not just a god's perspective. He can also see the minerals and relics hidden under the soil that is thousands of kilometers thick. Unfortunately, Leon himself thought he had no military talent, and he couldn't make a psychic phone call to move the position forward 5 meters. All he could do was simply tell Ulfric the information after opening the map, and then wait for Ulfric to give him good news. In fact, Ulfric did not disappoint Leon's expectations. The Norsemen ambushed the Chaos Demons halfway up the mountain, and then attacked them unexpectedly while they were climbing up the mountain. A simple charge instantly dispersed these scattered demonic forces. As the general, Ulfric himself was like a god descending from heaven. He threw out his hand axe and short spear in an instant, cracked the skulls of 2 demons in the blink of an eye, and then jumped up and chopped off the head of the tallest demon with a sword. The entire demon army was defeated by Ulfric without even saying a word. The remaining demons had their legs broken, and were then tied and dragged on the ground towards the Stonehenge. They will be sent to the Stonehenge to test whether they can be irrigated with magic as a unit. Those demons that seemed too tough during the charge will be killed in subsequent battles and finishing blows. After the last demon, pretending to be dead, had his limbs chopped off and his heart pierced, the voice of the system reached Leon's mind again. Glorious victory! It was a great ambush. You ambushed 64 demons with 70 Norsemen, and won the victory at the cost of 14 minor injuries, 2 serious injuries, and 1 death. You have obtained clues about abnormal technology. Magical anomalous technology. Emotions are void has been added to the magic tech tree. That sounds pretty cool. Why would a demon come up with this kind of technology? Could it be that the devil is actually my lucky star? While Ulfric was dragging the demons to the Stonehenge, Leon sat in the observatory, looking at the technology that displayed a red danger warning, and fell into deep thought. Emotions are empty, extremely dangerous magic technology. A red high-risk technology route that is independent of all research. The description is also extremely terrifying. When emotions themselves change, when thoughts are no longer fixed, perhaps we will be able to realize the truth of the universe. A line of bloody, high-risk words reminded him of the danger. But for Leon, although the warning of dangerous technology is dangerous, the value given by this technology is even more dangerous. This technology has subsequent branches. After researching, all populations under your territory will provide 0.01 mana per turn. After researching, all action values of all populations under your territory will be increased by 20% after research. All populations under your territory will have a chance to develop psionic traits. Warning: someone is watching you. Researching dangerous technology requires 200 mana. No researchers required. No need for a scientific research supervisor. Only 200 magic points. Where can I find such a good thing? If there was a need for a scientific research supervisor, to be honest, Leon might just let it go. After all, to be honest, it was difficult for Ulfric to have multiple roles, but there were many things he had to do. But this doesn't require any scientific research supervisor. And if it's dangerous technology, for a systematic person, doesn't danger mean opportunity? Without hesitation, Leon activated the magic technology of emotion is void and guided the energy of the Stonehenge to himself. The huge torrent of magic once again washed over the boy's body, guiding the power of nothingness. Meanwhile, Ulfric and his captives had reached the edge of Stonehenge. Originally, these demons had been cursing everything around them with foul language. But now when they saw the huge crack across the sky and the enormous psychic storm, these demons suddenly changed their behavior and started cursing in fear. No, no, this is eternal destruction. What are you doing? The gods will not sit idly by. You are doomed. Tell me what you are going to do. Oh my God, it's the void. The demon's distorted words seemed to contain some truth, But neither Leon nor anyone else cared. He dragged the symbols of these captured demons in his mind towards the Stonehenge. Amid the screams of all the demons, the dragged demons seemed to be grabbed by invisible giant hands and dragged into the whirlpool of the Stonehenge while howling. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was crushed into countless pieces by the huge rock array floating in the sky, dissolved and mixed in the torrent of magic, and disappeared in an instant. Before the other demons had time to lament their fate, almost all of them were shattered in an instant. The moment the concept of captivery and captivity occurred, the ultimate fate of these demons was already determined. It's just a matter of choosing how to die. You have sacrificed the demon army and will gain 216 points of magic power. You have obtained some fragments of magical knowledge. I feel a little dizzy after eating so much at once. Shaking his head, Leon reconnected the torrent of Stonehenge to the test area, sat back in the chair, and felt the new knowledge flowing through his mind. It seems that my judgment is correct. Demons are indeed capable of becoming the feed for Stonehenge, but it is not a continuous stream as imagined, but a one-time torch filled in. Although I can't gain a point of magic power every day, it's still possible to complete the research of dangerous technology in one breath. Liang had no special opinion on this. As the last scream of the devil merged into the mark of the Stonehenge, Leon once again heard the wonderful sound of the system. The technology is complete. You have been inspired by wonders. After completing the abnormal technology, emotions are void. You can choose one of the following 4 giant wonders to build: the Labyrinth of All Things, the Garden of Life, the Hall of Joy, the Fortress of Honor. Hint: you may be able to build other wonders in a way that conflicts with each other, if you can accept the cost. Hint 2: the world of magic is complex and mysterious, and any action may cause far-reaching consequences. Each of your choices may lead to a different outcome, so please pay attention. 4 paths for blessings. Choose a path to build a wonder, and you will be blessed by the wind of magic. Please note that every choice has its own price. Emotions are empty, and this technology, which has no scientific research director, represents pure magical power. This power is based on emotion and spiritual supremacy, allowing Leon to quickly form a basic concept of magic and emotions in his mind. In the infusion of that transcendent consciousness, Leon knew that magic itself was an objective phenomenon. This active energy would be conquered and distorted by a strong will and transformed into the concepts he needed to act. Many people do not understand this and feel repulsed by their own emotions. Mainstream magicians suppress their emotions, separate the concept of magic with reason and logic, and use their own logic and the logic of civilization to suppress the abnormal magic and make it understandable. But dangerous technology means that Leon knows the most essential secrets of magic. They are nothing and can even be conquered by one's will. And now, for different colors of light are flashing in Leon's consciousness, tempting him to make his own choice. The first is a green symbol full of life. Garden of Life. Natural path, the wonder of the planet. The only building life and death are natural cycles, but the path of life can interfere with and distort this cycle. Isn't it a wonder that one can create incredible life in this area of death with one's own will? Features. All residents of the faction gain the feature Unnatural Vitality. Specifically, the regeneration speed of all life in the faction increases by 100 times. The research speed of all biological technology increases by 75%, and special research on the path of life is opened. Warning: your civilization will no longer fear death, but their attitude will inevitably be distorted. Then there is a purple symbol full of literary flavor. Hall of Joy. Path of Pleasure, the wonder of the planet. The only building cheer. Jump for joy. In this ocean of beauty and joy, whether it is love or hate, or happiness or sorrow, all can reach the ultimate paradise in this palace of literature and art. Features. All residents of the faction gain the trait of extraordinary happiness. Specifically, the culture of all people in the faction increases by 0.1. The residents' mood always remains cheerful, all values increase by 15%, and the speed of all cultural research increases by 25%. Open the special research of the pleasure path. Warning: extreme happiness leads to sorrow, and the pursuit of art is often the path to self-destruction. Next, there is a red character full of honor. Fortress of Honor. Path of War, the wonder of the planet. The only building, the essence of the world lies in competition and honor. Only when honor covers one can one be called a human being. People are not afraid of war and death, and only skulls are the best result. Features. All residents of the faction gain the trait People of War. Specifically, the combat power of all combat units of the faction increases by 25%, and the warlike degree returns to 0. The morale of all armies is to fight to the death. The research speed of all military research technologies is increased by 50%. Special research on the warpath is opened. Warning: those who drown in blood will also die in war. Finally, it is sky blue, like the light of wisdom, the labyrinth of all things, the path of wisdom, the wonder of the planet. The only building. Only when facing oneself can one feel one's own ignorance and insignificance. This world has countless mysteries, and we should immerse ourselves in the ocean of knowledge to experience the supreme happiness. Features. All residents of the faction gain the feature Supreme Wisdom. Specifically, all populations of the faction gain 0.1 research, and research no longer has a hard requirement for the value of the scientific research supervisor. There is a chance to discover dangerous technology and unknown technology. Open the special research of the Path of Wisdom. The initial requirements for all wonder buildings are 20,000 magic points. Selected tokens. Both are great things, but you can only pick one at this point. But do I need to choose? Leon felt the 4 magical powers and chose the sky blue symbol without hesitation. At the moment of making the decision, Leon felt that something different was born from the magic he was manipulating. That voice was whispering, that voice was confessing, that voice was telling Leon that as long as he surrendered to this supreme wisdom, he would be able to obtain all the mysteries of this world. This vision is so real and beautiful, and Leon can also feel the truth of it. Within that blue light of wisdom, all the mysteries of this world are contained in the maze. As long as he builds, believes, and offers sacrifices, he can obtain all the wisdom of this world. But faith? Sacrifice? Who are you? Just a planet. Leon's palm passed through the curtain and grasped the core of wisdom without hesitation, then looked at the incarnation of seemingly infinite wisdom and asked questions. The secrets of this planet are for my use? Should I say the secrets of all parallel universes are for my use? You can only use the secrets of the planet as a bargaining chip? Or is it that the intelligent aggregate of this world can only see these things? If so, it's too sad. I want to see more. This world can't hold me back. The things you promised me are too small for me. At least as a first step, I intend to reshape the planet. I am doing it, and I can do it. And you are merely an extension of my strength and wisdom. I will act for my civilization, not for the sake of being a vassal to anyone. Taking the blue core from the magic storm, Leon put it into his collection without hesitation. The blue light continued to deform and twist under Leon's supernatural ability, and finally formed a book that looked exquisite and gorgeous, floating in front of Leon in the form of a prop. In the next moment, the system's voice rang in Leon's ears. The wise god casts his gaze upon you. He is very pleased with your choice, so he decided to give you a variable. An accident happened. Your Holy Grail's aura cannot be sealed. The chivalrous knights pilots have already locked the Holy Grail. The knights that will be carrying out the chivalrous expedition against you are the Raccoon Knights and the Falcon Knights. Please make the necessary preparations. God of Wisdom, you did a great job. You did a great job. It just so happens that we are short of manpower for the development right now. Wouldn't it be better to send people over directly than to painstakingly recruit those tribes of a few dozen people along the coastline? Looking at the huge and towering magic mark that instantly rose up in the city, Leon laughed in his heart and praised the so-called God of Wisdom greatly. The ocean is gradually turning bluer, and the world is continuing to change. Dozens of ships adorned with countless wreaths and blessing ribbons, as if they came out of a knight's fairy tale, were sailing on an ocean that was completely different from the legend. In the legends of the Knight's Kingdom, this sea near the North Pole is supposed to be filled with dangerous magic and violent storms. The magical winds of the chaos wasteland blew all material structures into chaos, and countless unnatural phenomena occurred one after another. If the records are true, the chivalrous expedition team should have faced a dozen-meter-high wave, countless lightning and thunder, and the monsters in the ocean formed a tight defense line. To get through this supernatural barrier, they could only advance step by step through the Norska strongholds along the way. It has long been the custom to use the blood and supplies of the Norscans to continue their great chivalrous crusades. If the Norsemen robbed them, they could certainly rob them back. But now, Sir Joshua looked at the blue water and thought of his navigator's horrified description yesterday. A giant tore the sky of the chaos wasteland apart. I can see that the goddess's token is in the giant's hand. He tore the earth and the sky apart, destroying all magic. That is an unknown monster born from the void. He wants to destroy us all. I can see this future. The goddess's holy object is about to be defiled. It is about to be insulted. Although halfway through his speech, Sir Joshua was furious that he dared to insult the goddess's sacred object and was directly beheaded by him. But now it seems that the navigator was not wrong. What is needed in a chaotic area is a dedicated navigator who has a keen sense of the wind of magic, and the message sent by the navigator is often a special sign. This sign is most likely a hint of some kind, but the navigator himself cannot tell. Just like now, everyone can feel the excitement from the Holy Grail in their hearts as if it is in their blood. The concept and words of the giant are nothing more than a metaphor. Perhaps the Holy Grail is in the hands of the Norsemen, but because of the sacredness of the Holy Grail itself, it has attracted the aura that makes them chase after it. After all, even the necromancer Sandro, a huge evil demon who almost destroyed the world, failed to successfully destroy the Holy Grail. He just added some seals and worshipped it. No one would believe what the Norsemen did. If those Norscans hadn't gone too far, there wouldn't even be two chivalrous expeditionary fleets. After all, this is not the first time I have dealt with Norska. If they really couldn't survive, the chivalrous knights wouldn't go too far, often just chopping off the weapon-holding hands of adult men, and then giving food and gold to women and children in exchange for the holy relics. This has been the case for hundreds of years. However, the Holy Grail of the goddess is too precious, and the seal seems to be lifted, so they were summoned by the goddess in their dreams and came here. Soon, the emerald green beam of light proved that their judgment was correct. The goddess was indeed calling them. It was obvious that the Holy Grail had been unsealed and was calling upon the knights of the kingdom with infinite power. Sir, our fleet has not suffered much damage so far, and those captives are trying to go home. I'm afraid their faith in the goddess is not enough to last until we arrive at our destination. Speak human language. There's been a mutiny in the lower deck, sir. The knight wearing a large and flashy armor walked into the captain's room and whispered. They resisted being so far from home and claimed they were being deceived. We had been tracking the Norscans for more than 2 weeks, though we thought the journey would only take a day or two. The lower class of peasants revolted. I asked you to keep it simple. For such a small matter, just give a summary directly. Wiping the well-preserved medal of the 7th place in the night competition in the captain's room, Sir Joshua glanced at his servant with some impatience. I didn't bring you with me to learn to be as calculative as those captives. Those captives are just a group of short-lived captives. It is our duty and mission to protect them, but it does not mean that we have to understand their actions. Just tell us the results directly. We killed 14 captives after dealing with the rebellion, and imprisoned some of the disobedient captives in the bottom of the cabin. Will this be a problem? Will not. Sir Joshua put on his medal, picked up the wreath and ribbon and hung them on his body, and said earnestly, "Those captives are nothing but mindless animals. We need to guide them. As long as we kill the leader, the rest of the captives will naturally behave themselves. Don't be too sympathetic. We are knights who exist to strive for glory. These captives are necessary property. Since they claim to follow the footsteps of the goddess, they must be brought into the game. But if their faith is not firm, they can be killed and thrown away. Would you spend some currency that was once stained with feces? We are knights, not businessmen. Remember that. I understand, uncle. Call me sir. Now go out and announce that we are about to land. Tell the messenger that we will soon be able to kill those Norscans and return home with our belongings." "Yes, sir." The young man dressed in gorgeous clothes nodded, then quickly lowered his head and walked out. "For the sake of the goddess's holy relic, we will launch a chivalrous expedition against those bandits in the Arctic." Well, that's it. After coughing twice in the captain's room to practice his throat, Joshua waited for a moment and then walked out of the captain's room. As expected, countless knights were looking at this leader. "Fellow countrymen, fellow men, we have now reached the end of the world. We will launch a chivalrous expedition against those vile Norscans. We will destroy their homes and take the glory we deserve. We must." As Joshua was speaking passionately, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. For some reason, everyone's eyes stopped looking at him and instead looked past his body and behind him. There was unspeakable fear and panic in their eyes, as if they had seen the embodiment of some nightmare. Subconsciously, Sir Joshua turned around and looked back. Then he saw it. "I saw the team standing on the edge of the coast. Those Norscans, some ordinary abducted captives who were once residents of the kingdom, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be about to collapse the sky." Spiral's eyes were shining brightly, and everything engraved in that gaze almost destroyed their will. "Welcome, my newest compatriots." Although the voice could not be heard, the clear feeling of the sound echoed in everyone's mind. "My new inhabitants, you are welcome to the land of Advent." Joshua was not a coward. He once participated in a knight's tournament and slaughtered countless orcs in the Green Tide, taking their skulls as trophies and creating his own knight order. In his hometown, he is also a legendary figure. From an unpopular second son of a country knight to a respected knight of the order, he boasts that he has become a successful person. Even in the Green Tide, he had witnessed the spectacular scene of the kingdom knights roaring and charging at those abominable orc colossi and sorcery creations. He even helped the Knight Order's Grand Lord cut off the spine of an orc servant when he was fighting against the orc leader. Joshua thought he was seeing the greatest and most spectacular scene in the old world. How could anything be greater than the sight of a knight with flying flags colliding head-on with a green wave and emerging victorious? Until now, he saw the eyes that were far beyond human cognition and imagination. Those eyes were no longer ordinary things, but witnesses of a ceremony. Even if this person is dead, his eyes cannot decay, because those eyes have recorded a great moment. A will, a thought, a moment that ritually tore apart the sky and the earth. The moment he looked into those eyes, Joshua felt as if he was in a nightmare. He saw a figure manipulating magic comparable to that of the continent as if by instinct, instantly tearing apart the world's magical wind, and then exploding into a controllable torrent. That spreading gentle wind path is the source of the strange sounds in the ocean and sky today. An unimaginable great wonder, a great building of brutal magic created with the original killing and the most fundamental primitive will. And the founder of that building, the terrifying man who tore the sky and the earth apart, was standing on the shore, smiling and opening his arms to them. "Thank you for the hard work you've put in coming all this way, everyone from the chivalrous expeditionary force. Sound cannot be transmitted so far, so it must not be the will of the sound that echoes in everyone's mind. I have here any luxury you want, including the honor you desire, the holy objects you hope for, everything you want. And all this requires only a small promise. No, an oath to each other. I swear I will not hurt you. I swear on everything. I will not distort the oath and testimony, and I will always tolerate you. But on the contrary, I hope you can come down now, come to my side, and witness the world I have prepared for you. Just put down your weapons, just follow the steps of your heart, just witness everything I have created for you. And you will naturally understand why I do this and why I do this." The sound rose in the corner of everyone's mind. Even the knights were at a loss, looking at the existence on the shore in shock. They had seen wizarding wars before, they had seen great things, some had even witnessed unimaginable battlefields, but this was not what they had imagined. Is this an invitation to surrender? Why? How did he know the destination of the chivalrous expedition? How did he determine his own location? The fleet has been silent for a long time, and their faith in the goddess has always protected their ship. The chivalrous expedition is to judge and kill heretics. But why did that man do this? What was even more terrifying was that all the chivalrous knights were horrified to find that they could actually feel the sincerity of the voice, and even shook greatly. All the knights looked at each other, and could even feel that the oath in the dark did not seem to be deceiving at all. Although his words seemed outrageous, they seemed to be true. You still have doubts. You are wondering why I do this? But actually the answer is very simple. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it rumbled in everyone's mind with its boundless will and firm intention, as if it wanted to completely tear apart their will to resist. Because I love you. The thunderous sound conveys an unimaginable tenderness. This is not a distorted love. I will not distort your mind or make you lose your sense of self. In my embrace, you will always enjoy peace and tranquility. Whenever you encounter difficulties, pain, or suffering, you can remember me and call on me. And I will surely solve all these troubles for you. All I ask of you is that you obey my orders. I need you to help each other and watch over each other in this troubled world. Apart from that, all you need is to love yourself. Because we are meant to be one. Without any distinction, don't be fooled. Joshua shouted loudly, holding his head. The ability of the chivalrous knight allowed his voice to be instantly transmitted to every corner of the ship. He is definitely a wizard, a powerful wizard. We have seen such an enemy before, haven't we? The one with the perfect Quranic accent, and he is a traitorous wizard. He stole our holy relics and lied to us. And the most important point, everyone heard a different accent, but the same voice with the same dignity and conviction resounded in everyone's mind. If I am really such a wicked and rebellious person, I should be punished by your goddess. But why is your goddess's holy grail shining in my hand now? Its light should have dissipated long ago, right? Silence, unimaginable silence. All the knights were surprised to see the holy grail emitting an aura in the hands of the strange man. In their original conception, there must be some evil beings trying to defile the holy grail, twisting it into an abominable and sad appearance, and igniting the righteous and holy anger in everyone's heart. But now, in this sea breeze that has become gentle and comfortable, under the gaze of all the knights, the Holy Grail not only does not appear to be tainted at all, but instead emits an even stronger light and aura, caring for their enemy. Those Norsemen, those captured Southerners, they even seemed to never feel tired, always full of energy, and looked at them with high morale. Just like in the ancient myths and legends, their ancestors faced the eternal enemy under the illumination of the Holy Grail. And that voice full of love also rang at the right time. We are not enemies. On the contrary, we are family, aren't we? That is heresy. No, he can only be a heretic. If he is not a heretic, then what is my side? The Pilgrim fleet? The Pilgrims? They came here to expand their territory, to establish their reputation with the blood and death of the Norsemen. He should be called the one who brings back the Holy Grail, the one who lights the Holy Grail again, instead of watching the other side take out the Holy Grail and beckoning them like he is doing now. It's an illusion. Sir Joshua wiped the cold sweat from his cheek, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. That's a witchcraft illusion. Yes, everything is caused by witchcraft, just like the weird illusion we just saw. It must be that wizard who delved into our Holy Grail and then created an illusion to insult and deceive us. The voice became smoother and smoother, and Joshua's thoughts became more stable as he continued to speak. He was not a particularly pious man, and for a knight who had risen from the bottom of the knight class, he was now actively welcoming back for the sake of his own reputation. A Holy Grail knight who welcomes back the Holy Grail has a much greater honor than an honorary knight of a knightly order. He can even create a city on his own and become a praised existence in the legend, instead of kneeling down to welcome the person who is truly blessed by the Holy Grail. Yes, there is still a chance. As long as he and the Falcon Knights defeat the defenseless beachhead troops, Joshua is confident that he can convince others to let him become a Holy Grail knight. Even the peasant captives could not say anything, because once they became Holy Grail knights, they could be promoted to knight squires or even knights. What a great reward this is for those serfs. So it will definitely work. There will definitely be no problem. That was a wizard's trap. Those Norscans and the traders must have created something. Perhaps some artifacts left over from ancient times triggered some patterns. Joshua's voice gradually became smoother, and he looked at the knights under his command and said in a somewhat sad voice, "We pretend to be unaware. Once we reach the beach, we will take our horses and wipe out all the jerk and wizards, just like we did in the past. No one can stop us from bringing back the Holy Grail and making our Raccoon Knights great again, Uncle. The Falcon Knights have already raised the flag of surrender. We are not in an advantageous position." What? What happened to them? Joshua's eyes widened as he looked at another knight's flagship with a pure white iris flag hanging from its mast and knights lined up on both sides of the armor with the flag raised high. According to Joshua's idea, he also planned to do so. After all, the other side has some captives, and it is not difficult to torture them to find out some of the equipment and stories of the Knights' chivalric expedition. So we have to pretend to welcome the Holy Grail, but suddenly come to a ruthless blow. But now he was in a strange dilemma. If the Raccoon Knights thought the same, then they just happened to be on the same page, and the other side was faster than him. In this case, even if he killed those barbarians, he would not be able to become the only candidate for the Holy Grail Knight. And if they really want to surrender, the pilot needs to warn them or at least make them stop. As for the navigator who delivered the message, he went crazy a few days ago and was killed by Joshua himself. It seems that there is no choice. After a moment's silence, Joshua slowly exhaled. We retreat. Uncle? That wizard deceived the falconers. The falconers are no longer worthy of the title of the Holy Grail, and we don't have a navigator, so we can't be sure whether the Holy Grail in the wizard's hand is real or fake, so we retreat. Joshua spoke fluently, with a righteous expression on his face, as if he was shining brightly. We cannot let the blood of the knights be wasted here in vain. We must go back and report the truth. Get ahead of the deceived Falcon Knights. They chose to give up the Holy Grail, and we have an obligation to tell everyone the truth. This is our mission. Your will, Uncle. The knight class, though not absolute, was strictly hierarchical. Although many knights were puzzled, they still chose to trust their lord. They turned the boats around silently and looked at the glowing black earth with some reluctance. Although no one said anything, many people knew in their hearts that the Black Land was the Promised Land. Everything that happened on that day and Joshua's behavior were already remembered by some people. At the same time, when the Raccoon Knight's flagship turned around and left, Oliver stood beside Leon and frowned as he looked at the ship. It seems that the Raccoon Knights did not choose to fight. They seemed to flee. Is that so? That's a shame. You've lost some of your compatriots, Leon said casually, pointing to the sky at the coast. Under the twist of his will, the magical wind made the surrendered ships move towards the shore faster and faster, while those leaving were also sent into the departing breeze. There was a small commotion among the departing and returning ships because of this spectacle, especially the departing Raccoon Knight's ship. He could even control the wind and waves of the ocean, making the ship smoother and faster. If he was really an evil wizard, why didn't he stop them from leaving, but instead sent a blessing breeze on their ship? You are so kind, sir. You would not take action against such an attacker. Looking at the changes in the ocean, Oliver stood beside Leon and spoke sincerely. With a gleam in his eyes, Leon put down his magic hand and looked at the cultural director beside him. Who do you think will make you happy? My lord, it is undoubtedly you. In this case, would the point of me letting him go just be to let him live in fear? I sent them away not because I was kind, but because I wanted him to spread my story. Leon looked at the large ship that was approaching with joy, his voice soft but firm. He is my eyes, an extension of my voice. As long as he can spread my story from afar, sooner or later someone will come again. Whether it's attacking or surrendering, they will become my people, and I will become us. This is a good thing. You are always so thoughtful. Oliver said this with his head bowed respectfully, causing Leon to raise his eyebrows nonchalantly. Just go with the flow. Oh, it looks like clay has been developed. Do you want to try making pottery? I personally think it's very interesting. Is it the work of the encaptived peasants? No, it's the work of our civilization. You and I are all part of this civilization. And the wisdom of this civilization is also our wisdom. Looking at the knights gradually approaching the shore, Leon walked over with a smile on his face, saying as he walked, "Come on, that's just right. We all need to learn science and technology. After everyone gets used to life here, we can start building our great wonders. This is the first step in opening up the Chaos Wasteland." That is heresy. No, he can only be a heretic. If he is not a heretic, then what is my side? The Pilgrim Fleet? The Pilgrims? They came here to expand their territory, to establish their reputation with the blood and death of the Norsemen. He should be called the one who brings back the Holy Grail, the one who lights the Holy Grail again, instead of watching the other side take out the Holy Grail and beckoning them like he is doing now. It's an illusion. Sir Joshua wiped the cold sweat from his cheek, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. That's a witchcraft illusion. Yes, everything is caused by witchcraft, just like the weird illusion we just saw. It must be that wizard who delved into our Holy Grail and then created an illusion to insult and deceive us. The voice became smoother and smoother, and Joshua's thoughts became more stable as he continued to speak. He was not a particularly pious man, and for a knight who had risen from the bottom of the knight class, he was now actively welcoming back for the sake of his own reputation. A Holy Grail knight who welcomes back the Holy Grail has a much greater honor than an honorary knight of a knightly order. He can even create a city on his own and become a praised existence in the legend, instead of kneeling down to welcome the person who is truly blessed by the Holy Grail. Yes, there is still a chance. As long as he and the Falcon Knights defeat the defenseless beachhead troops, Joshua is confident that he can convince others to let him become a Holy Grail Knight. Even the peasant captives could not say anything, because once they became Holy Grail Knights, they could be promoted to Knight Squires or even Knights. What a great reward this is for those serfs. So it will definitely work. There will definitely be no problem. That was a wizard's trap. Those Norscans and the traitors must have created something. Perhaps some artifacts left over from ancient times triggered some patterns. Joshua's voice gradually became smoother, and he looked at the knights under his command and said in a somewhat sad voice, "We pretend to be unaware. Once we reach the beach, we will take our horses and wipe out all the jerk and wizards, just like we did in the past. No one can stop us from bringing back the Holy Grail and making our Raccoon Knights great again, Uncle. The Falcon Knights have already raised the flag of surrender. We are not in an advantageous position." What? What happened to them? Joshua's eyes widened as he looked at another knight's flagship with a pure white iris flag hanging from its mast and knights lined up on both sides of the armor with the flag raised high. According to Joshua's idea, he also planned to do so. After all, the other side has some captives, and it is not difficult to torture them to find out some of the equipment and stories of the Knights' chivalric expedition. So we have to pretend to welcome the Holy Grail, but suddenly come to a ruthless blow. But now he was in a strange dilemma. If the Raccoon Knights thought the same, then they just happened to be on the same page, and the other side was faster than him. In this case, even if he killed those barbarians, he would not be able to become the only candidate for the Holy Grail Knight. And if they really want to surrender, the pilot needs to warn them or at least make them stop. As for the navigator who delivered the message, he went crazy a few days ago and was killed by Joshua himself. It seems that there is no choice. After a moment's silence, Joshua slowly exhaled. We retreat. Uncle? That wizard deceived the falconers. The falconers are no longer worthy of the title of the Holy Grail, and we don't have a navigator, so we can't be sure whether the Holy Grail in the wizard's hand is real or fake, so we retreat. Joshua spoke fluently, with a righteous expression on his face, as if he was shining brightly. We cannot let the blood of the knights be wasted here in vain. We must go back and report the truth. Get ahead of the deceived Falcon Knights. They chose to give up the Holy Grail, and we have an obligation to tell everyone the truth. This is our mission. Your will, Uncle. The knight class, though not absolute, was strictly hierarchical. Although many knights were puzzled, they still chose to trust their lord. They turned the boats around silently and looked at the glowing black earth with some reluctance. Although no one said anything, many people knew in their hearts that the Black Land was the Promised Land. Everything that happened on that day and Joshua's behavior were already remembered by some people. At the same time, when the Raccoon Knight's flagship turned around and left, Oliver stood beside Leon and frowned as he looked at the ship. It seems that the raccoon knights did not choose to fight. They seemed to flee. Is that so? That's a shame. You've lost some of your compatriots, Liang said casually, pointing to the sky at the coast. Under the twist of his will, the magical wind made the surrendered ships move towards the shore faster and faster, while those leaving were also sent into the departing breeze. There was a small commotion among the departing and returning ships because of this spectacle, especially the departing raccoon knight's ship. He could even control the wind and waves of the ocean, making the ship smoother and faster. If he was really an evil wizard, why didn't he stop them from leaving, but instead sent a blessing breeze on their ship? You are so kind, sir. You would not take action against such an attacker. Looking at the changes in the ocean, Oliver stood beside Leon and spoke sincerely. With a gleam in his eyes, Leon put down his magic hand and looked at the cultural director beside him. Who do you think will make you happy? My lord, it is undoubtedly you. In this case, would the point of me letting him go just be to let him live in fear? I sent them away not because I was kind, but because I wanted him to spread my story. Leon looked at the large ship that was approaching with joy, his voice soft but firm. He is my eyes, an extension of my voice. As long as he can spread my story from afar, sooner or later someone will come again. Whether it's attacking or surrendering, they will become my people, and I will become us. This is a good thing. You are always so thoughtful. Oliver said this with his head bowed respectfully, causing Leon to raise his eyebrows nonchalantly. Just go with the flow. Oh, it looks like clay has been developed. Do you want to try making pottery? I personally think it's very interesting. Is it the work of the encaptived peasants? No, it's the work of our civilization. You and I are all part of this civilization, and the wisdom of this civilization is also our wisdom. Looking at the knights gradually approaching the shore, Leon walked over with a smile on his face, saying as he walked, "Come on, that's just right. We all need to learn science and technology. After everyone gets used to life here, we can start building our great wonders. This is the first step in opening up the chaos wasteland. Using the props of the ancient saints, the construction of the Vientiane maze is as simple as ever. It is difficult to imagine what kind of technology the ancient saints used to forge this complex of buildings that can modify the entire planet's topography. However, for Leon now, he does not need to understand the theory, he just needs to use it. What is gratifying is that the creations of the ancient saints also seem to follow the principles of simplicity and convenience, and are quite simple and convenient to build. As long as you think about it, and then start, the building materials and related props will be automatically assembled and installed. After such a long time, Liang felt that he might never be able to leave this convenient construction method. However, there is still some distance to go before we can develop a new city. Watching the azure maze gradually unfolding in front of him, Leon joyfully manipulated the huge flow of magic power and began to personally infuse magic into this strange building that was so complex that it was unimaginable and seemed to only appear in dreams. Fundamentally different from the Stonehenge that tore the distinction between reality and illusion and tore a gap in the entire earth and sky, the Vientiane labyrinth looks more like a gathering of some supernatural concepts themselves. Those crystal-clear lenses are crystals constructed by magic in the void. Anyone who takes a look can see his or her infinite side and feel almost infinite life and wisdom. The building materials alone have such amazing effects, and the magic circles they carved have even more amazing effects. Simply by carving and shaping, everyone feels that their intelligence seems to be slowly improving. Those vivid impressions of the past, those unremembered things, those difficult problems, it seems that everything already has an answer. All construction workers instinctively felt that their wisdom and thinking seemed to be improving with their actions, and they even began to instinctively want to show off their wisdom. What's more, they even began to doubt in their hearts. Based on their improved wisdom, they have found many clues that Liang is unreasonable. This man is probably not the so-called saint recognized by the goddess. His identity is even more terrifying. However, now that we have wisdom, other thoughts will naturally become more profound. Instead of becoming more sinister, people have become more compliant. Because just by looking at the magic crystals that keep falling from the sky and the figure waving his hands in the observatory to perform such a horrific ritual, You can tell that unless you are a religious lunatic, it is best not to bother him. Compared to the so-called wisdom of change brought by those crystal words when building this building, a monster like Liang who can directly make such a thing with just a finger is still more terrifying. If you think, you will inevitably think more, so it is better to be honest. Especially when their amazing wisdom began to realize what the terrifying ability to tear apart space and manipulate celestial phenomena meant, they became more honest. Comparing the two, everyone still has a clear idea. Everyone still has more respect for the almighty young man in their hearts. The simplest and most effective thinking of intelligent life is to seek good fortune and avoid evil. They did obtain some indescribable fragments of wisdom from architectural paintings, but can you compare them with Leon, who enlightened them to understand the architecture itself? In this weird atmosphere, the construction of the entire Vientiane maze can be said to be progressing at a rapid pace. The total population of the territory is about 1,000 people. If everyone is collecting and operating magic power in the Stonehenge and the test area, combined with my ability to guide and the demons that come from time to time, there will be about 2,000 points of magic power income every day. It only takes 10 days, just 10 days, and the Vientiane Labyrinth will be built. We will enter an era of technological development, and my city can further explore the surrounding environment by building sentry towers and immigrants. And by then, Ulfric will be able to free up the coast to plunder the population. So the most important thing for humans is to create wonders. No matter what, it has to be faster, faster. The current technology is really unbearable. It has to be faster. In the observatory, Leon adjusted the direction of the magic power, looking at the three-dimensional maze that gradually condensed in the air behind the Stonehenge, his heart filled with the joy of a good harvest. This is also a small function he discovered recently. If Leon conducts magic guidance himself during construction, then the arcane conductor has its own talent that can increase the productivity of magic by nearly half when it is output as construction magic. No one knows whether it is Leon's natural talent or the design of the wonder is just like this, but under his strong desire and ambition, the Vientiane maze even seems like a living thing. Whenever Leon's ambition and thirst for knowledge grow, this wonder standing between falsehood and reality becomes taller and taller. When you are immersed in work, time always passes quickly. There was no sign of Joshua's fleet of condemnation arriving, and the surrounding environment was fine except for the occasional demon. By the 7th day of Leon's manipulation of magic, the foundation construction had been completed. The crystal maze has spread across the land. People looked in awe at the maze that almost covered their entire field of vision, distorting their vision so much that it was impossible to tell what kind of structure it was. Although they built it with their own hands, everyone felt that the past 7 days were like a very surprising and bizarre dream. They completed the building as if possessed, as if there was some natural mission urging them to do so. But Liang didn't say anything. This is exactly the result he wants. Then let time begin to speed up. The era of scientific research is finally here. Watching the huge crystal maze being built, Leon watched the blue crystal in his hand rise and fall like breathing. Facing the huge maze, Leon threw the token into the maze. The huge maze began to slowly emit a light blue light. Seeing it gradually become activated, Leon felt relieved. His civilization, his avatar, would soon no longer be constrained by the limitations of a scientific director like Ulfric. Isn't this a good thing? He looked at the maze, which was gradually being completed, with satisfaction. However, in the next moment, a blue wave suddenly emerged from Leon's mind, merging with the huge blue light rising from the maze, dragging his will into a void space. Using the props of the ancient saints, the construction of the Vientiane maze is as simple as ever. It is difficult to imagine what kind of technology the ancient saints used to forge this complex of buildings that can modify the entire planet's topography. However, for Leon now, he does not need to understand the theory, he just needs to use it. What is gratifying is that the creations of the ancient saints also seem to follow the principles of simplicity and convenience, and are quite simple and convenient to build. As long as you think about it, and then start, the building materials and related props will be automatically assembled and installed. After such a long time, Liang felt that he might never be able to leave this convenient construction method. However, there is still some distance to go before we can develop a new city. Watching the azure maze gradually unfolding in front of him, Leon joyfully manipulated the huge flow of magic power and began to personally infuse magic into this strange building that was so complex that it was unimaginable and seemed to only appear in dreams. Fundamentally different from the Stonehenge that tore the distinction between reality and illusion and tore a gap in the entire earth and sky, the Vientiane labyrinth looks more like a gathering of some supernatural concepts themselves. Those crystal-clear lenses are crystals constructed by magic in the void. Anyone who takes a look can see his or her infinite side and feel almost infinite life and wisdom. The building materials alone have such amazing effects, and the magic circles they carved have even more amazing effects. Simply by carving and shaping, everyone feels that their intelligence seems to be slowly improving. Those vivid impressions of the past, those unremembered things, those difficult problems, it seems that everything already has an answer. All construction workers instinctively felt that their wisdom and thinking seemed to be improving with their actions, and they even began to instinctively want to show off their wisdom. What's more, they even began to doubt in their hearts. Based on their improved wisdom, they have found many clues that Liang is unreasonable. This man is probably not the so-called saint recognized by the goddess. His identity is even more terrifying. However, now that we have wisdom, other thoughts will naturally become more profound. Instead of becoming more sinister, people have become more compliant. Because just by looking at the magic crystals that keep falling from the sky and the figure waving his hands in the observatory to perform such a horrific ritual, you can tell that unless you are a religious lunatic, it is best not to bother him. Compared to the so-called wisdom of change brought by those crystal words when building this building, a monster like Liang who can directly make such a thing with just a finger is still more terrifying. If you think, you will inevitably think more, so it is better to be honest. Especially when their amazing wisdom began to realize what the terrifying ability to tear apart space and manipulate celestial phenomena meant, they became more honest. Comparing the two, everyone still has a clear idea. Everyone still has more respect for the almighty young man in their hearts. The simplest and most effective thinking of intelligent life is to seek good fortune and avoid evil. They did obtain some indescribable fragments of wisdom from architectural paintings, but can you compare them with Leon, who enlightened them to understand the architecture itself? In this weird atmosphere, the construction of the entire Vientiane maze can be said to be progressing at a rapid pace. The total population of the territory is about 1,000 people. If everyone is collecting and operating magic power in the Stonehenge and the test area, combined with my ability to guide and the demons that come from time to time, there will be about 2,000 points of magic power income every day. It only takes 10 days, just 10 days, and the Vientiane labyrinth will be built. We will enter an era of technological development, and my city can further explore the surrounding environment by building sentry towers and immigrants. And by then, Ulfric will be able to free up the coast to plunder the population. So the most important thing for humans is to create wonders. No matter what, it has to be faster, faster. The current technology is really unbearable. It has to be faster. In the observatory, Leon adjusted the direction of the magic power, looking at the three-dimensional maze that gradually condensed in the air behind the Stonehenge, his heart filled with the joy of a good harvest. This is also a small function he discovered recently. If Leon conducts magic guidance himself during construction, then the arcane conductor has its own talent that can increase the productivity of magic by nearly half when it is output as construction magic. No one knows whether it is Leon's natural talent or the design of the wonder is just like this, but under his strong desire and ambition, the Vientiane maze even seems like a living thing. Whenever Leon's ambition and thirst for knowledge grow, this wonder standing between falsehood and reality becomes taller and taller. When you are immersed in work, time always passes quickly. There was no sign of Joshua's fleet of condemnation arriving, and the surrounding environment was fine except for the occasional demon. By the 7th day of Leon's manipulation of magic, the foundation construction had been completed. The crystal maze has spread across the land. People looked in awe at the maze that almost covered their entire field of vision, distorting their vision so much that it was impossible to tell what kind of structure it was. Although they built it with their own hands, Everyone felt that the past 7 days were like a very surprising and bizarre dream. They completed the building as if possessed, as if there was some natural mission urging them to do so. But Liang didn't say anything. This is exactly the result he wants. Then let time begin to speed up. The era of scientific research is finally here. Watching the huge crystal maze being built, Leon watched the blue crystal in his hand rise and fall like breathing. Facing the huge maze, Leon threw the token into the maze. The huge maze began to slowly emit a light blue light. Seeing it gradually become activated, Leon felt relieved. His civilization, his avatar, would soon no longer be constrained by the limitations of a scientific director like Ulfric. Isn't this a good thing? He looked at the maze, which was gradually being completed, with satisfaction. However, in the next moment, a blue wave suddenly emerged from Leon's mind, merging with the huge blue light rising from the maze, dragging his will into a void space. You have received a gift from the God of Wisdom. You have obtained a special status. Observation of the God of Wisdom in the Great Game. Countless people and gods have exchanged identities at the card table, but the God of Wisdom is always one of them. Now, you are also invited to the card table. But how long can you play this game? You can control magic better. You treat magic as instinct and can cast magic without detailed construction. You have acquired the personality trait, Wonder Builder. Spectacle? You think spectacles are a waste of money and labor? I would say that they are necessary greatness. All wonder construction will be accelerated by 15%. The negative effects of wonder construction will be greatly weakened, and your reputation will spread in some abnormal spaces. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 200%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. I'm back. It's time to eat. Opening his eyes and looking at the familiar ceiling, Liang sat up from the bed and prepared to start soothing his body. Fortunately, he didn't starve to death. But unfortunately, he was almost starving to death. It was not known whether it was because the powerful magic ritual completely changed his body, but in fact, Leon had not eaten or drunk water for 5 consecutive days, and it did not cause much harm to his body. At least after checking himself in the mirror, Leon found that he didn't seem to have changed much. At most, his eyes seemed to have a spiral of another world, and some light blue symbols began to spread on his chest and body and gradually flashed. It's not a big deal. After all, they are players from another world, so it's normal for some problems to happen. However, after studying the performance of the so-called God of Wisdom and the buff he gave himself, Leon sat in front of the computer and began to search using the player's data. The God of Wisdom, or the so-called God of Wisdom in this world, is essentially a tainted evil god. Although he does have wisdom and can normally bestow blessings, his essence is actually evil and hateful, and that wisdom will only become twisted and ugly in the end. Simply put, the wisdom that most people desire is being smart, capable, and able to do something extreme. But the wisdom given by the God of Wisdom is quite extraordinary. He often becomes darker and thinks too much before and after doing things, and always loses his way at the critical moment. Although he is smart, he will always end up with the worst results in both scientific research and work. After checking on the internet, Liang gained some new understanding of the existence of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom has manifested himself in different forms and in different avatars in all cultures and civilizations, but there is no doubt that treating him as a deity to be exploited will always bring disaster. But Liang had never thought about it this way. After all, he was a cheater. If a cheater couldn't beat the natives and couldn't cheat, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Liang remembered some of the wonders and so-called holy places left by the God of Wisdom. But why are the bases of these gods all in the Chaos Wasteland and the North? Why are these civilizations so vague about the North and the South, and have so few records of their development? Is it because there are secrets and wonders at the poles, and is it the truth that these things hide? Thinking of the wonder of his own planet, the ancient saints' testing grounds, and then recalling the records of abnormal phenomena posted by players on the ancient ruins on the forum, Leon touched his chin, somewhat thoughtful. But at this moment, there was a strong knock on the door from outside. Room 302. Leon, we detected that you were awake. Why didn't you register when you came back? You didn't even register at the school. You're an illegal resident, don't you know that? Leon walked over and opened the door, and at a glance he saw the mother who was blocking the door with a fierce look. This strong and imposing-looking woman pointed at the form in her hand with her strong thumb and roared angrily. It's already the 5th day for the registration of players from another world. Why haven't you registered yet? An older staff member who looked a bit angry was looking at Liang impatiently, especially when he saw the tattoos on his body. His expression became even uglier. You are so young, and you are still doing some tattoo work in there? Do you know that tattooing is very dangerous in the other world? You may be caught by some evil god believers and have your skin peeled and tendons pulled out. Do you want to be different? Don't be too ambitious, kid. Hurry up and register and join the main force. Because I landed in Norska. I don't have time. The impatient mother looked at Liang's calm expression, and her expression quickly turned into embarrassment and guilt. He looked so tangled, as if he wanted to slap himself. As a local administrator, she is aware of the peculiarities of some regions. In a hellish place like Norska, people usually have to start preparing for personal compensation and comforting their families. Although players can be resurrected in another world after death, in Norska, death itself is a very normal phenomenon. It is not strange to not die several times. It is even normal for the soul to shatter and die completely because of excessive pain. You know, the player's immortality is mostly just in the body, but Nazca is close to the chaos wasteland, and if something bad happens, the soul may be directly sent away. Looking at the awkward administrator who was silently digging her toes into the ground, Liang narrated more calmly. The runes on my body are proof that I want to survive. Otherwise, the Norse pirates will kill me. I just secretly found some time to come out and eat these days. So can I go back now? Looking at the sweaty old lady, Liang tilted his head. I don't want to die in there yet. I want to at least fight for Norska. Yes, I'm sorry, little brother. Let me register you with a special status using my permissions. Then you will have a certain quota every month, and you can read those paid posts for free. You should try your best to survive. I'm really sorry. It was my fault. Thank you. You've worked hard, too. It's okay. It's okay. Is there any good thing that can come from giving in? Looking at the old lady who was leaving, muttering and sighing as if she deserved to be darned, Liang stroked his hair for some unknown reason, as if he felt that he had earned a lot. A few minutes later, prompts appeared on Liang's mobile phone and computer forum, showing him some clues of paid posts. When he sat in front of the computer, ate a nutrition bar and opened the paid column, he saw the top post in the paid area at first glance. On the possibility of players building cities. By the first guild president, Granny of Adolf, you have received a gift from the God of Wisdom. You have obtained a special status. Observation of the God of Wisdom in the Great Game. Countless people and gods have exchanged identities at the card table, but the God of Wisdom is always one of them. Now, you are also invited to the card table. But how long can you play this game? You can control magic better. You treat magic as instinct and can cast magic without detailed construction. You have acquired the personality trait. Wonder Builder. Spectacle? You think spectacles are a waste of money and labor? I would say that they are necessary greatness. All wonder construction will be accelerated by 15%. The negative effects of wonder construction will be greatly weakened, and your reputation will spread in some abnormal spaces. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 200%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. I'm back. It's time to eat. Opening his eyes and looking at the familiar ceiling, Liang sat up from the bed and prepared to start soothing his body. Fortunately, he didn't starve to death. But unfortunately, he was almost starving to death. It was not known whether it was because the powerful magic ritual completely changed his body, but in fact, Leon had not eaten or drunk water for 5 consecutive days, and it did not cause much harm to his body. At least after checking himself in the mirror, Leon found that he didn't seem to have changed much. At most, his eyes seemed to have a spiral of another world, and some light blue symbols began to spread on his chest and body and gradually flashed. It's not a big deal. After all, they are players from another world, so it's normal for some problems to happen. However, after studying the performance of the so-called God of Wisdom and the buff he gave himself, Leon sat in front of the computer and began to search using the player's data. The God of Wisdom, or the so-called God of Wisdom in this world, is essentially a tainted evil god. Although he does have wisdom and can normally bestow blessings, his essence is actually evil and hateful, and that wisdom will only become twisted and ugly in the end. Simply put, the wisdom that most people desire is being smart, capable, and able to do something extreme. But the wisdom given by the God of Wisdom is quite extraordinary. He often becomes darker and thinks too much before and after doing things, and always loses his way at the critical moment. Although he is smart, he will always end up with the worst results in both scientific research and work. After checking on the internet, Leon gained some new understanding of the existence of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom has manifested himself in different forms and in different avatars in all cultures and civilizations, but there is no doubt that treating him as a deity to be exploited will always bring disaster. But Leon had never thought about it this way. After all, he was a cheater. If a cheater couldn't beat the natives and couldn't cheat, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Leon remembered some of the wonders and so-called holy places left by the God of Wisdom. But why are the bases of these gods all in the Chaos Wasteland and the North? Why are these civilizations so vague about the North and the South, and have so few records of their development? Is it because there are secrets and wonders at the poles, and is it the truth that these things hide? Thinking of the wonder of his own planet, the ancient saints' testing grounds, and then recalling the records of abnormal phenomena posted by players on the ancient ruins on the forum, Leon touched his chin, somewhat thoughtful. But at this moment, there was a strong knock on the door from outside. Room 302. Leon, we detected that you were awake. Why didn't you register when you came back? You didn't even register at the school. You're an illegal resident, don't you know that? Leon walked over and opened the door, and at a glance he saw the mother who was blocking the door with a domineering look. This strong and imposing-looking woman pointed at the form in her hand with her strong thumb and roared angrily. It's already the 5th day for the registration of players from another world. Why haven't you registered yet? An older staff member who looked a bit angry was looking at Leon impatiently, especially when he saw the tattoos on his body. His expression became even uglier. You are so young, and you are still doing some tattoo work in there? Do you know that tattooing is very dangerous in the other world? You may be caught by some evil god believers and have your skin peeled and tendons pulled out. Do you want to be different? Don't be too ambitious, kid. Hurry up and register and join the main force. Because I landed in Norska. I don't have time. The impatient mother looked at Liang's calm expression, and her expression quickly turned into embarrassment and guilt. He looked so tangled, as if he wanted to slap himself. As a local administrator, she is aware of the peculiarities of some regions. In a hellish place like Norska, people usually have to start preparing for personal compensation and comforting their families. Although players can be resurrected in another world after death, in Norska, death itself is a very normal phenomenon. It is not strange to not die several times. It is even normal for the soul to shatter and die completely because of excessive pain. You know, the player's immortality is mostly just in the body, but Norska is close to the Chaos Wasteland, and if something bad happens, the soul may be directly sent away. Looking at the awkward administrator who was silently digging her toes into the ground, Leon narrated more calmly. The runes on my body are proof that I want to survive. Otherwise, the Norse pirates will kill me. I just secretly found some time to come out and eat these days. So can I go back now? Looking at the sweaty old lady, Leon tilted his head. I don't want to die in there yet. I want to at least fight for Norska. Yes, I'm sorry, little brother. Let me register you with a special status using my permissions. Then you will have a certain quota every month, and you can read those paid posts for free. You should try your best to survive. I'm really sorry. It was my fault? Thank you. You've worked hard, too. It's okay. It's okay. Is there any good thing that can come from giving in? Looking at the old lady who was leaving, muttering and sighing as if she deserved to be darned, Liang stroked his hair for some unknown reason, as if he felt that he had earned a lot. A few minutes later, prompts appeared on Liang's mobile phone and computer forum, showing him some clues of paid posts. When he sat in front of the computer, ate a nutrition bar and opened the paid column, he saw the top post in the paid area at first glance. On the possibility of players building cities. By the first guild president, Granny of Adolf, you have received a gift from the God of Wisdom. You have obtained a special status. Observation of the God of Wisdom in the Great Game. Countless people and gods have exchanged identities at the card table, but the God of Wisdom is always one of them. Now, you are also invited to the card table. But how long can you play this game? You can control magic better. You treat magic as instinct and can cast magic without detailed construction. You have acquired the personality trait. Wonder Builder. Spectacle? You think spectacles are a waste of money and labor? I would say that they are necessary greatness. All wonder construction will be accelerated by 15%. The negative effects of wonder construction will be greatly weakened, and your reputation will spread in some abnormal spaces. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 200%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. I'm back. It's time to eat. Opening his eyes and looking at the familiar ceiling, Liang sat up from the bed and prepared to start soothing his body. Fortunately, he didn't starve to death. But unfortunately, he was almost starving to death. It was not known whether it was because the powerful magic ritual completely changed his body, but in fact, Leon had not eaten or drunk water for 5 consecutive days, and it did not cause much harm to his body. At least after checking himself in the mirror, Leon found that he didn't seem to have changed much. At most, his eyes seemed to have a spiral of another world, and some light blue symbols began to spread on his chest and body and gradually flashed. It's not a big deal. After all, they are players from another world, so it's normal for some problems to happen. However, after studying the performance of the so-called God of Wisdom and the buff he gave himself, Leon sat in front of the computer and began to search using the player's data. The God of Wisdom, or the so-called God of Wisdom in this world, is essentially a tainted evil god. Although he does have wisdom and can normally bestow blessings, his essence is actually evil and hateful, and that wisdom will only become twisted and ugly in the end. Simply put, the wisdom that most people desire is being smart, capable, and able to do something extreme. But the wisdom given by the God of Wisdom is quite extraordinary. He often becomes darker and thinks too much before and after doing things, and always loses his way at the critical moment. Although he is smart, he will always end up with the worst results in both scientific research and work. After checking on the internet, Liang gained some new understanding of the existence of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom has manifested himself in different forms and in different avatars in all cultures and civilizations, but there is no doubt that treating him as a deity to be exploited will always bring disaster. But Liang had never thought about it this way. After all, he was a cheater. If a cheater couldn't beat the natives and couldn't cheat, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Liang remembered some of the wonders and so-called holy places left by the God of Wisdom. But why are the bases of these gods all in the Chaos Wasteland and the North? Why are these civilizations so vague about the North and the South, and have so few records of their development? Is it because there are secrets and wonders at the poles, and is it the truth that these things hide? Thinking of the wonder of his own planet, the ancient saints' testing grounds, and then recalling the records of abnormal phenomena posted by players on the ancient ruins on the forum, Leon touched his chin, somewhat thoughtful. But at this moment, there was a strong knock on the door from outside. Room 302. Leon, we detected that you were awake. Why didn't you register when you came back? You didn't even register at the school. You're an illegal resident, don't you know that? Leon walked over and opened the door, and at a glance he saw the mother who was blocking the door with a fierce look. This strong and imposing-looking woman pointed at the form in her hand with her strong thumb and roared angrily. It's already the 5th day for the registration of players from another world. Why haven't you registered yet? An older staff member who looked a bit angry was looking at Liang impatiently, especially when he saw the tattoos on his body. His expression became even uglier. You are so young, and you are still doing some tattoo work in there? Do you know that tattooing is very dangerous in the other world? You may be caught by some evil god believers and have your skin peeled and tendons pulled out. Do you want to be different? Don't be too ambitious, kid. Hurry up and register and join the main force. Because I landed in Norska. I don't have time. The impatient mother looked at Liang's calm expression, and her expression quickly turned into embarrassment and guilt. He looked so tangled, as if he wanted to slap himself. As a local administrator, she is aware of the peculiarities of some regions. In a hellish place like Norska, people usually have to start preparing for personal compensation and comforting their families. Although players can be resurrected in another world after death, in Norska, death itself is a very normal phenomenon. It is not strange to not die several times. It is even normal for the soul to shatter and die completely because of excessive pain. You know, the player's immortality is mostly just in the body, but Nazca is close to the chaos wasteland, and if something bad happens, the soul may be directly sent away. Looking at the awkward administrator who was silently digging her toes into the ground, Liang narrated more calmly. The runes on my body are proof that I want to survive. Otherwise, the Norse pirates will kill me. I just secretly found some time to come out and eat these days. So can I go back now? Looking at the sweaty old lady, Liang tilted his head. I don't want to die in there yet. I want to at least fight for Norska. Yes, I'm sorry, little brother. Let me register you with a special status using my permissions. Then you will have a certain quota every month, and you can read those paid posts for free. You should try your best to survive. I'm really sorry. It was my fault. Thank you. You've worked hard, too. It's okay. It's okay. Is there any good thing that can come from giving in? Looking at the old lady who was leaving, muttering and sighing as if she deserved to be darned, Liang stroked his hair for some unknown reason, as if he felt that he had earned a lot. A few minutes later, prompts appeared on Liang's mobile phone and computer forum, showing him some clues of paid posts. When he sat in front of the computer, ate a nutrition bar and opened the paid column, he saw the top post in the paid area at first glance. On the possibility of players building cities. By the first guild president, Granny of Adolf, you have received a gift from the God of Wisdom. You have obtained a special status. Observation of the God of Wisdom in the Great Game. Countless people and gods have exchanged identities at the card table, but the God of Wisdom is always one of them. Now, you are also invited to the card table. But how long can you play this game? You can control magic better. You treat magic as instinct and can cast magic without detailed construction. You have acquired the personality trait. Wonder Builder. Spectacle? You think spectacles are a waste of money and labor? I would say that they are necessary greatness. All wonder construction will be accelerated by 15%. The negative effects of wonder construction will be greatly weakened, and your reputation will spread in some abnormal spaces. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 200%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. I'm back. It's time to eat. Opening his eyes and looking at the familiar ceiling, Liang sat up from the bed and prepared to start soothing his body. Fortunately, he didn't starve to death. But unfortunately, he was almost starving to death. It was not known whether it was because the powerful magic ritual completely changed his body, but in fact, Leon had not eaten or drunk water for 5 consecutive days, and it did not cause much harm to his body. At least after checking himself in the mirror, Leon found that he didn't seem to have changed much. At most, his eyes seemed to have a spiral of another world, and some light blue symbols began to spread on his chest and body and gradually flashed. It's not a big deal. After all, they are players from another world, so it's normal for some problems to happen. However, After studying the performance of the so-called God of Wisdom and the buff he gave himself, Leon sat in front of the computer and began to search using the player's data. The God of Wisdom, or the so-called God of Wisdom in this world, is essentially a tainted evil god. Although he does have wisdom and can normally bestow blessings, his essence is actually evil and hateful, and that wisdom will only become twisted and ugly in the end. Simply put, the wisdom that most people desire is being smart, capable, and able to do something extreme. But the wisdom given by the God of Wisdom is quite extraordinary. He often becomes darker and thinks too much before and after doing things, and always loses his way at the critical moment. Although he is smart, he will always end up with the worst results in both scientific research and work. After checking on the internet, Leon gained some new understanding of the existence of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom has manifested himself in different forms and in different avatars in all cultures and civilizations, but there is no doubt that treating him as a deity to be exploited will always bring disaster. But Leon had never thought about it this way. After all, he was a cheater. If a cheater couldn't beat the natives and couldn't cheat, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Leon remembered some of the wonders and so-called holy places left by the God of Wisdom. But why are the bases of these gods all in the Chaos Wasteland and the North? Why are these civilizations so vague about the North and the South, and have so few records of their development? Is it because there are secrets and wonders at the poles, and is it the truth that these things hide? Thinking of the wonder of his own planet, the ancient saints' testing grounds, and then recalling the records of abnormal phenomena posted by players on the ancient ruins on the forum, Leon touched his chin, somewhat thoughtful. But at this moment, there was a strong knock on the door from outside. Room 302. Leon, we detected that you were awake. Why didn't you register when you came back? You didn't even register at the school. You're an illegal resident, don't you know that? Leon walked over and opened the door, and at a glance he saw the mother who was blocking the door with a fierce look. This strong and imposing-looking woman pointed at the form in her hand with her strong thumb and roared angrily. It's already the 5th day for the registration of players from another world. Why haven't you registered yet? An older staff member who looked a bit angry was looking at Liang impatiently, especially when he saw the tattoos on his body. His expression became even uglier. You are so young, and you are still doing some tattoo work in there? Do you know that tattooing is very dangerous in the other world? You may be caught by some evil god believers and have your skin peeled and tendons pulled out. Do you want to be different? Don't be too ambitious, kid. Hurry up and register and join the main force. Because I landed in Norska. I don't have time. The impatient mother looked at Liang's calm expression, and her expression quickly turned into embarrassment and guilt. He looked so tangled, as if he wanted to slap himself. As a local administrator, she is aware of the peculiarities of some regions. In a hellish place like Norska, people usually have to start preparing for personal compensation and comforting their families. Although players can be resurrected in another world after death, in Norska, death itself is a very normal phenomenon. It is not strange to not die several times. It is even normal for the soul to shatter and die completely because of excessive pain. You know, the player's immortality is mostly just in the body, but Nazca is close to the Chaos Wasteland, and if something bad happens, the soul may be directly sent away. Looking at the awkward administrator who was silently digging her toes into the ground, Liang narrated more calmly. The runes on my body are proof that I want to survive. Otherwise, the Norse pirates will kill me. I just secretly found some time to come out and eat these days. So can I go back now? Looking at the sweaty old lady, Liang tilted his head. I don't want to die in there yet. I want to at least fight for Norska. Yes, I'm sorry, little brother. Let me register you with a special status using my permissions. Then you will have a certain quota every month, and you can read those paid posts for free. You should try your best to survive. I'm really sorry. It was my fault. Thank you. You've worked hard, too. It's okay. It's okay. Is there any good thing that can come from giving in? Looking at the old lady who was leaving, muttering and sighing as if she deserved to be darned, Liang stroked his hair for some unknown reason, as if he felt that he had earned a lot. A few minutes later, prompts appeared on Liang's mobile phone and computer forum, showing him some clues of paid posts. When he sat in front of the computer, ate a nutrition bar, and opened the paid column, he saw the top post in the paid area at first glance. On the possibility of players building cities. By the first guild president, Granny of Adolf, you sent out the Falcon Expedition. Your Falcon Expedition has been divided into 17 teams and has begun to explore and observe the periphery. Your city's population carrying capacity has returned to normal, and there is no need for too many buildings and farmlands. Your city's infrastructure needs have returned to normal. Under the strong judgment of one person, even a team of more than 1,000 people can be organized in an orderly manner. Because they had already integrated into this environment, a considerable number of serfs chose to stay in the landing area and became Li Eng's staff and related construction personnel. The remaining knights and captives who had experience in war were sent by Leon to various areas to explore and hunt. For small-scale demons, such as those weak demons that refused to leave after being hit by Leon's world magic manipulation and were clinging to the elemental soil, these knights had the right to attack them at their own will. However, for those large demon fortresses and corrupt settlements, they had to mark them and come back to make plans. Many times, people's disagreements are not because the differences between them are unacceptable, but because there is simply no effective judgment mechanism or way of communication between them. After Leon, the sole ruler, conducted a brief psychic conversation and inquired with each other, the team quickly set off with colorful flags. These knights, carrying all kinds of honor and faith, charged towards the gradually stabilizing land. They are the knights of the goddess, born with the right to expand territory and slay chaos. And now, the holy grail of the goddess is emitting a green warm mist among their team. This reality makes them all hold their heads high, full of expectations and desires for the future. After sending these faith-filled knights away, the rest of the things would be much easier for Leon. Ulfric also led a group of Norsemen, set sail with their dragon ships and a month's worth of food, and searched along the coast, intending to bring those Norsemen who lived the worst under his command. If you are lucky, you may even be able to meet members of the gang and communicate and trade with them through the symbols brought by your supreme wisdom. After these two groups of fighting forces left, the only ones left by Li Eng's side were the obedient peasant captives and the group of captives. With the help of cultural director Oliver, the captives were in a stable mood and there were no accidents. As for Liang, it was not until now that he really had the space to do research. Lord, what are your orders? No instructions. If I want you to do something, you should have thought of it in your own minds. But don't be surprised later, I might ask you to do something greater. After taking a look at his research list, Leon smiled at the somewhat confused Oliver and locked himself back in the observatory. Faced with the complex universe, Leon flipped through his mind and lit up all the pages related to scientific research. And in the next moment, the azure color representing wisdom instantly filled his consciousness, and he began to calculate the techniques and progress of various primitive technologies. You studied technology, farming. You studied technology, explored. You studied technology, images. You studied technology, accumulation. You studied technology, recorded although it did not reach the level of flooding the screen. The scientific research knowledge provided by all the Norska researchers, although it is strange to say this, the experimental area and system can indeed do this almost instantly provided countless radiances in front of Leon. For it is not as if the Norsemen were completely ignorant of these concepts. Through the looting and constant offensive and defensive battles along the coast, the Norsemen actually had a certain degree of understanding of the outside world. And with the addition of the knights, this accumulation of knowledge was only the beginning. Finally, with the on-site data provided by the serfs, it is equivalent to providing 99% of the progress bar of Eureka. Only a few points of production at the end, or even just a little research, are needed to light up the technology. The final result was that in front of Liang, countless production and construction facilities unfolded like a screen. How to farm, how to fish, how to tan leather, how to build a house that will not be destroyed by the natural environment in the short term, how to cover up your own smell, how to perform body hygiene checks and cleansing, how to search for herbs and basic herbal management. All kinds of basic knowledge began to emerge in the minds of everyone in the territory like memories, and every resident looked at the spire that dyed the sky blue in amazement. But what Leon cares about most is not these basic knowledge. After taking a look at the signs of the basic stage of magic technology and the signs of wonders, Leon opened the construction column related to world wonders with hope. Dozens of wonders that can be built under primitive technology were listed in front of Leon. Likewise, there is gray, which represents unbuildable areas. The Great Library of World Wonders, Magic, White Tower of Hoth, has been built. The Great Pyramid, Magic, the Pyramid of Ostad, a world wonder, has been built. The World Wonder Sky Garden, Magic, Paradise Garden, has been built. The World Wonder Bathhouse, Magic, Arathia Bathhouse, has been built. The World Wonder Terracotta Warriors, Magic, Mechanical City, has been built. The World Wonder, the Temple of Artemis, Magic, Assyrian Sanctuary, has been built. The World Wonders Oratory, Magic, Dwarven Ancestral Hall, has been built. A wonder of the world. I'm going to kill all these people who stole my wonder. Looking at the rows of unbuildable black wonders above, Leon gritted his teeth, his heart filled with boundless rage. Darn it, on what basis? How can you, a group of indigenous people, create wonders? But Leon still noticed that among the countless dim lights, there were still some buildings that were flashing with light that could be built. Does the player build the Etmananji Temple, Magic, Corrupt Temple? Requirements: 1,500 Productivity, 700 Foundation Stone, 100 Magic Sacrifice, 1,000 Magic, Large plot of swampland elements. It can provide a special status, Wisdom of Corruption, to all members of the player's faction. Placing citizen work on any swamp, decaying land, alluvial plain, or other land with symbols of rebirth and circulation can provide a certain degree of scientific research and productivity. The upper limit is 1 point of research, 1 point of magic, and 1 point of productivity per person. The loop element plot will provide a magic field and be regarded as a magic outpost. At the same time, magic operations can be performed to change its form. Swamplands can be created through magical manipulation. Your building may bring some wonderful changes to the world. A bit rubbish. But what else can we do? Good things have been taken away by others, so we have to make do with it. At worst, I can wait and use magic power to replenish magic technology and see what wonders the magic technology of the new era can bring. After looking at the appearances of several other wonders, Leon finally chose this building that looked rather strange and had a swollen feeling. Please read this. It's really important to me. The residents of your territory have developed a sense of distrust. The residents of your territory are experiencing great discomfort. Please note that if the comfort level continues to decline, the residents of your territory are likely to flee the city. Please quickly raise the comfort level to normal levels. Don't even mention the subjects. I feel sick just looking at it. Looking at the countless former captives and captives in the swamp, holding their noses and crawling up and down on the wriggling buildings. Although it was very rude, Leon always imagined them as maggots on rotten things. Because the spectacle is truly disgusting. Even though he was the one responsible for regulating magic power, and even though he was the one who personally decided to build this building, when he really saw the disgusting and corrupt temple gradually being built, Leon still felt a physiological discomfort from the bottom of his heart. The Temple of Etmananji is believed to be the prototype of the mythical building, the Tower of Babel, in Leon's original world. This building seems to have a very ominous sign in many legends, as if the people who built it and those who decided on it were never lucky. But in this world, the magical Etmanang Temple obviously has different problems. Although it is not the Tower of Babel, it presents another serious problem in Leon's eyes. After choosing a call, Leon used his magic to corrupt and transform the area inside the mountain. The creation of a swamp area was not a particular waste of Leon's energy. However, looking at the construction method, appearance, and architectural concept of the spectacular building, Leon began to doubt whether building this wonder would lead to him being alienated from his friends and relatives, because it looked much more heretical than the maze hidden in the mountains. In Leon's construction blueprint, the image of the corrupted temple looked like a rotting and stinking corpse in a swamp, an abomination being watched by giants. The serfs and workers were holding their noses, wandering around the corrupted temple unwillingly, scattering some rotten food and chanting runes whose meanings they had no idea but which could effectively guide magic power. Luong should be thankful that the knights had already dispersed and started exploring the map. Otherwise, he would have been in a state of confusion or rebelliousness. But as the decaying building gradually took shape, Leon could feel his consciousness sinking. The rotten, moist, warm swamp seemed to give people another choice. Every time a wonder began to be built, Leon could feel that these wonders seemed to give him a unique feeling. For example, the sense of control of the Stonehenge that tore the world apart, the illusion of omnipotence brought by the Vientiane labyrinth, and the strange warmth given to him by the corrupted temple. After the third day, when some captives finally began to vomit in disgust and fled away from the squirming building, Leon finally felt relieved and saw the hint as he wished. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 300%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. The moment the construction was completed, the already disgusting building on the swamp became even more disgusting. As if Leon's final magical power had given this thing life, the pale shell began to rise and fall in the swamp and began to release layers of yellow-green mist. The ordinary workers didn't even have time to scream before they were covered by the endless mist. Fortunately, this was not some strange poisonous mist that could kill people. Instead, it was a manifestation of the power of this corrupt temple. The corrupt wisdom begins to spread. You have received many clues about wisdom. You have realized the cage of the god of wisdom. There was a warm and moist feeling in my mind, as if I was wrapped in something. Looking at the spectacle of the swamp that was constantly spewing putrid green smoke and shrouding his figure in the swamp, Leon slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This rotten temple may look ugly, but it tastes really delicious. A corrupt wisdom solved some of the confusion in his heart and made Leon understand what the so-called god of wisdom was. Rather than being a god of wisdom, he is more of a god of stupidity. Although he has given people the power of wisdom, he has also placed an indescribable poison of wisdom in every dark corner. In the beginning, it is true that you can use these wisdom and ideas to solve certain problems. But in fact, this is a kind of clever poison. The more you use this wisdom, the more you will go astray. Then in the later stages of research and development, there will definitely be different thoughts and ideas that interfere, and the things that are forged are basically the creations of the devil. What's even more disgusting is that it is impossible not to accept this blessing. In other words, almost everyone who is doing scientific research cannot get past this barrier because they simply have no knowledge of it. However, with the corrupted wisdom and the plug-in, Leon doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. As for why, it's because the cage of the god of wisdom is just a negative buff for Leon. You have come into contact with the technology of the classical era. The cage of the god of wisdom has begun to operate. All technologies in the classical era require an additional 25% of research points to be researched. It's just a 25%, not even a hair's breadth away from a disaster. And most importantly, Leon discovered another function of the corrupted temple. Within the power range, any swampland element can be regarded as an extension of Leon's body and a magic sentry. In other words, even if there is only a small piece of non-renewable land, Leon can cover it. As soon as he got this ability, Leon gave the knights a suggestion through his mind control, that is, in all key areas and after observing suspicious phenomena, just create a small swamp on the spot. As for the requirements of the swamp, it is actually very broad. All you need is the concept of water, soil, and the cycle of life and death. In other words, all you have to do is dig a hole in the ground, add some water to mix it, and then sprinkle some of your own people's blood in it, and Leon will emerge from it. Good stuff. It's good stuff, but it's also really disgusting. Leon suppressed his psychological discomfort and finally manipulated his magic power to pull those civilians who seemed a little intoxicated out of the swamp. Before Leon could say a few words to comfort these civilians whose moods were fluctuating, a scarlet prompt grabbed all of Leon's attention. The god of war is enraged by your pretense. He has decided to send an army of demons to destroy your homeland. I didn't bother you, but you came to me? Looking at the scarlet words on the prompt, Leon was almost laughing out of anger. The residents of your territory have developed a sense of distrust. The residents of your territory are experiencing great discomfort. Please note that if the comfort level continues to decline, the residents of your territory are likely to flee the city. Please quickly raise the comfort level to normal levels. Don't even mention the people in your community. I feel sick just looking at it. Looking at the countless former captives and captives in the swamp, holding their noses and crawling up and down on the wriggling buildings. Although it was very rude, Leon always imagined them as maggots on rotten things. Because the spectacle is truly disgusting. Even though he was the one responsible for regulating magic power, and even though he was the one who personally decided to build this building, when he really saw the disgusting and corrupt temple gradually being built, Leon still felt a physiological discomfort from the bottom of his heart. The Temple of Etmananji is believed to be the prototype of the mythical building, the Tower of Babel, in Leon's original world. This building seems to have a very ominous sign in many legends, as if the people who built it and those who decided on it were never lucky. But in this world, the magical Etmanang Temple obviously has different problems. Although it is not the Tower of Babel, it presents another serious problem in Leon's eyes. After choosing a call, Leon used his magic to corrupt and transform the area inside the mountain. The creation of a swamp area was not a particular waste of Leon's energy. However, looking at the construction method, appearance, and architectural concept of the spectacular building, Leon began to doubt whether building this wonder would lead to him being alienated from his friends and relatives, because it looked much more heretical than the maze hidden in the mountains. In Leon's construction blueprint, the image of the corrupted temple looked like a rotting and stinking corpse in a swamp, an abomination being watched by giants. The serfs and workers were holding their noses, wandering around the corrupted temple unwillingly, scattering some rotten food and chanting runes whose meanings they had no idea but which could effectively guide magic power. Luong should be thankful that the knights had already dispersed and started exploring the map. Otherwise, he would have been in a state of confusion or rebelliousness. But as the decaying building gradually took shape, Leon could feel his consciousness sinking. The rotten, moist, warm swamp seemed to give people another choice. Every time a wonder began to be built, Leon could feel that these wonders seemed to give him a unique feeling. For example, the sense of control of the Stonehenge that tore the world apart, the illusion of omnipotence brought by the Vientiane labyrinth, and the strange warmth given to him by the corrupted temple. After the third day, when some captives finally began to vomit in disgust and fled away from the squirming building, Leon finally felt relieved and saw the hint as he wished. You have created a new wonder. Your civilization progress has increased. Your civilization's wonder progress has accumulated to 300%. After you complete civilization creation, this feature will become part of your civilization. Your civilization currently lacks population, cognitive turning points, a second city, or areas of expansion. Please work harder. The moment the construction was completed, the already disgusting building on the swamp became even more disgusting. As if Leon's final magical power had given this thing life, the pale shell began to rise and fall in the swamp and began to release layers of yellow-green mist. The ordinary workers didn't even have time to scream before they were covered by the endless mist. Fortunately, this was not some strange poisonous mist that could kill people. Instead, it was a manifestation of the power of this corrupt temple. The corrupt wisdom begins to spread. You have received many clues about wisdom. You have realized the cage of the god of wisdom. There was a warm and moist feeling in my mind, as if I was wrapped in something. Looking at the spectacle of the swamp that was constantly spewing putrid green smoke and shrouding his figure in the swamp, Leon slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This rotten temple may look ugly, but it tastes really delicious. A corrupt wisdom solved some of the confusion in his heart and made Leon understand what the so-called god of wisdom was. Rather than being a god of wisdom, he is more of a god of stupidity. Although he has given people the power of wisdom, he has also placed an indescribable poison of wisdom in every dark corner. In the beginning, it is true that you can use these wisdom and ideas to solve certain problems. But in fact, this is a kind of clever poison. The more you use this wisdom, the more you will go astray. Then in the later stages of research and development, there will definitely be different thoughts and ideas that interfere, and the things that are forged are basically the creations of the devil. What's even more disgusting is that it is impossible not to accept this blessing. In other words, almost everyone who is doing scientific research cannot get past this barrier because they simply have no knowledge of it. However, with the corrupted wisdom and the plug-in, Leon doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. As for why, it's because the cage of the God of Wisdom is just a negative buff for Leon. You have come into contact with the technology of the classical era. The cage of the God of Wisdom has begun to operate. All technologies in the classical era require an additional 25% of research points to be researched. It's just a 25%, not even a hair's breadth away from a disaster. And most importantly, Leon discovered another function of the corrupted temple. Within the power range, any swampland element can be regarded as an extension of Leon's body and a magic sentry. In other words, even if there is only a small piece of non-renewable land, Leon can cover it. As soon as he got this ability, Leon gave the knights a suggestion through his mind control, that is, in all key areas and after observing suspicious phenomena, just create a small swamp on the spot. As for the requirements of the swamp, it is actually very broad. All you need is the concept of water, soil, and the cycle of life and death. In other words, all you have to do is dig a hole in the ground, add some water to mix it, and then sprinkle some of your own people's blood in it, and Leon will emerge from it. Good stuff. It's good stuff, but it's also really disgusting. Leon suppressed his psychological discomfort and finally manipulated his magic power to pull those civilians who seemed a little intoxicated out of the swamp. Before Leon could say a few words to comfort these civilians whose moods were fluctuating, a scarlet prompt grabbed all of Leon's attention. The god of war is enraged by your pretense. He has decided to send an army of demons to destroy your homeland. I didn't bother you, but you came to me? Looking at the scarlet words on the prompt, Leon was almost laughing out of anger. The leader of the Falcon Knights is a knight who looks elegant and noble. He always wore the shiniest armor, maintained the most elegant posture, and even kept his beard neatly trimmed. As a knight who followed the Holy Grail, he was now recognized by the Holy Grail. He was surrounded by a brilliant light, which was the proof that he was a knight of the kingdom. In Britannia, the knights of the kingdom must go to the Green Tide to prove themselves, or serve as the guardian of a city to supervise and act as the agent of the Night King when the territory is vacant. The style of Britannia determines that their chivalrous path is extreme. In fact, Britannia's roots lie in the knights. Every call to arms and every action by the Night King would draw out all the high-level knights, and those left behind were often ordinary people who were considered unable to fight, or knights of inferior ability. It is precisely because of this that chivalrous expeditions are so popular. No knight or lord would tolerate such an insult. Britannia is about the strong protecting the weak, and if they are not involved in fighting the Green Tide and the undead, they will be the weak being protected. That is why they chose to go on chivalrous expeditions to prove the necessity of their existence from different places. This ritual did not exist in the earliest days of Britannia, but with the development of several generations of Night Kings, especially with the development of the previous Night King, the Paladin Artoria, who always appeared in iron mask and full armor, it eventually formed such a custom. But now, they are not weaklings. On the contrary, they have completed the original purpose of the chivalrous expedition. Now, fighting against the devil is the climax of the chivalrous expedition. We were the weak ones. Riding on his steed, the Falcon Knight wandered in front of the other knights and said loudly, "We were not chosen by the king to join the great battle against the Green Tide. We are the weak who are protected. In the eyes of those knights of the kingdom, we are just a group of common people. We have failed to prove ourselves in the jousting tournaments. We have failed to show true bravery and grace. We are not as good as those great and noble upper-class knights. Morality, character, and martial arts, we seem to have none of them. But now we have done it. The Holy Grail is here, and the enemy is before us. And it is none other than our ancient enemy, a great demon called the Knight's Disaster that appeared during the war against chaos. It is a monster that has killed countless great knights. Looking at the huge monster below that was roaring and becoming brighter and brighter, the Falcon Knight's voice was extremely loud. "We are now on the most noble battlefield," he shouted loudly. "We will become heroes that are sung in all history books. We will kill all the demons. This may be the day we die, but it will be worth remembering. Knights, see, there is an enemy over there that is worth fighting. Fight, fight, fight." The wind was cold, but the blazing light of faith even lit up the sky. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, the Holy Grail burst into a fiery light, and countless light green mists spread out, making all the knights present feel their fatigue disappear instantly. On the hillside, the knights had formed a column. Even though their team looked extremely thin and weak compared to the demons, their high morale and the light of the Holy Grail ignited by their lances proved that they had the ability to fully kill the demons. However, just when everyone wanted to start charging forward heroically, a great will suddenly came into their minds. "I'm sorry, but I don't think your life should end here. My lord?" Hearing the voice coming into his ears, the Falcon Knight was stunned. "We have seen the demon army you mentioned, and we are convinced that this is a battle that is destined for us. Why? How long do you think you can resist?" "Forever, my lord. As long as our breath remains, these demons will not be able to threaten our territory. As long as one of us is alive, they will never be able to set foot on this sacred area." "No, I had an idea." In the knights' minds, Leon's voice was still so relaxed and indifferent, as if some transcendent being suddenly thought of something interesting. "I suddenly remembered that if the demons want to enter this world, they must first understand the elements here. In other words, they need this world to be relatively stable, right? And they don't have any problem with small instability. Only large-scale changes in elements can cause the dissolution of their existence. Moreover, the demons are fearless because they believe they will never die. Even if they die, they can be resurrected in another dimension, right?" "Yes, my lord." The knight responded in his heart as he looked at the demons at the bottom of the hill, whose number had been reduced by almost 9/10, but whose sizes were getting bigger and bigger. Their breath was getting more and more realistic, and they were even starting to leave scorch marks on the soil. As long as their concepts are not shattered and they are not allowed to leave forever, these demons will sooner or later gain power in the void and revive again. Even the Night of Calamity has been suppressed several times. But on the other hand, if they can be truly killed, they will surely be extremely panicked, right? Then I understand. You just need to charge, and I will take care of the rest." "Yes, my lord." The Falcon Knights nodded their heads and accepted the order. They looked at each other, started to urge their horses, and started to charge towards the demon camp at the bottom of the hill with their muskets raised in unison. "Poor little knights, are you going to show your blood? Do you think we are powerless at this moment? Very good, very good. I will grant you your wish. Dedicate all your blood and skulls to my lord." Just as the devil was laughing at the charging knights, Leon stood silently in front of the Stonehenge 100 kilometers away and snapped his fingers with a smile. "Large-scale magical operation, flattening the area. Please turn all the mountainous areas on my border into plains." The stable Stonehenge suddenly emitted a terrifying roar that no human could hear. Large-scale aggregation of factors and ultra-large-scale mobilization of elements will cause the surrounding environment to become unstable. This is common knowledge in the wizarding world. The moment the demons felt the turbulence of the magical elements around them, their faces suddenly turned into fear. "In the name of Lord Leon, die forever, demon!" The knight, shining with white light, roared and instantly thrust the extremely hot musket in his hand into the twisted head of the demon, instantly blasting it into a handful of white light. Demons are nearly perfect killing machines. In a sense, they have a lot in common with players. For example, the fearlessness of death caused by the immortal body, and the fact that the body can appear at any time, so they can do things according to their own preferences. Many people even think that demons are players of this world to some extent. They constantly hone their skills, do what they want to do, and show some extraordinary feelings and cognition. Many times they even come off as fully emotional and colorful. But only those who have studied it deeply know that these demons have no emotions. They are just a phenomenon, a symbol, a weird entity that looks normal but actually has no feelings at all. But what's interesting is that when these things really face the complete extinction of their personality, their performance is even worse than that of ordinary intelligent life. Seeing the possible permanent death, these monsters fled in all directions, and even some reptiles are stronger than them. No, no. What the heck is this? Lord Blood God, save me. A familiar scream and a familiar ending. The moment the Stonehenge shook the earth and disrupted all their environment, the Knights' charge instantly broke their formation into pieces. Normally, these demons would have been furious, roaring and chopping the Knights in half with one sword. But when they saw their fellow demons turning into light particles and screaming as they were dragged into the void, they became afraid. They could feel permanent death beginning to creep up on them. The Knights' disaster, the demon that had been wreaking havoc in Britannia for so long, fell to the ground without a sound. The huge body that looked like a small mountain seemed to dissolve, breaking into countless rune chains and black magic power on the Black Land, and gradually rising into the sky. The demons screamed and cried, but they were anchored in place by the massive tremor of magic. In the grand ceremony of transforming mountains and valleys into plains, the demons were only able to maintain their individual existence. It doesn't have much impact on humans because it is a chronic ritual lasting 1 month. But for the devil, this was no less than the collapse of heaven and earth. This is the power of Lord Leon. For Leon, for the Knights, for the land of Advent. The falconers reached the end of Stonehenge's influence and cheered all day long as they watched the demons dissolving on the ground. At the same time, Leon, who had been monitoring this side, manipulating the huge magic power in nature and starting to decompose the demon, finally received his own prompt message. A glorious victory. Your Falcon Knights have accomplished a legendary annihilation of their old enemy. The Falcon Knights have been promoted to a special combat unit. Because of the special history of the Falcon Knights, the special abilities of their core must have demon hunting characteristics. It will cause greater damage to all chaos demons. Because of a glorious victory, the Grand Knight of the Falcon Knights, Isaac, has begun his heroic journey. Please let him move and fight more. He may become a Lord unit. You performed very well in this battle. 3 knights were slightly injured. 1 was seriously injured. 214 demons died. Your manipulation has resulted in the sacrifice of all demons. Because of your sacrifice choice, you have gained a lot of knowledge about the path of war and magic. You defeated the Blood God's attack and killed all the cowards without leaving any prisoners. This made the Blood God very pleased with you. He forgave you for your offense against the Bronze Bull. When, looking at the ending in his sight, Leon thought tiredly. This victory was not just due to Stonehenge. The main surprise for Leon was that his magic ability had greatly improved since the construction of the corrupted temple and the Vientiane labyrinth. The intuitive view was that the sacrifice was very professional. Those demons that were severely injured and began to disintegrate did not even have the choice to return to the Chaos Wasteland. Instead, they were torn apart by Leon's Stonehenge as if they had entered a killing line, and turned into runes and streams of light that poured into the Stonehenge. And those complicated blood-colored runes became pieces of knowledge, symbols, and sigils, which were imprinted on Leon's body and spirit. As mentioned before, demons are the embodiment of certain phenomena. Although they look like intelligent creatures, they are essentially living structures of magic and knowledge. After sacrificing them and dissolving them, what you get is a large amount of magic and knowledge. In one day, Leon had to manipulate the construction of wonders, activate the Stonehenge to modify environmental elements, and constantly dismantle demonic structures for sacrifice. To be honest, it was really tiring. Under Liang's orders, the knights had already returned to their hometowns to drink and celebrate, ready for the next legendary battle. Liang, exhausted both physically and mentally, returned to his observatory. Feeling the weightless suspension, he quietly closed his eyes and chose to accept the baptism of the information tide. You killed a large demon and got clues about the Blood God. You can unlock the warpath. Advancement on the warpath requires blood and struggle. Only after paying the blood of 10,000 intelligent creatures will the next link on the warpath be opened. As expected at the beginning, in fact, no token is needed to enter the Tao. Just like Liang didn't think those things were gods at first. Looking at the various values and prompts sliding down in front of him, Liang quickly found the key points that he was concerned about. Those demons selflessly provided a lot of knowledge and magic power, and brought some seemingly strange magic technologies to a place close to lighting up. These are the special targets to be explored next, and maybe new wonders will appear. The lighting of the warpath and war magic allows Leon and the people of his faction to simulate the Blood God's mark and gain blessings. Rather than calling it an attack by the Blood God, it was more like a gift package, which gave Leon a better ability to resist the risks of the subsequent war crisis. But 10,000 people. Looking at the sign of promotion, Liang thought subtly. But if you kill 10,000 intelligent creatures to advance, then in this world, you can be considered a demon. How can we kill pests? If it doesn't work, just pile more demons on top. Liang quickly gave up thinking and decided to relax his tired spirit a little. But at this moment, Liang saw a line of small words flashing below his system. Hint: your servant Ulfric is being tested. XX dungeon is coming too? Can you give me some time to catch my breath? Otherwise, I will die here sooner or later. Looking at the line of small words, Liang instinctively raised his eyebrows. Please give me some time to post and read. It is really important to me. 1 hour ago, Siren Sea. Since leaving the confines of Stonehenge, the world seems to have returned to the familiar state that the Norse people are familiar with. Moving along the coastline of what was once known as the North Chaos Sea towards the inner Siren Sea, the waters that originally seemed clear and vibrant once again became turbid and unclear, with even the backs of some strange monsters floating in the ocean from time to time. But it was not known whether it was because of Leon's protection or the light blue chaos mark on their bodies. Those huge sirens did not attack the Norse fleet. But to be honest, even if an attack really happened, these Norsemen would not be very scared. When they had no way to get food, they would often go out to sea to hunt these monsters in the ocean to fill the food gap in the village. Now, they have some devilish wisdom and are constantly moving forward in storms and oceans. It was as if there was a common database in their minds. Even facing the magical storm blowing from the direction of the chaotic snowfield, these sails and queues could move forward in an orderly manner amidst the wrath of nature. This was not someone's protection, but their instinctive action after receiving the wisdom that Liang had imparted to them. Sailing is like an instinct ingrained in their bones, and the imprint of supreme wisdom enables them to easily draw inferences from past experiences, constantly innovate, and sail freely in this cursed ocean. In this sea where even the floating island warships of the Dark Elves could be destroyed and sunk, the Norsemen have not suffered any casualties to this day and are still moving towards their goal at an extremely high speed. They can even use the stars in the sky to anchor their direction and use knowledge to steer their sails across the 7 seas. This was perhaps the most perfect moment in a Norseman's life. Deep snow fell from the sky as the Norsemen's dragon ships advanced along the rugged and terrifying chaos snowfields. Their goal was to reach the frozen sea this afternoon and find the nearest Norse gathering place before the sun set. Because the mission was relatively easy, many people on Norska's dragon ship had already leaned inside the cabin and started chatting with the people around them. I think Leon is God. The Norseman, whose hair was soaked with snowflakes, said sullenly. He says he is not God, but he is. He is greater than the dark gods that the high priest said he was. I have such a bright mind and so much knowledge now. If he is not God, then who is? But he said he wasn't. That must be a lie. It's just to reassure us. Facing the objection from a young boy standing on the dragon's head, the middle-aged Norseman said in a deep voice, "Look at the symbol of the sacred eagle on us. It is a symbol of wisdom. Even the god of darkness was convinced by Leon and blessed us with his mark, so he must be a god. Maybe he is the incarnation of the gods of darkness. What about the Holy Grail? We've beaten those tin cans before, so how could they believe that Leon is the incarnation of the god of wisdom? The Holy Grail is glowing. I don't know about that, but he must be a god." The old Norseman scratched his head and gave his thoughts very stiffly. Norsemen are generally very stubborn in their decisions and are not particularly cunning. They believe what they feel. Even if Leon and a certain regional psychic aggregate were enlightened, their thinking logic could not be distorted in the short term. They thought for a long time and argued with each other, but there was no result. But as the dragon boat turned a corner, a seemingly silent raider began to think and felt as if his wisdom had suddenly dawned on him. He claims that he is not God, but he can control God's things. So is there a possibility that the boss is actually right? You mean? He may be greater than the gods we know. Just as he said, he is the old one of this world, and sooner or later he will lead us on the path to world domination. That seems to make some sense. That's it, right? Hey, what do the guys on the other ships think? In the silent siren sea, the voices of the Norsemen on the ocean could be heard very far away, even by the surrounding dragon ships. The Norse people, who had become impatient due to the long voyage, immediately split into several factions and confronted each other, using the loud Norse voices and curses to attack the lower body and immediate family of those who opposed their opinions, just like the quarrels in every corner of the world. Listening to the lively and energetic voices, the man standing at the front smiled and turned to look at the leader who was inside the cabin with a large sword on his back and a hatchet on his waist. Ulfric, did you hear that? Everyone is curious. As the first messenger of God, what do you think? I don't know. Ulfric, who was standing in the cabin, spoke in a muffled voice with dark circles under his eyes. He always had a strange sense of foreboding, just like the day when the siren's leg was gnawed by parasites. He had a strange sense of danger, like an ant crawling. But just like when he didn't find it at the beginning, he could only feel a kind of boredom and uneasiness spreading in his heart. But he couldn't find the source of the crisis at all, and he didn't sleep well for 3 consecutive days. Ulfric's friends just shrugged their shoulders when they saw this scene. Well, Ulfric, how long until we reach the frozen sea? Well, there's still about 30 nautical miles. Darn, how did I know this? Ahaha, everyone is the same. This feeling of constantly stuffing knowledge into your head and then constantly understanding it is really strange, to be honest. The friend laughed, stepped down from the leader, and patted Ulfric on the shoulder. Okay, let's not talk about this. We are all adults, so it's time to talk about some sensitive topics. Ulfric, do you think Leon is a god? Didn't you just ask? I don't know, but it is an important question, Ulfric. Looking at Ulfric's face of resistance and awkwardness, his friend sighed and said seriously, It's been so long, Ulfric. We all know this. Everything is too abnormal. Even the power of the dark gods is working freely in his hands. I don't believe you don't know what those blue marks are. Even your current condition may be related to this. I'm worried about you, Ulfric. We're just small fry, jerkbags robbing the ocean. We don't know when we'll die. But you don't understand your position, and you'll die without knowing how. So now we must clearly understand our position, who we are, and what we should do. You are the leader, and we listen to you. I said I don't know just as Ulfric was about to reject the question with an irritated look on his face. The lookout standing at the dragon's head suddenly issued a warning. Ulfric, we spotted black smoke ahead. It's coming from the village we passed by before. What? Ulfric didn't bother to communicate with his friend and walked quickly to the bow. Looking at the thick, black smoke, Ulfric felt that the uneasiness in his heart seemed to gradually turn into real panic. The northern part of the Sea of Siren and the Sea of Chaos is generally the area of the Chaos Wasteland and the completely twisted demon tribes. People living in this area can basically not be called human beings, but can only be called demons or demon servants. Their minds and spirits have been corrupted by the magical winds of the Chaos Wasteland, and their behavior and thoughts are more like beasts in human form than humans. Although the Norse have a tradition of self-destruction and the pursuit of a noble death, they are relatively resistant to this state. The frozen sea at the edge of the Siren Sea is the so-called edge of the human world. Although demons occasionally appear here, they are not everywhere like in the Chaos Wasteland and Chaos Snowfield. There are also some edible fish and berries on the land and in the sea. Although life is difficult, at least you can survive. As for the area where Leon was, it was called the Broken Land in the past. There were no living people there except a group of chaos demons and pirates. So it takes 3 days to sail all the way to the nearest area with traces of civilization. Even if they were traveling at top speed, It would probably take at least 10 days to reach the edge of the frozen sea under normal circumstances. This was enough to highlight how desperate Leon's position was. By the way, who knows how the chivalrous expeditionary fleet came about? Maybe someone helped them get there. However, Ulfric came to the frozen sea this time not to rob his poor brothers of their last fruits, but to help them find a good way out. The place where Leon landed, even if the iron-made Wonder City was not counted, even the land that had been reclaimed was rich in water, grass, and products. Although it is not as good as the southern kingdoms and those areas that specialize in operating magical powers, but for the poor Norse people, this place is as beautiful as heaven. Ulfric had no objection to recruiting the Norsemen to his landing place. But the moment he saw the black smoke of destruction rising from the location of the village, Ulfric had a sudden realization in his heart, or a feeling of connecting all the clues together. Although he didn't know what his brain understood, Ulfric knew that he seemed to understand something. That is, when it comes to gods, even small things can turn into disasters. Come closer. Ulfric, let's send a vanguard to take a look. This situation is very unusual. I say, come over here. I'm afraid this is a punishment. Punishment? Under the observer's puzzled gaze, Ulfric shook his head silently without explaining anything. The fleet's originally joyous atmosphere suddenly became suppressed. No one was singing or dancing, and no one was making noise. Under the magical snowflakes in the sky, the fleet sailed silently across the strait and witnessed the tragic situation of the village at the edge of civilization. As Ulfric said, that is punishment. It was as if a vicious god was venting his anger, and a scene that made people feel cold and terrified from the bottom of their hearts appeared before everyone. It's a blood eagle. One village, 145 people, including 27 children, 17 elderly people, 35 women, and 6 pregnant women. These people, along with the adult Norscan laborers, were carved into blood eagles, standing on the edge of the coast, silently watching the returning Norscan dragon ships. Their eyeballs, frozen by low temperatures, seemed like glass, reflecting the turbid light and shadows. Even the baby in the pregnant woman's belly was carefully made into a little blood eagle and inserted under the pregnant woman to show the relationship. Behind the scenes of this devastation, a group of figures once worshipped by the Norsemen leaped in joy in the center of the village. They built a huge bonfire, hanging scattered human organs on it, screaming in respect to the dark gods. In the center of the bonfire, a weird and twisted statue of a condor was emitting that familiar blue light, looking at the Norska team in a teasing manner, seemingly filled with their shock. This is divine punishment, Ulfric. This is the consequence of your disrespect for God. As they watched the horrific and bloody scene in silence, an old man's trembling voice was heard among the crowd. Hearing the hoarse voice, Ulfric turned around in surprise and looked at the short figure who had walked out from the crowd at some point, holding a long staff and trembling all over. High Priest, when did you get on the ship? Looking at the thin and dry body, Ulfric said in surprise. At the beginning, the High Priest fainted when he examined Leon. It seemed that because the backlash was too severe, everyone put him in another room and didn't take him seriously. During the transfer, the High Priest did not wake up immediately. But this kind of thing is quite common in Norska, and no one took it seriously. They arranged for the High Priest to protect the landing site, left 2 reports, and then the Norscans set out along the coastline. But now, with the High Priest's appearance here, this incident seems a little ambiguous. He did not choose to stay with Leon, but woke up early and secretly stayed in Norska's fleet, obviously intending to bypass Leon. I'm not old enough for you to notice me coming aboard. The priest of Norska coughed, and his eyes could not be seen clearly through his deep eye sockets. You have all been deceived by the evil god. Don't you feel it yet? Your wisdom, your ability, your strength, which one is not given to you by the sacred eagle? It seems to be true. Yeah, isn't wisdom something of the kind that belongs to the sacred eagle? He can't be a liar, right? Haven't we all realized this? Seeing the highly respected high priest, many people's expressions began to waver. The high priest looked at the hesitating people, his mouth curled up like an eagle, his hands spread out like wings, and he let out a dry scream. You've all been deceived. Pale blue flames burned in his pupils, and screams echoed on the coast. Obviously, this is the wrath of the condors. They gave you wisdom and encouragement in desperate situations, but you were deceived by that evil god. That despicable incarnation. He must be the evil god of Britannia. He deceived you, using his power and language to make you create scars on the world. He wants you, as the people of the condor, to serve him blindly. Look, this is the punishment for the condor's disloyalty to us. Don't you realize it yet? The punishment of the condor. Unrest has begun to spread among the people, and changes have begun to appear in the fleet. Because it was God's punishment, it led to the most tragic and painful deaths of hundreds of people, resulting in this result. Looking at the ice-carved blood eagles on the edge of the coast, Ulfric frowned and grasped his axe. With a creaking sound, blue veins spread from his palm until his entire arm became throbbing with blood. Blood gushing out? Why do I feel a passion and a blazing fire burning in my heart? Ulfric. A calm voice echoed in Ulfric's mind. I have mastered the power of the god of war. You don't need to worry about anything, just follow your heart. Along with those trustful words, a layer of light red light appeared in Ulfric's palm. It was a strange symbol filled with fierce fighting emotions that wanted to tear everything apart. That is the mark of the divine dog, the bloodthirster, the god of fighting. Looking at the high priest in front of him who was eloquent and looked like a two-headed eagle with its wings spread, Ulfric closed his eyes and sneered. You are lying, priest. I talked to the editor, and it is past the first round. Thank you for your support. I will spend an evening to proofread and correct the previous plot and text. I really appreciate your support, so please follow me. I really beg you to read it every day. Thank you. Although it is not their own territory, as long as their team passes by, the surrounding terrain will be recorded in detail. Likewise, as long as his team was still on the move, Leon could cast his gaze on the team leader. So Leon knew everything about Ulfric's treatment. It's obvious that some so-called gods who can't afford to play are starting to take action. After the god of struggle comes the god of wisdom. The high priest was not a member of Leon's team from the beginning, so he was ignored. But for Ulfric, who has already mastered the blood god seal, such a twisted individual is not really a match. It's mainly a mental instability. But spiritually, no matter how much you shake, will it be of any use? Leon's voice reaches the soul directly through the connection. Whether it is knowledge, ability, or planned area, as long as Leon shifts his gaze over there, it is a direct connection. So the moment Leon noticed that Ulfric was wavering, everything was doomed. I told you not to trust the gods or the priests, just trust me. Do you understand what I mean now? These Norsemen never learned their lesson. The rebellious mentality of the national character still exists, and it is time to change it. Looking at Ulfric, who was beheading the high priest who had transformed into a strange bird with one knife in his sight, Leon shook his head helplessly and felt the changes coming from them. Under your guidance, the attitude of Ulfric and the Norsemen is firm. Your unique civilization moment has arrived. Your civilization's major events begin to be recorded. In the first month of the Advent calendar, the suspicious and manic Norscan Ulfric and a group of Britannian captives witnessed the miracle of the Advent on the Broken Coast. They saw the incarnation of the God of Gods, and saw the scene where the world re-evolved everything under a huge bang. The Norsemen believed that this was a miracle that belonged to them, but so did the Knights of Britannia. For various reasons, this miracle was tampered with and became the malice of other gods. Ulfric was bewitched by the evil demon of the god of wisdom in his confusion, but at this moment, his faith exploded. He slew the two-headed devil and proved your divinity on the bloody ship. The Norsemen have vowed to achieve a better future, and they believe that your steps and Norse words can carry on for thousands of years. Now trigger the civilization event, the Norse migration. Civilization event. Norska migration. The Norsemen had fought a hard battle with the Empire and the Githreaves, but they failed and could only survive in the mountains and icy plains of the north. They were gradually forced by the environment and eventually became captives of the Chaos Gods. Otherwise, they would not have survived. But now, their legends tell it, Ulfric the Beast Hunter has received a definite message. claiming that the everlasting storms of the northern chaos sea have been suppressed by the power of the gods. The broken lands are now fertile lands. Here, the future of the Norsemen will be truly redeemed. Although this statement sounded very strange, the Norsemen were willing to believe it. Large tribes began to move towards the broken lands to find out what was going on. After the Norse migration, there will be another turning point where your civilization's moment will be defined. At that point, you can give your faction a unique name. The turning point of your civilization has been anchored. Civilized event, the perfidious and chivalrous expedition. The remaining expeditionary fleet has returned to Britannia. Knight Joshua has gradually spread your story, and the chivalrous expeditionary force is gathering. These people do not believe that the legend of the Holy Grail is true, nor do they acknowledge that the Holy Grail exists to allow the Britannians to obtain the fruits of the future. The chivalric knights returned from the wrath of the sea, and the devastated legion spread a poisonous message. They claim that the Holy Grail has been tainted by an evil wizard, and that a sinful wizard king has emerged from the broken lands. The knights call on all knights to join this chivalrous expedition and completely crush this vicious enemy. The god of wisdom will decide to give you a variable. The god of war will decide a war for you. The chivalrous expedition is expected to expand to 8 to 9 times its original size. The chivalrous expedition is expected to arrive in 1 to 2 months. A large number of benefactors from the god of war and the god of wisdom will appear within the chivalrous expedition. They have been inspired by divine oracle, so please be careful. After the event chain ends, you can create a monument for this event to commemorate the birth of your civilization. Tip: the current wonders are beyond the cognitive concepts of everyone in your civilization, so they cannot become a turning point for civilization. Please also improve the cultural level and appreciation level of your people. It turns out that the civilization moment is not triggered by oneself, but is triggered by certain units guided by one's own decisions? And how many times do I have to urge this illiterate person? I don't want them to be illiterate, but their intelligence is just like this. What can I do? Only things that these people can understand, such as war, death, walking, and down-to-earth construction, can create great achievements that can be regarded as turning points in the spirit of civilization. As for Leon's direct miracle, how should I put it? It's like 3 meteorites falling from the sky while you're walking. All of them pure gold. It's visually shocking, but it's completely incomprehensible, and he doesn't take it as his own achievement. After all, it is impossible for humans to call down a shooting star. Even if he worked personally, it was all the magic power guided by Leon and the special alien technology from the test site. For the Norsemen and the Knights, this was completely unknown. All they knew was that they were migrating for a better life, and that they wanted to live a normal life. Relics like the Holy Grail, the expeditions of knights, and the battles between wizards and witchers are the realities that these people living in the ancient Middle Ages can understand. After all, if they are enemies, they will be killed, and if they are friends, they will be killed together. Civilization and wonders are too broad for them. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be a problem of illiteracy. Leon thought about it and felt that it might be due to these people's low level of education. If he was not illiterate, everyone would be more shocked at this moment and say something like, "We and the gods built such a wonder together." Then the mixed punishment would be gone, right? But it's not too late now. Looking at the name of Britannia, Leon couldn't help but think of another very useful identity of his. He is still a player and can get information from different channels. Of course, he can also use different channels to spread certain accurate information more widely. Let's do something while we're resting. I seem to be a high-ranking person. Leon thought about it and decided to make some decisions. When the dilapidated chivalrous expedition ship returned, everyone in Cologne witnessed the miserable state of the ship. The ship, once full of streamers and colorful flags that looked like something out of a fairy tale, was now stained with dirty blood. The lower cabins were filled with the nailed and skinned peasant captives and knights' retainers. The pilot who was supposed to give the narration had turned into a madman and could only say that an unimaginable horror had appeared in the north, turning their ship into such a bloody and horrible state. The only one who was still sane was the leader of the knights, now the avenging knight Joshua. This once noble and elegant knight burst into tears after waking up, accusing the knights and captives on his ship of being bewitched and betrayed by an evil spell, and claiming that they had somehow maliciously defiled the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail that once carried the glory of the goddess now serves the enemy. This makes all the knights feel ashamed. Moreover, the occupation of the saints in the lake and the association of the arrogance of many knights and nobles all claimed that they had occupied an unimaginable evil that was spreading over the broken land in the north. Even the ladies in the brothels were spreading such news in secret. In just a few days, calls for a chivalrous expedition spread throughout the streets of Cologne, demanding that a special expedition fleet be dispatched to give the cursed wizard a taste of his own medicine. Of course, because the Night King is leading the main force of his knights to curb the green tide spreading in the Badlands, the number of regular knights in the chivalrous expedition may not be large. However, many knights, squires, captives, some special professions, soldiers of the Blade Society, and mysterious foreigners have announced their intention to join this special chivalrous expedition. For the purity of the goddess Holy Grail, these strangers are willing to sacrifice each other's lives. Under normal circumstances, the noble knights would have felt that this action seemed to have some signs of unease. But now, the Judgment Knights in charge of environmental containment have followed the main force to contain the green tide. The remaining troops in the Night City of Cologne were all reserve knights from some places. All they could do was wait for the call or join the chivalrous expedition. For these country knights who are pursuing honor and ideals, this kind of thing is simply 100 benefits with no harm. What's more, there are many people secretly fanning the flames. Not even a native human of this world. Hey guys, are you guys planning on joining the chivalrous expedition? The Earth Tavern in Cologne is a gathering place for players in Britannia. Wandering knight players wearing armor and ordinary players wearing leather or even linen will all be treated equally here. Because this is a very important place for information exchange, the players who act here are all leaders of well-known guilds or even player organizations in external forums. But now, they were discussing the topic of this chivalrous expedition intensely in the tavern. Among them, the man wearing the most gorgeous clothes and covered in golden armor knocked on the table and said in a muffled voice, "Of course we have to go, but that's the northern chaos sea of Norska. If something happens there, won't people really die there? Some time ago, I even heard that someone died inexplicably in the rainforest and couldn't be resurrected. So what? Can the rest of us just stay here as captives?" A disheveled player in linen clothes spat and shrugged, looking bored. This hellhole of a place like Britannia may seem like a good place, but it's impossible to cross the class hierarchy. Captives are captives, and knights are knights. Outsiders like us can't even get in. We can only rely on large-scale operations like this. But we are not considered as natives of Britannia, so what's the point of sneaking in? Didn't you read the forum? There's a guy in Norska who knows the situation there. There are real lands and people there. You mean? Many eyes were looking at the male player in linen clothes. The male player looked around, as if he was about to reveal some great plan. He subconsciously lowered his voice, looked at the players around him, and said slowly, "If we bring along some of our fellow warriors, even if this chivalrous expedition fails, we can still qualify as pioneer knights. When we stand at the edge of the frozen sea, we can boast that we have some connection with Britannia. This can also be a talisman. After all, we players still need to have our own city to feel at ease. But the border of Norska is too dangerous. With our ability alone, I am afraid we can't even resist a war beast. And you all know how protected Britannia is. This is a token of my loyalty." Looking at those players who seemed to have suddenly realized something, this man, who was obviously an agent of a certain first-tier player guild organization, smiled with a very proud look on his face. "Even if we gather an army to help them, even if the mission fails, as long as we really contribute, Britannia will accept the favor. They will come even if they don't like it." The man in sackcloth clothes looked at the knights and followers around him, who all had good intentions for them, and began to help with the plan very seriously. Lone wolf players can be recognized as Britannians, and the collective players have a claim and a knight's label. Even if we fail, there are benefits, and if we succeed, we will also be knight masters. You might even be qualified to build a city in Britannia. Isn't that much better than Norska? As soon as the Mai player finished speaking, someone followed. The knight in golden armor touched his helmet and said sullenly, "Are those knight masters really that stupid?" "Oh, yes, it seems that they are indeed stupid. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set out on an expedition to the Broken Land with such fanfare. Right? For us, the loss is not big, but the rewards are great. Maybe we can even clear our identities. Why not do it?" Singing in unison, how about telling crosstalk? Other low-level guild players and mid-sized guild leaders looked askance at their performance. But they don't have much say. It's already come to this point. The territories have been divided up pretty much. The old world is the only one that dominates here. There's nothing much to say. They can only watch them posturing. The knight in golden armor pretended to think and asked tentatively, "But is what the Norse player said true?" To be honest, I asked a few reincarnated Norse players, and the terrain and people match up. The player in hemp clothes waved his hand and gave a decisive reply. "Besides, isn't there a rumor about a mass migration in Norska? We're going to go there. Then we can find players there and ask the Norskans to sell us some fur and bones. We can bargain for the price. Wouldn't that be a good way to make a fortune?" "Oh, this looks like a good opportunity to make a lot of money. Yeah, that sounds good." Seeing the two people pretending to settle the matter, the other players looked at each other, and no one wanted to take the lead. A yawning young man sighed, held his chin in his hand, and glanced at the two people who were performing the double act. "What's the name of the Norska player? Are there any other authentic ones?" "Leon, a Norse player with an official refugee certificate, certified by the Forum." The tavern story in Britannia was just a part of Leon's plan. His time is tight. Although he was literally exhausted every day, he still worked hard. In the Arctic region, where every second counts, a few days can bring about dramatic changes in territory. Controlling the flow of magic power all the time was a huge mental burden for Leon. It would take a month for the system to undergo large-scale changes naturally, but Leon didn't have that much time, so he had to do it himself. There are many things that Leon needs to do, including gradually twisting the rugged mountains and canyons into plains, calming the originally irritable earth elements into a stable state, reawakening the elements of nature on the coastline, and turning the originally cursed fish and chaotic ocean into a natural sea rich in nutrients and magic. And no one could help him. But for the Britannian peasants and captives, what they saw was a scene that they would never dream of, nor would it be possible for them to see in their lifetime. They watched the original wasteland turn into a swamp within a day, and then watched the pure black humus soil that was born after the swamp receded. The rich life elements in the soil could stimulate the vitality of crops to the limit. Although it may not be as good as Britannia's own magical breeding of 4 harvests a year, the serfs also believe that they are protected by the gods when they see the huge crack in the sky. Some serfs are even sent to the swamp area to screen and select seeds and other things that can be used for farming in the swamp area. With the additional knowledge of farming and some small details in their minds, the captives started to build some houses despite being in the frozen land of the far north. They began to try to grow some crops on this vast land. This is also what Liang asked them to do. There is no need to worry about insufficient water supply because the controller of this area has the ability to control the wind and rain. Just irrigate when needed. All they had to do was follow the knowledge and instincts that emerged in their minds, so the food seeds in their hands that were re-irrigated by magic and brought by the knights, and then watch the plants sprout and take root overnight and take good care of them. For the peasant captives, even with their limited knowledge, they understood that under the irrigation of such high-intensity magic power, even without the black soil, it would become a fertile farm with abundant products. In this case, the farmland will be ready. Looking at the endless fields in front of him, Leon nodded with satisfaction in the observatory. From his aerial bird's-eye view, he had seen that on the vast plain far away from the Vientiane labyrinth, hundreds of serfs had begun to leave the landing site and established a gathering place around them. This place, called the God-given plain by the farmers, is the largest plain area in the Broken Land. There are only a few small hills and cracks inside, which have been filled up by Leon's magic power. As for the farther mountains, Leon's current magic power is still unable to fill them up directly. But at present, within the scope of Stonehenge, this large irregular plain is probably enough to support hundreds of thousands of people according to current planning. Next is the development of the territory's minerals, and the construction of preliminary industrial facilities, which will require manpower. Looking at the various crystal-clear minerals and special prompts in his field of vision, Leon manipulated his magic power to turn it into drizzle while thinking about the future planning of the territory. Because after this territory survey, he found that the Broken Land is actually a rich mineral area. There are 2 open-air high-quality iron ore areas and 1 copper mine. The estimated reserves are still unclear, but the Iron Mountain Range has appeared, so there is no need to worry about the reserve problem. There are dozens of other areas where mineral materials cannot be identified due to unclear technology, as well as a series of industrial ruins brought by previous civilizations that can also be used. There are 4 ruins of former civilizations suitable as outposts and 2 industrial park sites. The previous expeditionary civilizations have left Liang with a rich heritage of site selection. As for security, although those scattered demon armies may come in and cause trouble, it is impossible for them to do so on a large scale. The demon army of the god of war has retreated to the edge. After all, it is too close to Leon, which is like giving away magic and technology points for free. Only demons that adapt to the environment can reach the range of the Stonehenge. After a series of repairs and reconstructions, the knights from Britannia began to move out of the protection of the Stonehenge through the offering of the Holy Grail, and launched the first round of attacks on the demon giant tree about 50 kilometers away. It can only be said that the results are remarkable. The demons there have no idea that humans can also attack the demons in return. Beneath the rotting tree, the knights carried out a massacre. With the death of 24 knights and 73 injuries, thousands of demons were sent into the void, and the swamp corruption spell was successfully cast around the giant tree, confining the tree within its range. Now some Norsemen are heading to the big tree to build an outpost. If the pace goes normally, Leon will soon be able to get his second affiliated outpost. The population gap is huge, but there are solutions to these problems. In addition, Leon used his identity to set the pace among the players, so the news of players' calls and the information from Britannia were all in Leon's hands through the forum. There was no need for too much or too detailed, so-called confidential information, and the flow of prices and population could not deceive people. From the Great Migration of Norska and the expedition of Britannia, Leon's civilization was destined to forge a true civilizational identity in blood and fire, so that his civilization could officially appear in front of everyone. This may be bloody, but it is a necessary rhythm. Hint: your Norska outpost has been built. You have already mastered a natural wonder. Planetary natural wonder. Corrupted living oak. This wonder has a variety of forms to choose from. You can use magic manipulation or various means to change the form of the life oak and freely choose the bonus you want. Leon, who was floating weightlessly in the endless magic network in the observatory, looked at the system's prompt and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Maybe there won't be a lot of casualties? After all, this wonder of the planet may be more powerful than you imagine. Blinking his eyes and looking at the series of choices that the miracle of life brought him, the smile on Leon's face became more and more intense. Sorry, I'll make up for it with 4 updates tonight. The purely setting chapters aren't very good either. I'm sorry, everyone. Planetary wonder. Oak tree of the age of corruption, completely corrupted. There are many theories about the source of life on this planet, but a large number of elves believe that the Oak of Ages is the source of life. This huge tree is the size of a city, and this life is so huge that it even has its own ecosystem. But most people don't know that the huge Oak of Ages is not only found in the Esaloron forest. There were once several such oaks in the world, but they were gradually destroyed in the change of civilizations. And now, you have found the one you least want to find, the oak tree that symbolizes the decayed life. Under the influence of the winds of chaos, this oak tree has long been twisted and rotten. However, there is still a glimmer of hope. Features: non-chaos populations or dark gods worship populations will receive the negative effect Life Howl, and there is a certain probability that the unit will fall into a state of loss of appetite each round. After this state accumulates 3 times, the population unit will turn into a corrupted beast and begin to attack your territory. It provides jobs for up to 3,000 people, who can choose to cut down trees or maintain the ecosystem and pick fruits. Choosing to cut down trees will bring 5 points of productivity and 1 point of mana per turn. Maintaining the ecosystem will bring 4 points of food and 1 point of mana per turn. Please note that choosing to cut down trees will bring unpredictable results. Current status: corrupted by chaos. Optional items: purification. Use 100,000 mana units for pure purification, radiating the vitality of the Oak of Ages. Corrosion: use dangerous technology to completely corrode the Oak of Ages. This action will greatly advance your nation's composition and push it towards the ranks of the Dark Gods. Decay: use the Corruption Temple to immediately corrode the giant tree and maintain the cycle of life and death. This operation will purify the Oak of Ages to a certain extent and allow you to obtain the path of life. But please be aware that no one will like this ugly posture. Without the need to obtain them from those abnormal psychic consciousnesses, can the combination of planetary wonders or artificial wonders also create various paths? This is a brand new direction of development. Leon, floating in the observatory, looked at the structure of the huge oak tree with a thoughtful expression on his face. Just as the information provided by the players, this giant oak tree is even larger than imagined, and even the demon's camp is just the rotten part of the roots of this huge tree. In many places, there are hanging fruits that are sour and unbearable, leaves that look as black as ink, strange structures that seem to be symbols of failure at first glance, and some unsettling black trunks. This huge tree occupies an area even larger than the place where Leon landed, and looks like a small mountain range standing on the Chaos Wasteland. Its huge vitality itself forms a magical structure similar to a shelter, which makes the originally violent chaos storm around it much more stable. If the Norska outpost can be turned into a gathering place, I believe this huge tree can provide a lot of help. At least there will be no shortage of food and productivity. After all, according to ancient legends, the huge tree canopy, nearly a kilometer high, could even accommodate several indigenous civilizations fighting against each other. But what Liang values is not these things, but the results he gets from his own suggestions. Depending on the technology, the wonders you have are different, and the prompts you get are completely different. Is this because my own knowledge reserves and cognition have improved, and the system has extended more options? He clicked the third one without hesitation. Looking at the nauseating green mist flowing from the swamp and gradually enveloping the oak trees, Leon fell into deep thought. A huge, unimaginable vitality was being fed back into Leon's body from the swamp. Even outside the Stonehenge, this unimaginably huge tree still possesses a considerable degree of order. After its vitality is aroused, it combines with the aura of decaying vitality and wisdom of the corrupted temple, and even spreads a defensive, miserable green mist around it. Some wriggling white flesh began to roll and float in the swamp. These were the tentacles of the power of the corrupted temple. They began to have an ugly intercourse with the Oak of Ages. Layers of withered yellow breath covered the giant tree. If they had not had certain information in their heads from the beginning and had not sensed any aura of chaos, the knights would probably have screamed and fled in all directions by now. But now they just looked at everything around them in amazement, whispering to each other. But they didn't think too much about this terrible decay. After all, to be honest, this black giant tree was not a good thing in the eyes of the knights. It was like throwing some ugly things into the trash can. This behavior allowed the knights, who were very firm in their beliefs, to find a reason to convince themselves. Soon, under Leon's will, the squirming white rotten thing began to absorb the black chaos fragments on the tree trunk. In the cycle of life and death and decay, the chaos pollution that was said to be immortal and indestructible also quickly dried up and turned gray, revealing the rotten body inside the giant tree. The giant tree began to radiate an uncomfortable vitality, and its gray-black shell began to disintegrate and disintegrate, allowing layers of light green and dark green secretions to spread all around. As green fluorescent light began to spread from the upper layers of the tree canopy and the alien sound of slime rubbing against each other began to be heard all around, under the horrified gaze of all the knights and Norsemen, the branches of the corrupt temple poured into the roots of the giant tree, revealing a dark green swamp smell. Corruption successful. You have obtained the corrupted Oak of Ages. The negative characteristics of the Oak of Ages have been corrected. As the Lord of the Oak, you will gain the 2 talents of Wisdom of the Oak and self-healing of corruption. All residents of your faction will receive the blessing of self-healing of corruption. Oak Wisdom. Those who possess the Oak of Time are often wise men who transcend time. All research point requirements are reduced by 15%. Rotten Self-Healing. The Oak of Ages is a symbol of vitality, and the superposition of weirdness and order brought by the Temple of Corruption makes the vitality of the Oak of Ages have an extraordinary display. You will not have any fatal weakness unless your head is chopped off or your soul is taken away. Your recovery ability is accelerated by 300%, and you will carry an unpleasant stench when you recover. Very strong. Very strong. It is indeed a planet-level wonder. It just gives a different feeling. Although it's a bit ugly and disgusting, there's no need to worry too much. Liang feels that he should be able to figure out the subsequent life operation techniques quickly, so changing the appearance is not a problem. The main thing is to get the technology and wonders first and then use them together. After all, what concerned Leon more was the dangerous technologies in front of him with their progress bars rising sharply. So what you need is the status quo. In Leon's view, as his knowledge of magic and understanding of chaos deepened, his progress in forbidden magic technology was almost leaps and bounds. As the Oak of Ages was completely decayed, Leon saw from high above the mountain like giant tree being eroded and finally emitting a strange, pale green sap from its crown. He realized that those broken chaotic concepts were being quickly absorbed by his own power. In this world, only Leon holds the power of the corrupted temple, and whatever the corrupted temple brings and takes away can only be taken away by Leon. So he understands the progress of his magic. Demons are a phenomenon. Killing them will give you technology and magic points. However, the phenomenon of chaos erosion itself is also a phenomenon. As long as the conversion method is appropriate, this concept itself can be turned into technology and magic points. The magical wind blowing across the chaotic wasteland looked more like flying technology points and magic points in Leon's eyes. However, he was just a lord of corruption and had no ability to get those things. But based on this, Leon began his own thinking. In other words, these things should essentially be just a phenomenon, not their characteristics. Is it because these phenomena and demands themselves came together that the four individuals who claimed to be gods were born? Looking at the rotten oak tree of the times, Leon expressionlessly peeled off some of his knowledge from his memory and threw it into the swamp. Then he saw a rotten demon crawling out of the swamp of corruption. Knowledge is poisonous. Casually taking away the knowledge of the howling demon, Leon looked at the face of the dangerous technology and made his own judgment. It is too early to turn against the so-called Chaos God. Luang needs more people, more pioneers, and more regions to extend his sphere of influence to further places. Moreover, these four have been rooted in this world for too long. So long that the players don't know how long it has been. Or is it that in a more distant time, in the past when Leon doesn't know when, the wailing and desires of countless people in this world forged these four twisted so-called gods? Leon still remembers the times when they caused trouble for him. More than 100 Blood Eagles, the initial demon army, and the combat troops that must be maintained now are all major blows to Leon's initial development. He wanted to take his destiny into his own hands, rather than relying on so-called tokens or gifts from the gods. However, now that we have obtained the path of life, we must first look at the status of ourselves and the city. Of the four avenues, only the last joy was left unobtained. But Liang has already got some clues. Perhaps the difference between technology and gods, faith and magic is not that big in this world. You can wait for the right opportunity, use the population to strengthen your image, and create your own path of joy. After rain-fusing the purified vitality of the corrupted temple into his body to keep himself alive, Liang continued to float in the air of the observatory, checking the status of himself and civilization without sleep. Player. Leon status. Near death, magic wind continues to hit, vitality continues to be infused, body value. Strength. 4, magic boost, constitution. 20, magic power enhancement, vitality infusion, agility. 4, magic boost, perception. 20, magic boost, corruption infusion, magic power control limit. None talents. Communication mastery, magical manipulation, arcane body, eye of the orbit, Will of terror, wisdom of corruption, supreme wisdom, wisdom of oak, self-healing of corruption, hint, you. Realize that many skills and abilities are related in some way. Perhaps you can use a special ritual to elevate your life essence. This will be an ascension event. Skills. None evaluation. If your servant Ulfric were to try to kill you from 10 meters away from you, you would definitely die. But Ulfric would definitely not be able to resist what appears after you die. Life and death are just a transition state for you now. You may still lack an opportunity. You need to make up your mind. Very normal values. Nothing surprising. Leon knew very well that according to the intensity of his sudden death level work, he would need magic and vitality to hang on sooner or later. These parts can be taken at a glance, but the important thing is the next city scene. City, the land of the fallen city population, 2,447, Norse migration in progress, urban area, God's gift plain, giant tree outpost, experimental area education level, illiterate status, trust, fanaticism geographical location, northern chaos sea, broken land technology age, classical current productivity, 1771, swampland, experimental area blessing, current food, 2,462, blessing of the oak of time, current technology, 1624, supreme wisdom, wisdom of corruption, blessing of the labyrinth of all things, current culture, 6, cultural director, holy grail, current faith, magic 1421, Stonehenge, experimental area, God worship characteristics blessing, city evaluation. An impossible city built on wonders. Its establishment, extension, and expansion are all the result of wonders. However, these wonders can become nails that penetrate into the chaotic wasteland, opening up an impossible path for those who come after them. There are still not enough people. There are not enough people. People, 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 people. Give me more people. Give me more power. Otherwise, when can we walk towards the starry sky? How long will we stay on the planet? Lying in the void of the observatory, Leon looked at the 2 moons hanging high in the sky and the pure white planets, then slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the ivory outline. The result of long-term manipulation of unimaginable magical power and prying the magical wind of the entire area is that there are even inhuman cracks on the outline of the palm. The light blue magical wind flows through the body and even replaces part of the body function of the blood. Leon stared at the full moon in his palm, slowly closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. When are you coming? Chivalrous expedition. My high-quality population is waiting for you. Leon slowly closed his eyes and chose the technology option that was almost black. Do you choose to study cross-technology, introduction to magical matter? This technology presupposes that emotions are void. Any path, magic manipulation, mysticism, mathematics, rational thinking, or wisdom path cannot overlap with any path conditions. This technology is special and may bring special results and extensions. Please choose carefully. Emotion is emptiness. Emptiness is existence. Existence is will. Will is the world's subsequent extension theory. Psionic theory. Abnormal technology. Prerequisite. Unable to calculate required points. Planet units cannot be calculated. Cologne. The origin of the chivalrous expedition in the Chaos Wasteland. The fight against the Green Tide took away all the splendor of the capital of the Night Country. Those great and noble knights closed the purest white castle, brought their horses and top followers, and launched a raid on the evil land with triumphal songs. The foundation of Britannia is the chivalrous spirit of the knights, where the strong protect the weak and keep all dangers and hardships out of the country. But this also means that once Britannia's Real army begins to march far away, the remaining defenders in the Kingdom of Knights will mostly be old, weak, sick, and disabled. Some who are not worthy of the name of knights and can only appease their own shortage of knights by forming groups. They are not qualified to participate in the war against the Green Tide, but they claim to be knights, so they can only patrol the territory of Britannia, appease the people, and find various opportunities to atone for their sins. These are the chivalrous expeditions that often appear in Britannia. The expedition in the name of knights is not only to highlight their own chivalry, but also a ladder for Britannia's advancement. The truly great knights only need to show their brilliance in competitions and on the battlefield. But the chivalrous war selects those war knights who can only be born out of continuous wars and strong desires. Therefore, every time a chivalrous expedition is launched, there will always be many lower-class knights who are eager to join the expedition and respond to the call. Although their charge here should be regarded as an instantaneous blow, facing the formal, blessed, and glorious army of knights, they might be crushed by one blow, but their spirit and enthusiasm will never be exhausted. No one likes to be labeled a coward, and no one wants their reputation to fall to that level. Therefore, chivalrous wars often take away countless civilians and serfs, as well as the battlefields of lower-class knights. In Britannia, which is blessed by the Lady of the Lake, even if the taxes are only 90%, the serfs can still provide enough resources to raise countless offspring. In a sense, this is also the normal metabolism of Britannia and a necessary part of this country. Now, the chivalrous war against the Broken Land has begun. Heroes from all over the world are gearing up and have arrived in Cologne with their own captives and supplies, ready to participate in this chivalrous expedition against the Chaos Wasteland. The reputation of this chivalrous war to conquer the Witch King of Chaos is no less than that of fighting the Green Tide. In fact, to a certain extent, this belief and loyalty are more legitimate. This also makes the entire chivalrous expedition fleet seem to be abnormally expanded, including troops from far more than Britannia. Just like now, even some dangerous activities cannot get the rewards they deserve in the capital of this knight country. Here, this is your reward for cleaning up the polluted granaries outside the city. It's 13 silver coins in total. 13 silver coins? The blood-stained player looked at the fat merchant in front of him in disbelief, pointed at his torn clothes and burn marks, and shouted in front of the store. We found a blood letter with crippled legs in the barn. We fought hard to defeat it. 14 of our brothers died just so I could chop off his head. Now you are humiliating us with 13 silver coins? That's 14 lives. The passers-by looked at the player who was covered in dirt and shouting miserably, and looked at the store owner with some dissatisfaction. The dissatisfaction does not extend out of mercy or sympathy, but because the boss did not handle the problem well. Looking at the eyes of his neighbors, the shop owner sighed and raised a finger. Then I'll give you 2 more silver coins. Add 1 more silver coin and 28 copper coins, otherwise we can't calculate. Okay, take it. Get out of here. Okay, I wish you a prosperous business. It was as if he was a completely different person. The guy who had just been kneeling on the ground crying miserably, as if he was trying to show some kind of brotherhood, immediately took the wallet that the boss threw to him impatiently with a grin and left happily. This kind of thing gradually became a common occurrence in Cologne. The players, these fearless, nimble, yet extremely fragile guys, began to use their own miraculous channels to get the news of the chivalrous expedition at some point. These are like the legendary rat men who started to occupy the streets of Guarani, asking from house to house if they need any help or what needs to be done. And although the players are not in good health, they are fearless, not afraid of dirt or fatigue, and have considerable subjective initiative. Therefore, Cologne did not have many doubts and classified these strange lives as normal objects. After all, there are too many seemingly immortal things in this world, including undead magic, constructs, elemental creatures, consciousness aggregates, demons, and incarnations of nature. One more player is nothing. Although there are a lot of players, compared to the elemental disaster when the world was full of elemental creatures, the player's performance can be called the model of undead creatures. If they are slightly dangerous, they are easily suppressed and are considered by the Britannians to be a subordinate race similar to captives. It's just that sometimes I don't know what's good for me. However, most of the players did not care about the merchant's disgusted expressions. Instead, they blew the silver coins, put the copper coins inside into their pockets, and then hummed a little tune as they walked to a chaotic street area, opened a secret door, and walked down. Along with the warm and humid air and the noisy roar, the gathering place of the players appeared in front of this man, making him smile. Hey, is business going well today? Yeah, we encountered a demon vampire in the barn, but luckily he was stuck in the portal and was killed by us using our bodies to revive him. Otherwise, we might have lost money on this event. The male player showed no sign of crying or shouting in anger just now. After counting the 14 silver coins, He handed them to the reviewer in front of him without changing his expression. Here, 14 silver coins. There are 14 of us brothers, so we'll give you 1 silver coin each. We'll just record them all on the magic bill when the time comes. Are you planning to gather some supplies to join the chivalrous expedition? A few silver coins won't be enough. The player, who looked like a bartender, casually recorded it in the magic book, glanced at the dirty player in front of him, and sneered. The price of supplies has risen again. The basic guarantee requirement for a cabin space on the chivalrous expedition has risen to 74 silver coins, and it may increase further in the future. Your current guarantee amount is a bit insufficient. Huh. Why is the price going up again? Is it so expensive to get a berth? You think it's expensive, but I think it's expensive too. Don't you think that this is the first major event that we players can participate in 3 years? We all bought the ship with our own money. How can we let you get on it without paying? Looking at the muttering players, the bartender rolled his eyes and said as a matter of course, once the players unite, the power they can mobilize is very powerful. The cruisers were the Emperor's Hammer, the Skyfall, the Barracuda, the Will, the Rotting Corpse, and the Sacred Skull. The strike fleet consisted of 2 cruisers and 4 battleships. There were also more than 100 unsecured modified ships sailing with the fleet. This was the largest fleet that the player number 1 guild could bring out with certain official support. Because there is no goddess or magic protection, and the figurehead has no recognition, the player's fleet can be said to be fragile compared to other fleets in the chivalrous expedition, and has no real combat power. However, a total of 360 artillery pieces and a series of material supplies are still necessary for the fleet. Moreover, for the mages of the Tower of Wisdom who supported this chivalrous expedition for unknown reasons, it was not difficult to include these fleets in the joint casting range. Players are quickly integrating into this world and developing as local residents. Everything is moving in the right direction. Whether it was the supplies that were continuously sent from the far west or even outside the old world, or the gossips spread through the streets, or the whispers produced in special occasions filled with purple mist, everyone seemed to be enveloped in a kind of frenzy. The chivalrous war must be carried out, and it must be the most powerful and most populous chivalrous war in history. The supplies transported even exceeded the amount of 160 dock warehouses, and the sponsorship fleet that came with it reached the level of 21 medium and large ships alone. Even the legendary naval battleship Night Glory, which once fought against the 3 battleships of the vampire pirates and was not at a disadvantage, will be deployed as the flagship of this chivalrous war. With the support of many parties, the scale of this chivalrous war was unprecedented. Players, humans, elves, dwarves, the Empire, and even the Tyrells and the border princes further south, and even further afield, all began to gradually hear of the greatness of this chivalrous war. They all knew that a supernatural gap had opened up in the Arctic, where the powers of the Chaos Gods did not seem to be working. A strange, even monstrous wizard had taken possession of the Broken Lands and was modifying the local terrain with powerful magic. According to common sense, such a powerful wizard should be a well-known individual in history. However, everyone checked their family tree and found that their ancestors for 8 generations had never seen such a person. In the end, they could only conclude that he might be a stowaway from other regions. Let the strange stowaway experience the enthusiasm of the local people. The major powers did not have any special thoughts about this. It was just another daily chaos in the old world. The scale of the fight was not even as large as the joint efforts of the Empire and Britannia to fight the Green Tide. At least 3 more dwarf fortresses have been destroyed in the Badlands, and the long-bearded men are furious and are ready to send runesmiths to give the greenskins a big blow. Moreover, as the vampire pirates became more and more powerful, large-scale naval battles broke out around the island of Eternal Gathering. There are double-digit levels of battleships alone, and there are even super battleships. Compared to the inexplicable chivalrous war in the Broken Land, it is obvious that the resistance against the Green Tide in the Badlands and the naval battle around Evermeet Island are more exciting. But this is just the world's view. For the person involved, or for a certain person involved in a chivalrous war, this kind of pressure is simply torture and pain that normal people can hardly imagine. Waking up from a nightmare once again. Joshua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling above his head with sweat all over his forehead. The purple gems that adorned the first-class enchanting courtyard of Cologne seemed to reflect his pale face. It's a big deal. It's totally out of control. Joshua wiped the sweat from his face, and his heart made a short and rapid roar. He hadn't thought about it at first. He just wanted to pass on the blame. Really, Joshua swears to God, at the beginning, he just wanted to make up a reason to escape. He killed his nephew who questioned him, slaughtered all the wavering knights in the cabin, and even killed all the unsuspecting captives under the cabin. Even Joshua himself could not remember how he managed to drive such a large ship back to Cologne. Is it a trend? Or something else? What was the outcome of this chivalrous expedition? What was the final outcome? They should have been told, should have been honest about their sins. Looking at the purple gem with a crack on it above his head, Joshua looked towards it with some hesitation in his heart. I don't know why I was possessed by the devil and killed everyone, leaving myself as the only witness. I should have told them. I should have been an upright knight, and I should have won with my sword and honor. Why did it turn out like this? Grown-ups. However, at this moment, a white and smooth arm snaked around him from behind, and a soft laugh came into his ear. You are a hero who discovered the evil wizard. When the Night King was still fighting the green tide in the south, you found traces of true evil and called everyone to fight. Isn't that a great thing? I am. A hero? A wisp of purple mist lingered in the incense burner, and my originally clear consciousness seemed to become blurred. He felt that the purple scent seemed familiar. In the incense burner of his own fleet, when he was madly killing all the servants, and when he was desperate and wanted to die, this touch of purple seemed to exist in the corner. Of course, my dear hero. In the girl's lavender and blurred gaze, Joshua's gaze seemed to become blurred as well. Am I wrong? Am I really wrong? I'm right. If I were wrong, why would I be here? How many people can admit their own incompetence and weakness? The girl lowered her head and whispered, It must be hard to leave that terrible world, right? My lord, you see, your dignity is ashamed, but I think this is a greater courage and honor, right? So, let us immerse ourselves in this joy. Let us walk towards the other side of chivalry in the blessing of laughter and honor. Look, I've become like this. The purple-eyed woman laughed. Along with Joshua's low growl and the woman's soft laughter, the incense burner crackled, bringing a wave of charming aroma. For the entire chaotic old world, an unprecedented chivalrous expedition may be a big deal for local factions, but for the entire old world, it is a small matter that does not shake the world at all. Because there's always fighting in this darn place. Even many scholars have seriously thought about it, and think that the population of each group may be refreshed. Otherwise, why can they support wars that have lasted for who knows how many years, and still be so active with each other, and even have the time to send various expeditions and colonists to carry out meaningless interference in various places? But generally speaking, the living conditions of the Norse people can give people an answer. Simply put, the poorer they are, the more they have children, and the more they have children, the poorer they become. If they can't survive, they will pray to God. Anyway, under the power of God, it is not a problem for a mother to give birth to 100 or 80 offspring. As for the chaos pollution you mentioned, we'll talk about it later. In short, only with manpower can we solve everything that comes later. Based on the living standards and cultural status of the Norse people, it can basically explain why all races in the world always seem to live in misery and hatred, and at the same time, why there are various populations. Because the women in those groups are basically either giving birth or on the way to giving birth, they rarely appear outside. Only a few unique groups or groups that have been deeply rooted in the old world and will not cause any problems in idle wars can allow women to appear alone. Otherwise, reproduction is always the top priority of a population, and the poorer the place, the more obvious this desire is. Typically, a woman would submit to the strongest warrior and sleep with him, hoping to leave behind the strongest offspring. This should be the 40th one, including today. I don't know what the migration is like. Looking at the tired woman sleeping beside him and the dirty traces in the room, Ulfric scratched his head. Therefore, when Ulfric began to enter the sage time, and ponder the meaning of life. It was already the 7th day since he entered the frozen sea. During these 7 days, in order to maximize the reputation of his great master, he chose some methods that Leon might not like, but were very Norse. To put it simply, the head of the high priest, who had turned into a bird-headed monster and whose head he had chopped off, was hung on the bow of the ship, and the simple enchantment method of Norsemen was used to demand that his soul serve him, otherwise it would be sent to be fed to the Stonehenge. Under such an effective threat, the high priest chose to obey. He knew only too well how terrifying the ability of that terrible guy to manipulate the most primitive rituals was. It was a ritual formation constructed from the most primitive ideas when intelligent life began to develop cognition and logic. It was a crazy creation that theoretically could not exist in this world. Stonehenge did not bring the first profit, but the most primitive destruction. When intelligent creatures first began to desire, they always pursued the destruction of their enemies, not their own survival. Because they could not even understand the concept of life and death, they sought the most complete destruction. So the old man was scared and hung on the Viking longship and served as a figurehead. With the help of the power of this chosen head of Tsinch, Ulfric was able to begin visiting the major Norse tribes around the frozen sea in a short period of time. Ulfric's choice was also simple. First, he took the longship and used the space ability of the old priest's head to fly directly over, and then announced that he came for the great son of the star, Leon, the ruler of the Broken Land, to let them live in a better place. If the other party knows who he is and wants to live a good life, then it's good for everyone. If that doesn't work, then let's bring up the most primitive duel of the strongest in Norska. As long as I become the chief, won't I be able to order everyone to go there? Ulfric thought he was a genius. As for betraying Leon, Ulfric had never thought about it. Even though the bird-headed man was sweet-talking, Ulfric was actually thinking about whether to go back for help or let Leon come in person. As someone who built Stonehenge himself and witnessed many wonders and celestial changes, Ulfric believed that Leon was not a human being, especially when Ulfric felt that his head and body seemed to be blessed by the breath of life. This simple Norseman had realized that his master must have done a lot of things in succession, allowing him, a younger brother and servant, to benefit a lot. Even the scar from the last duel seemed to have healed completely. I don't know why it smells a bit. Maybe it's because I didn't take a shower. Ulfric sniffed, stood up from the bed, and began to put on his cloak. The woman lying on the bed was also awakened by the sound. She opened her eyes sleepily and looked at Ulfric in front of her with a dazed look. Lord Ulfric, do you still need my service? No, you just need to follow my instructions and go to the Broken Land. After fastening his belt, Ulfric's voice hardened. I am following the oracle. No, it is the order of our master to let you live a good life. Now I am your chief, you just follow me. But, sir, seeing Ulfric, who was dressed neatly and was about to leave, the woman with whom she had a brief affair, and who was also the daughter of the local chieftain, bit her lip, looked at the legendary warrior with her bright eyes, and whispered their troubles. We women, and the chieftains of Norska, will not be able to pass through the Siren Sea for some time. Ah, Ulfric put on his leather armor and was stunned when he heard this. What the heck are you talking about? What do you mean there's no way to get through the Siren Sea? Because in recent months, unknown monsters have awakened in the Siren Sea and are attacking our ships. Even if we want to go there, we can only move along the coastline. There is no way to get there quickly. The woman pulled the fur to cover her bruised body, looked at the mighty and strong man in front of her, and said softly, As for the coastline, the Chaos Gods have issued a divine order that it is a forbidden area and that we are absolutely not allowed to pass through. There are even their watchtowers and fortresses on the edge of the coastline. For us, it is impossible to pass through those fortresses and checkpoints. Then why didn't I see anything when I came here? Is it possible that Ulfric and the Adventures are so powerful that they dare not show themselves? The pretty-looking woman glanced at the inscriptions and marks that kept appearing on Ulfric's body because of his emotions, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes, and she spoke softly. Without hesitation, Ulfric took the woman out to sea, heading to the Siren Sea to kill the darn monster. He did not bring his own soldiers, but instead called a group of the elderly, the weak, women, and children on board, ready to use disguises to deceive the monster's less sensitive perception. As a Norseman, or rather as a Norseman who had witnessed the cruelty of the dark gods and the might of Leon, Ulfric knew very well. Although Leon did not say it, Ulfric knew too well what the consequences of not treating people as human beings were. Ulfric has not forgotten the Dark Factory assembly line. Now something has blocked Leon's plan, and what Ulfric has to do is to clear it up and make the plan go smoothly. As for the statement that Leon was a good man and there was nothing to worry about, Ulfric didn't believe it. Ulfric had seen the moods of the dark gods, and that was why he was in awe of Leon's restraint. If Leon didn't restrain himself, what could a god with a physical body in reality do? Good people should not point guns at others, otherwise I really don't dare to imagine what they will do afterwards. So Ulfric decided to get rid of the guys who were affecting his performance. Right here? Yes. Looking at the vast misty ocean in front of her and the clearly defined boundary of the sea, the sapphire eyes of the chief's daughter were filled with fear of the unknown. They had tried to sail along the coastline before, and just as they said, the Norse tribe that believed in the Chaos Gods had built a castle along the coastline, and when they saw the ships they did not try to attack, but just shot fireballs and arrows at them, making it impossible for them to sail along the coastline. There were some believers in the blood god who howled and tried to rush forward, but they would always be pulled back by people from other Chaos tribes. Although they believe in the Chaos Gods, they are not stupid. In terms of obeying God's will, they made what they called a wise choice. Like the Norsemen who came out of the Broken Land, everyone has a sacred mark on their body, and the wound in the sky of that place is still vivid. Only fanatics will rush over to carry out the so-called secret orders. But such people often rush to the battlefields of Kislev and Prager, and it was not the turn of these guys in the mountain gullies to execute. But it was an objective fact that there was no way to sail along the coastline. They could only take a boat full of the elderly, the weak, women and children, and start moving towards the Siren Sea in the middle of the frozen sea. What a bunch of sneaky people who only bully the weak and fear the strong. I came here with a group of soldiers, and you guys didn't even dare to fart. How come you all came out as soon as I left? Looking at the misty Siren Sea, Ulfric looked at the women, children, the elderly, and the weak who were trembling in fear behind him, and a look of disdain flashed across his face. But whatever, let's kill them all while we have the chance. Squinting his eyes and staring at the misty sea, Ulfric held his breath, listening to the magical winds around him and the inspiration given by nature. Before that, some information seemed to flash through Ulfric's mind again. Just like the various kinds of wisdom that Leon had given him before, all kinds of knowledge were flashing through Ulfric's mind now. It was just that this time it was slightly different from other production and agricultural knowledge. In his mind, he thought about how to systematically operate the wisdom, struggle, and life imprints in himself, how to stimulate his vitality, how to improve his judgment, how to strengthen his fighting ability, and a series of spell-like abilities flashed through Ulfric's mind. Among them was the ability to use the power of life to explore and perceive living things around him. This is the result of the introduction to magic research. Although Ulfric had no idea what the heck introduction to magical studies was. Looking at the misty sea, Ulfric's mind moved slightly, and the shining marks and runes on his body gradually disappeared into his flesh and blood, without any abnormal state. He looked like an ordinary person without any ability. He wore a hood and leather to hide his scent, and made some arrangements to make himself look like an old Norseman piloting a ship. As expected, as these preparatory exercises progressed, the originally peaceful Siren Sea began to experience some unusual movements. A will, a subtle existence, is slowly moving under the dark water. The cunning senses detected that there was another boatload of young women and children, as well as an unknown guide man. But it didn't matter. Although he had just woken up, it was his habit not to be picky about food. I felt that I couldn't defeat the people on that boat, and the power on it was a bit scary, so I avoided it from a distance. But I didn't expect that such rich food would be delivered to my doorstep. Sorry, I need to eat. The monster hiding at the bottom of the sea squinted its eyes and opened its mouth wide, ready to leap out of the ocean and swallow up all the women and children on the dragon boat in one gulp using its favorite jumping and swallowing posture. But the moment it leaped out of the sea, He saw the red-bearded strong man on the dragon ship angrily holding a broken iron sword with a shining red phantom. Looking at the figure leaping out of the sea, he immediately raised the weapon high and let out a roar that shook the entire Siren Sea. "How dare you, a jerk like you, hinder the great cause of the Lord? How dare you hinder my achievements?" Ulfric roared, his body almost burning with 3 different colors of light. He seemed to instinctively understand how to use 3 different traits in combat to help him hunt the beast. The scarlet light seemed to cause the long sword in his hand to undergo some unusual changes. As Ulfric swung the sword, the invisible blade even instantly cut a huge gap in the lower body of the siren in mid-air. The huge siren screamed in fear because of the injury, and its terrifying body, which was at least 30 feet long, rolled in the ocean, wanting to retaliate against Ulfric who attacked it. But when the blue light appeared, he and the entire dragon ship disappeared into the air in an instant, then avoided the roaring attack of the giant beast and appeared behind. This kind of manipulation should be extremely tiring, but the green light made him feel refreshed in the blink of an eye. He seemed to have merged with his former life as a giant beast hunter and instinctively mastered these powers, turning them into better trump cards to harm the giant beasts. Looking at the giant beast's defenseless back, Ulfric smiled and swung his sword again. A red mist flashed, and the broken sword in his hand seemed to instantly turn into a chainsaw blade, tearing open the siren's skin and internal organs again amid the siren's painful screams. Just as Ulfric was about to jump off the dragon ship and kill the monster directly when he saw the siren's screams gradually weakening, he suddenly felt that the wind of magic conveyed something strange to him. In the waves and mist of the sea, there seemed to be some inhuman presence. Just as Ulfric looked in confusion in the direction of the source of the perception, an arrogant and angry voice sounded from the mist. "Stop now, you savages. You are harming the offspring of the sea god Marzilan." Marzilan? Who? The illiterate Ulfric was unsure of the arrogant voice. He just held the sword in his hand with some doubt and shouted at the source of the voice. "Let others do the work. Shouldn't you step out first?" The fog began to clear. This mist, which has long been regarded as a natural phenomenon in the sea caused by mermaids, seemed to have life and was controlled by a certain will. It spread out from the middle and revealed 2 noble figures. A flying boat that was somewhat similar to the dragon boats of Norska, but completely different, was floating on the water. 2 elves, who looked completely different from normal elves, with more ocean and sky blue patterns, were holding a symbol that was glowing white and glaring at the giant beast hunter in front of them. While the talisman was flashing, the monster under the giant hunter's feet was trembling and seemed to let out a cry of grievance. Hearing the dull sound, the 2 elves looked even more angry, their faces so gloomy that they seemed to be dripping with water. "How dare you? How dare you put such a sacred beast to death?" The female elf holding the talisman seemed to be listening to something and looked at Ulfric with hatred. "You are such a coarse and despicable barbarian. Don't you realize that the sacred beast in front of you is just eating? But this darn thing blocked our way. It even ate our people." Looking at the angry elves, Ulfric spat and replied with disdain. "Since you are the masters of this monster, you should know why I am here. This thing has killed many people. You should thank me. They are just some lowly women and creatures. As the pet of the sea god, Trainer only needs to eat a few hundred to 1,000 of you women to protect you from the hurdles in the ocean forever. And you are so ungrateful that you are planning to kill the holy beast?" The elf kept drawing runes in the air, as if communicating with the giant beast wailing under Ulfric's feet, and looked at the barbarian in front of him with hatred. The weapon in his hand, which was flowing with blood and red light, and looked barbaric and terrifying, was the culprit that caused the sacred giant beast to weaken and even be unable to move. The elves were somewhat familiar with the marks and energy surrounding Ulfric, but they were not sure whether it was the power of their old enemy. And judging from Ulfric's performance, he did not seem to be crazy. However, the elves still have their own considerations and ideas. To them, humans may have a higher status than the reptiles on Evermeet, but that's all, because they have no courage, no ability, and will even kneel down and beg for mercy when they see elves, and will only panic when facing natural disasters. The two elves looked at each other, discussed with the giant beast in the ocean using talismans, and quickly reached a conclusion. For the sake of your ignorance, primitive man. The male elf was wearing elven armor and amulets, holding a silver sword, and pointed it at Ulfric arrogantly. Lay down your weapons. Remove the curse you have cast on the sacred beast. Then let your blood and the people behind you feed the great trainer. Sacrifice another 3,000 people, and we will forgive your outrage. Wow, 3,000 people? I've never seen such an arrogant guy in my life. Ulfric leaned on the scarlet blade, stood on the siren that was even convulsing due to pain, looked at the two elves in front of him, and asked with a smile, "What if I don't? What will you do?" The sea elves will forever remember this offense, and you will be punished by the ocean. Punishment? It's terrible. Standing on the dying body of the sea beast, Ulfric drew out his bloody long sword. Looking at the two elves riding on the magic-covered boat in the mist, a simple smile appeared on his blood-stained face. But what makes you think you can survive and report back? You, in the face of the power bestowed by Leon, distance is meaningless. A blue light flashed, and Ulfric instantly appeared behind the two elves and slashed them with his sword. The huge red light condensed into a sharp blade, which tore apart all the defensive runes on the two elves in the blink of an eye, and instantly cut the waists of the two sea guards in half. Wouldn't it be better if you all died here? Ulfric sneered and cut off the heads of the elves that were split in half. A perfect raid and kill. No one was left alive. The weapon blessed by the blood god emitted a fiery red light, and the siren, which was already wailing under the curse and power of Ulfric, exploded instantly in front of the shocked gazes of all the Norsemen. Countless blood and strength flowed into Ulfric's body along the red light like a siphon, adding a conspicuous giant beast mark to the countless marks on his body. This was Ulfric's own achievement, and no one could take it away. That's more like it. Only then did Ulfric feel that he was truly working for the source of his power. Seeing Ulfric stepping on the elf boat and taking a satisfied breath, the chief's daughter suddenly stood up and shouted loudly behind her. "This is the legend of our Norska. Long live Ulfric, the great beast hunter. Long live Ulfric. Hail, hail." Hint: your servant Ulfric has killed the giant beast in the Kraken Sea, Tranos. Now the Norskan migration can provide you with population at a higher rate. Hint: because you killed the giant beast and the giant beast servant of the sea elves, the sea elves resent your servants and your power. Tip: the ocean elves' favorability towards your faction is hatred. Leon, who was far away at the landing place and was manipulating magic power to change the environment, looked at the prompt that popped up on his system, and a series of question marks flashed across his mind. What the heck are sea elves? Are they elves that live in the sea? I haven't heard from any players that there are such freaks. Ulfric, what happened to you? Ulfric, who was still immersed in the cheers, suddenly became alert and almost knelt down. But he immediately realized that Leon was not here to accuse him, so he quickly whispered, "A sea monster is eating your migrants. A group of pointy-eared guys said he would eat thousands of them. And because I heard him, the monster wants to eat all the Norsemen this month. The ship can atone for its sin. I just hacked it to death." Well done. Leon responded without hesitation. What about those pointy ears? Kill them along with the pointy ears. They are tired of hindering the happiness of my people. Yeah. Okay, my lord. Actually, I've already finished it. Very good. I'll do this from now on. Sea elves? That's shoot. After looking at the number and seeing that it seemed that he was not lying, Leon quickly wrote down the detail and put it aside. After all, the number of big shots he had offended was already in the double digits. The 4 chaos gods, some affected Norse tribes, the Britannian chivalrous expedition, and a sea elf that suddenly appeared from nowhere were quite normal. He has other important things to do, such as the advancement of technology. For example, planting the farmland and crops in the God-given plains. For example, trying to repair the wonders that have come to Earth. For example, modifying the wind of magic. Although scientific and technological research is still progressing, it has entered a short-term stagnation. This is an objective fact. Although the system has reduced more than 99.9999% of the troubles, the last bit still needs to be faced. The knowledge accumulated by human civilization in the primitive era would probably only require the brain of one person to fully record the total amount. But in the classical era, an entire library and team would be needed. By the Middle Ages, people needed an entire city to develop a civilized structure. And in the industrialized era, even if everyone had knowledge far beyond the primitive era, people still needed a country to support them. In other words, research points are severely insufficient because the number of projects will expand geometrically in the next era. Because subsequent research no longer requires simple scientific research points, but requires more industrial chains to extend more technologies. For example, an entire chemical industry chain requires dozens of machines, hundreds of catalysts, thousands of raw materials, and tens of thousands of different proportions, functions, and requirements. All of this cannot be irrigated by pure scientific research points. In other words, he could indeed pour it in, but with the current level of technological points, it would be too difficult for him to develop an entire industrial chain with the strength of 2,000 people. The result of the overall progress of the era of packaging is just like what is now presented in front of Liang. Your cross-era technology has completed 0.83% of the industrialization process in all industries, and you still need 999,1700 technology points. Your people working in the factory will automatically increase their research points and reduce the required research points. This technology has surpassed the current era of the planet. The research penalty is 800%. This technology has been blocked by the God of Wisdom. The research penalty is 1,200%. Each factory can provide 40% industrial research rewards. Your current quantity of base factories is 0 if it is a normal civilization. This requirement is not strict. After all, a normal civilization has hundreds of thousands to millions of people. 10 or 20 people can build a small factory. After a period of time, they can be industrialized and enter the industrial age. The problem is that the place where Leon landed is not a normal civilization. The total population of the place where he landed is only a few thousand people, and a considerable number of knights are still stationed at the giant tree outpost. The rotten giant tree of life there is still being modified by Leon, gradually improving it into an aesthetic appearance that humans can accept. The rest of the population has basically been filled up in the magic areas and repair buildings in various places, and there is no spare population to build factories. The most important thing is that according to the current progress, building factories is just a drop in the bucket. If we want to completely complete all the items of industrialization, even if we go all out, it will take at least a year. Then why don't I wait for Xiao Yuanzheng to send someone over? So Leon naturally turned his attention to another part. Magic. This is a completely new progress bar. Only this scientific research that can be boosted by magic is progressing at a rapid pace. Through the introduction to magic research, Leon has successfully transformed the decayed life essence into life breath and added it together with other paths to the range of normal manipulation and transformation. Anyone who uses these powers will no longer be affected by corruption and matter, and using these powers will directly mobilize their essence. In other words, they will break away from the interference of the current planet, start to form their own faction, and use a new magic calculation formula to guide the power. Of course, there's more good news on the magical front. Modifying the winds of magic was an unexpected surprise, and its essence came from Leon's own talent. What we are talking about here is not the talent given by the system and wonders, but Leon's real, innate talent. He seems to have an unimaginable ability to manipulate magic and psionic power. His research has yielded some initial results, and now he can even transform the Temple of Corruption into something similar to the Temple of Life. The wind of magic that Leon disassembled does not yet have a detailed path or philosophy, but it is a good start. The preliminary analysis of the magic of emotion transformation, the essence of life magic transformation, and the research on the wind of magic and his own magic made Leon a terrifying wizard. Even more fortunately, in terms of magic, even the so-called supreme wisdom is not needed. Leon is also an absolute genius who transcends the ages. He can even make the chaotic magic surrender outside the range of the Stonehenge, remove the parts that are uncomfortable for humans, and even add an aesthetic mod to the magic itself to make it more suitable for people to use. These were all his own ideas, and they are also techniques recognized by the system. Although it cannot be transformed into immediate combat power, it can make all humans feel comfortable, even ecstatic. They believe that it was Leon who purified these corrupt monsters. This was something he had not expected, but it was also a good thing. Leon never planned to stop. He was still thinking about more things. Magic forging process and magic element purification. I don't know if there is enough time. Let's complete the purification of vitality elements first, otherwise the giant tree outpost may collapse. There is too little time and too few people. Floating in the zero-gravity observatory, Leon's consciousness patrolled the territory at high speed. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a bad sound coming from inside his body. Seeing his palms and fingers broken and cracked, revealing the magic energy flowing inside, Leon frowned. His body couldn't hold on any longer. To be more precise, if his life continued, it would come to an end. But there is still a lot to do, and many plans have not been completed. The God-given plains need 3 rivers for irrigation, and he can only manipulate magic to change it. The life giant tree barrier of the giant tree outpost is also not completed. Otherwise, he can't expand it with peace of mind. There is still a lot for him to do before the chivalrous expedition arrives. With only 2,000 serfs and ordinary knights, even with the geographical advantage, it is difficult to resist the enemy without a permanent fortress, which may even reach tens of thousands of people, including the chivalrous expedition army that the player may have. In this magical world, the pressure of logistics and population has been greatly reduced. In addition, the players have been summoned, so what Leon has to do is race against time. The hatred of the elves was not yet his concern. The clock is ticking. Just managing everything in the territory now is enough to make Leon's body unable to support it. I should, or must, find a trustworthy and capable manager if I don't want to give up my body. Ulfric is a good choice. He is not stupid, just illiterate. However, ordinary humans are definitely not as good as our system in terms of resource management. So we still need some resources to support it. Go back and maintain your body first, and then cheat some players of their resources? Remember correctly, these players' choices have contributed to this. If the trade links can be opened up, perhaps the resource problem can be solved. But in the final analysis, the physical body is too fragile. The transformation of life magic is a long-term task if there are no problems. But maybe it can be treated as a scientific research project, and when human medicine is discovered. Looking at his almost shriveled palms, Liang sighed and closed his eyes in the observatory. The consciousness dives and then rises. The motherly darkness enveloped him, and then sent him to an even colder time and space. Leon opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. The first thing he felt was not nostalgia, but death spreading in his body, devouring his remaining vitality. But, to be honest, this situation is already very familiar to Leon. The power of magic flowed through the skinny body, anchoring the state of death itself inside the body. Then, he manipulated the magic in his body, making his body stand up like a puppet, and then began to stand up and devour the remaining energy bar. To be honest, the feeling of controlling your own body is not much different from controlling your body when you are alive. For Leon, magic is not much different from his instinct. Mobilize magic power to stimulate the body's digestion, and then draw the elements of life from the creature's instincts to neutralize death. The simplest way to survive is to combine science and magic. This is it. It's really convenient. Unfortunately, it would be better if it were more convenient. Feeling the magical power overflowing in his body, Leon let out a sigh from his dry vocal cords. It doesn't even require much water or substances. Just like now, after a few days or weeks, it will be enough to come back and replenish the elemental balance of the body. As for the brittleness of the body, due to long-term immobility and the loss of elements, this is not within Leon's consideration. He already has magic. Why does he care so much about the fragile human body? Although he is gentle to his people and follows their ideas, Leon does not care much about his own body. As long as it can maintain basic life and not affect the subsequent plans, it will be fine. Being too thin is not good either. The quality itself cannot be concealed. After taking a look at the image in the mirror that looked like a skull with only pupils shining brightly, Leon touched his chin and then began to stimulate the wind of life to speed up the transformation of the food into flesh and blood, while waiting for his flesh and bones to refill with elements, and to put back the magic wind and magic elements that had leaked out of his body. Leon was not idle. He remembered what he had to do, so he walked directly to the computer, restarted it, and logged into the player forum. The system prompt on the account is already a big red mark. Because of the information Leon released about Norska's customs and a simple map, as well as a series of legends and related arguments about the Broken Land, players have begun to tilt their resources towards the chivalrous expedition. But player Leon, please contact us after you wake up. We will confirm your location and information and do our best to rescue you. Forum operation team, it's on the hook. After taking a look at the communication methods and notes in the appendix, he raised his eyebrows. Using the wind of life to soothe the wind of death in his body, although Leon's body is still thin, the concept of death has begun to move away from him. The body began to swell gradually, and the damaged flesh that revealed the magic structure began to repair itself. The elements of life were re-irrigated into the body, allowing Leon to gradually change from the originally terrifying lich-like character to a more colorful one. Soon, he was back to looking thin, tired, and captive in the Norse style. This is exactly what Leon wants everyone to see, which will add a lot of persuasiveness to his words. The power of magic is so great. To be honest, Leon initially thought that when he came back, there would be a group of people surrounding his bed, staring at him and interrogating him. But he didn't expect that this group of people would be so obedient. Or is it that this other world is not actually taken seriously in the overall evaluation? So no one is specifically following me? After all, for the people in this world, the world over there is certainly exciting, but the important thing is life here. After checking with the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong with his disguise, Leon cleared his throat, his voice sounding tired but a little hopeful. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed the number. The phone hadn't even rang for a second when the other party answered. Leon also pretended to be impatient and said loudly with a calm face, "I'm back in the real world. When can you pick me up? I've been waiting for so long, and the Norsemen are starting to get suspicious. They're really going to kill me. That's why we can't save him. We can't save him from the Norse peninsula." The captain of the cruiser Emperor's Hammer, known as the luckiest player and one of the current representatives of the Players' Union, was knocking on the table in the conference room with a gloomy face and whispered to the people around him. He's the only player we've been able to reach who's in the deepest part of the Norska Peninsula and can point out the surrounding landmarks in detail. Since the death of the Dragon Power, our knowledge of the Norska Peninsula is all piecemeal, and he's the only one who can really tell us detailed information about the area. It's true that he's miserable and wants to come back, but we have to get more information from him. A Norscan band that actually communicates with captives and is relatively friendly, even deep in the heck peaks we know of, is a huge opportunity for us. The red-haired captain knocked on the table, looked at the players who were thinking about him, and gradually raised his voice to show the importance of his opinion. The most fortunate thing is that the boy named Leon happens to know Norse. In the past, our people died faster than anyone else, just because they couldn't speak the language. But he knew. If this wasn't a God-given bridge, what was it? And he was a trustworthy Norska player. He had no choice in that place. We can say that we will help him come back, but in reality we are stealing his information and data. The humanities and geographical information he has is too important, far more important than the maps we have. Even more, he must become our nailed to death in the Norska region. Isn't it because the news he passed on and we confirmed each other that we are sitting here and planning to join the chivalrous expedition? Banging on the table, the hot-tempered captain glared at a lady who had just offered to save Leon. We are responsible for tens of thousands of players, so he must stay on the Norse peninsula to serve us. It should be an honor for this player to be our mouthpiece. As long as our chivalrous expedition is successful, we can conquer the Norse peninsula through the geographical information he provides. According to the descriptions and records, the places occupied by the looters actually have great potential for development. Although they are powerful, they are completely disorganized. Isn't this the opportunity we need? The world is already crowded, and we can only take our land from the weakest robbers, right? We just need to send people to conquer it. The red-haired captain's awe-inspiring manner overwhelmed the voices in the conference room. Although no words were spoken, many players present nodded, and even some official figures standing in the back showed affirmative expressions to the captain. They thought so too. Although Liang's identity has not been confirmed, his posts and arguments are detailed and can only be told by locals. So why rescue him instead of continuing to use him to death? They just happen to lack relevant knowledge about the Norse peninsula and will need to conquer the Norse tribe in the future. And now there happens to be a Norse tribe that is causing chaos and has taken this player captive. So isn't this a match made in heaven? Sacrificing the freedom of one player for the happiness of all future players is a very sensible deal. As for deception, no one present had thought of it. People live in the real world, and that world is a different world for players. What's the point of cheating? You have to live in this world after all. All the players took it for granted and didn't have any cautious thoughts about Leon's existence. They also took it for granted that there was nothing wrong with their arrangements. This was the authority from top to bottom. Then bring him to the base and take care of him directly. It's a good opportunity to comfort him and monitor and record his data. The official looked at everyone in the conference room and came to a conclusion naturally. Naturally, no one objected to this judgment. Everything is under control. Just wait for the data. They thought so. This world attaches great importance to the development of other worlds. Liang sat in the car, looking at the high-rise buildings and the hustle and bustle of traffic outside the window. He constructed a spell model in his mind and thought aimlessly. After they confirmed that Liang had returned, they quickly sent someone to take Liang to a dedicated player base for care. Of course, it depends on one's perspective. From an ordinary person's perspective, this is indeed care. But it is also imprisonment in a sense. But this is what Leon needs. In the dedicated player base, there is a nutrition warehouse prepared for long-term lurking. Moreover, in this individually controlled area, the possibility of being affected is greatly reduced, and at the same time, players can be exposed to the most cutting-edge information and related designs as quickly as possible. And, how should I put it? It's a bit hard to say, but in fact, Leon has the ability to manipulate people's hearts. The Wind of Magic also has such a special technique, which can influence those whose minds or thoughts are not firm. So for Leon, this is a perfect choice. Don't worry, trust us. We are all companions who help each other in the other world. We will rescue you. The man driving the car looked at the depressed Liang in the car mirror and consoled him. Everyone in the player base who is related to the old world has been mobilized, and everyone is very enthusiastic about rescuing you. We also have a lot of people going to the chivalrous expedition just to rescue you. This is a great thing, you see, it's been published in the newspaper. What does Liang look like in the driver's eyes? Leon, who was sitting in the back and releasing the magic sentry to start recording the places along the way, didn't know this. He just released a little bit of magic and then fixed the result he wanted, and then the driver began to write a reasonable script in his mind. This kind of thing can be done by magic. However, the driver did not lie. According to the intelligence data Leon had observed, the player's large-scale participation in the chivalrous expedition was not for the land of Norska and the so-called City of Hope. Instead, it was to help Leon escape from the Norska area, which was considered to be saving soldier Leon. There are many posts on the forum discussing this issue. Some players disagreed with this, believing that such things are a waste of time and money and are totally unnecessary. But more players said they felt warm and thought that if all the players were willing to do this for the sake of Norska, then if something happens to everyone in the future, the players can save each other and believe that the upper level will have no problem at all. As for the development orders brought by the so-called heroic expedition, as well as things like the Hope City of Norska, apart from the initial advocacy post and the collective post, no one has said anything since then. Only a group of players' guild presidents have silently invested money and people in the heroic expedition. Some people carrying Union money and resources began to move north of Kislev, apparently intending to conduct an exploration first. All I can say is that this kind of behavior of having both hands makes Liang feel impressed. At least according to his brain, he would never think of such a blatant lie. That's why we say every profession has its specialization. We're here. Look, everyone is waiting for you at the door. After the time for placing the magic nodes had passed, the driver drove to a large building in the suburbs and said with a smile, Liang nodded casually and walked out of the car naturally. The players in front of him, some dressed in suits and some dressed in different worlds, smiled warmly and stretched out their hands to Liang. You are the player from Norska, right? Hello, I am Edward, the captain of the Emperor's Hammer Cruiser. Don't worry, in my name, we will definitely rescue you from the Norska region. Nice to meet you. I'm the president of the Old World Players Self-Help Association. You can call me Cole. Hello, I'm Anderson. I'm the official responsible for this rescue operation. Don't worry, as long as we are here, you will be home. We need you to provide more geographic data and related information to confirm your location. Although we are currently unable to leave the chivalrous expedition, we will find your location soon. The player representatives enthusiastically showed off their superb acting skills to the air. I don't know what it means to have a very happy guest in their eyes. Glorious vision, the ability analyzed from the path of literature and enjoyment, which is the only chaotic magic that Leon has not formally come into contact with. If he was a little careless when getting off the bus, everyone around him would fall into the illusion he desired, and then be led to the result that Leon wanted. The scenario set by Leon now is that they will get the geographical location they want, and they believe that the coordinate points provided by Leon will have some leather and tusks left by the Norscans. This is a coordinate point left by Ulfric, and now it is just given to the players as proof. The second round of psychological suggestion nodes is to find some Norsemen left behind by Leon at the location of the Heck Mountains, and then establish a preliminary trading zone. No matter how much more there is, Leon can't do anything. After all, the human brain is a relatively sophisticated structure, and being able to use suggestion to this extent is already the upper limit. If their core interests are violated, such as their own death or damage to something they care about, this subtle mental illusion will disappear without a trace. But there are also benefits. As long as they fall into this illusion, their brains will automatically eliminate some unreasonable parts. Just like now, Leon has left, but they are still enthusiastically introducing themselves and trying to get words from Leon. The real Leon just casually walked up to a staff member. Where is your data room? It's in the basement, and entry requires verification. And there are cameras for surveillance. Take me to someone with verification. Okay, please follow me. Wearing loose clothes and bypassing the noisy players, Leon came to the interior of the player base in a logical way. Then he successfully controlled an old man with gray hair and came to the basement. For Leon's wind of magic, controlling the camera and forging a normal-looking recording screen is not a problem. He doesn't even need to think about his spell construction. As long as his brain thinks so, the wind of magic will automatically create a suitable spell to help him achieve his current goal. Without wasting any more time, Leon easily reached the place he wanted. Player Core Information Archive. Whether it's the chivalrous expedition or anything else, none of them is as important as this information. Looking at the networked computer in front of him and the dusty paper files around him, Leon squinted his eyes comfortably and began his journey of harvest. What a nice guy. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, Edward, who had finished the welcoming banquet, was walking on the way to the data room, thinking about the rather interesting-looking Norse bad egg. After such a short period of communication, Edward actually felt sorry for the guy named Leon. He was actually only 17 years old, still in his youth. He was also the top student in school and had excellent theoretical grades. If nothing unexpected happens, this young man should actually receive strong support from the local players' union and become a role model for players and a successful benchmark for the deification movement on the forum. But fate played a joke on the boy, and he ended up in Norska. If it weren't for his excellent command of various languages, and if he hadn't even taught himself some Norse out of interest, Leon would probably have been killed by the looters as soon as he landed. But even now, Leon's situation is not safe. According to the party, Norska is full of mountain kings, each with special skills. There are many strong men who can tear monsters apart and hunt demons, and they have no moral values. To be honest, as a representative of the lucky players, Edward still feels sorry for this guy. Moreover, he spoke nicely, behaved obediently, and gave people a good impression. However, for the greater good, Edward still had no intention of letting him go. For current players, the Chivalrous Crusade and the Norse Raiders are 2-pronged efforts. Only when the reputation of the chivalrous crusade is obtained, the Norse conquest and city-building plans can be launched. This is a move that the official has been planning for a long time. Even if you can't build a city, you must clear out a large-scale gathering place for the players. Because many players have even gotten out of control, everyone understands the current delicate situation of the official. After all, it is a different world. Although we can still live in this world, who doesn't want to enjoy the pleasure and impulse brought by the different world? Who likes a life where everyone is controlled and constrained by the so-called guild? What's more, there are so many temptations in that world, and one might encounter something extraordinary when adventuring in the wild. There are endless events that can change or even completely reverse your life. If this chivalrous expedition fails, I'm afraid the entire player system's public opinion and related policies will be forced to relax. Otherwise, this kind of semi-forced levy and so-called major events would have already made people tired. Even Edward himself was extremely dissatisfied and disgusted with this matter. As the owner of a cruiser, wouldn't it be good for him to wander around the sea and be a man as free as the wind? Why did he have to go to the Arctic to fight with a great wizard who had no idea what was going on but looked terrifying? If the government had not given him so much in real terms, he would never have participated in this kind of action. Oh, right. Let's go to the data room and check the map to see if there are any small landing points around that place. Then we can cooperate with the main force to make an infiltration. Edward patted his head as he walked on the road and walked towards the underground database. As the top player and an official recruit, Edward's configurations are naturally top-notch. With his authority, he had unimpeded access to the base. But when he reached the deepest part of the underground to investigate the data about the Chaos Sea and Chaos Wasteland, Edward sensed something was wrong. As the captain of a cruiser, he still has some awareness of his environment. In other words, as a believer in the local ocean god, and even as an individual who is observed and blessed by certain beings, Edward has a very high level of perception. Leaving the noisy party environment and returning to the closed space similar to the captain's room and cabin, the player who won everyone's respect with his superb swordsmanship on the ship squinted his eyes and looked around in the underground database. Then he saw it. Or rather, the senses that were normally ignored were inexplicably focused, and a figure was seen. When did it start? Or am I just drunk and hallucinating? Looking at Leon sitting in front of the computer looking up information, Edward's mind was filled with confusion. Leon? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be back in the dorms dealing with those Norsemen in the food barn? How do you have the authority? Leon answered. In Edward's sight, Leon's figure seemed to be divided into several parts. Some of them answered respectfully that because of their special situation, they asked for someone's help to look up Norska's information. However, others ignored him and just looked up the information on their own. Edward shook his head, trying to clear his mind. But the more he did so, the more the world in front of him became blurry and cloudy. The respectful Leon seemed fake, and the Leon who stood up indifferently after checking the information and looked at him as if he were a mutant mouse seemed real. You've drunk too much, Leon suddenly said. An irresistible will shattered Edward's protection. The player who was struggling to say something suddenly became confused, and then he staggered to one side, ignoring Leon next to him. A sharp protection that works only in closed rooms and confined environments. What a mess. The gods and so-called strong people there seem to be a bit tricky. After taking a look at the dazed Edward, Leon memorized the last bit of information in his mind. The plans for the chivalrous expedition, the player's planning and site selection for Hope City, the player's choice of Leon, and the data on cities and populations around the old world have greatly enriched Leon's current database. He left with satisfaction. After casually charming a staff member, Leon found his dormitory naturally. The specially customized eco-therapy barn could protect Liang's body to the greatest extent. Lying in the coffin-like structure, feeling the injection of nutrients around him, Leon slowly closed his eyes. The darkness enveloped him once again, and his consciousness began to fade away. But before leaving, some questions flashed through Liang's mind. By the way, how can players reach another world? Is it a purely cosmic phenomenon? Or is there some kind of inevitability, similar to a miracle in this way? But this confusion did not last long, and soon turned into fragmented starlight. dissipating in the transmitted consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the familiar Milky Way. Your magic research, magic liquefaction has been completed. He returned to a familiar place. Leon's actions in the player world are not meaningless. And Leon never does anything meaningless. In addition to the various population data about the old world, the most meaningful thing Leon got has been memorized in his mind. That's all there is to know about the upcoming major event. The attack plan deployment diagram of the chivalrous expedition. Obviously, this is something that has been finalized. Because according to the player's material mobilization and the changes in the magic wind observed by Leon, it has been proven that they will definitely attack along this route. Now is the time to launch the arrow. There is no time for modification or rearrangement. Even the first batch has already started training and is ready to board the ship, so the information in Liang's hands is very important. The entire chivalrous expedition is divided into 3 attack routes. The overall duration of the campaign was estimated to be about 3 months. One is the main attack route for players, which passes through the port in the direction of Kisrev and attacks the Broken Land along the Norse Peninsula. This route has the earliest attack time, and now there are fleets of players setting out one after another. But it is obvious that they have never thought about landing in the Broken Land as the vanguard of the king. They are currently relying on the information provided by Leon to provide intelligence personnel in Britannia with intelligence that has been completely tampered with by Leon. The main goal of players on this route is not to reach the Broken Land and fight Leon, but to set up trading stations along the Norse Peninsula and gain the trust of local Norsemen based on Leon's intelligence data. Basically, you don't have to worry about this route. You can determine the direction by using some outposts that Leon has set up around the Chaos Sea. One is the Britannian Night route, which starts from Cologne and passes through the outer side of Orby Island, and then attacks the northern Chaos Sea. This is the main core attack point. These people have learned from the failure of the last chivalrous expedition, and they are all revenge knights who have psychological problems after the failure of fighting the Green Tide and are extremely eager for revenge and achievements. They will appear in the Broken Land as the main force and core attack point. There is no need to think about how many people can surrender. They are all fanatics, and they were able to come back alive after failing to resist the Green Tide. At the same time, they were not punished, which proved that their identities were definitely not ordinary people. Such a special identity destined them not to betray Britannia, and they vowed to bring back the Holy Grail. But again, because of their beliefs and doctrines, they will not merge with other offensive routes, but will have their own separate routes of advance. The last one also departs from the port of Galani. They are a group of mysterious mercenaries, believers, and strange spellcasters. Theoretically, these people have the highest combat power. However, in the eyes of Britannia, these people are not honest enough and are not trustworthy enough. Although the leader Joshua Knight wanted to join together, the Britannia Knights finally refused and let them form a separate attack route. And because the environment and manpower are not very stable, they plan to take a shortcut through the reefs between Obi Island and the Norska Strait, and then join forces with the main force of the players to start a joint offensive route. Even if the players do not arrive, they will proceed after receiving a signal from the Britannia forward outpost. Depending on the route and the choices made, the first to arrive should be the Knights of Britannia. They are expected to land on the northern shore of the Broken Land and build watchtowers and forward positions on the spot, waiting for the subsequent troops to arrive. The players followed up with subsequent aid supplies in a piecemeal manner, and also harassed Leon's Broken Land on the coastline to interfere with Leon's strategic judgment. The mercenary magician interferes with the wind of magic, making it impossible for the mage to judge the surrounding environment, and making it impossible for Luong to accurately judge the attack location. The plan was strictly sealed by the upper levels, swearing on their souls. The lower levels only executed it and were unaware of the plan. There are also 2 artifacts along the way to assist in interference. One of them is the Mirror of Illusion, an artifact that allows the wind of magic to continuously and actively diffract within a range, making exploration magic useless in a large area. The other is the figurehead of the goddess of the sea, which is placed in the fleet of the Britannian Knights. Sacrificing a smart creature every day can ensure that the route will never deviate and that the ocean waves will not drown the ship. The fastest speed of the two combined is even enough to allow Britannia's fleet to circle from the farther and stormier Obi Island to the edge of the Broken Land in 4 days, and establish Britannia's forward position in the friendly living zone forged by Stonehenge. Well, it was a very good attack plan. At least at first glance, Liang looked fine. The subsequent plans, adjustments, and plans are all at an outstanding level. Except for 2 things they got wrong. First of all, the area within the Stonehenge is Leon's territory, and this environment is not naturally generated. His eyes have already begun to focus on the entire Broken Land as the swamp and forest expand. Secondly, they had no idea that Leon was a player. Players can find these things. If this thing had not been placed in front of Leon, and they had no idea that Leon was also a player, and were just ordinary residents of another world, they might have really been in big trouble. But if I knew that, I would never let it happen. According to the data, the fleet of the Chivalrous Expedition will curve around the Clean Sea area with good visibility from the direction of the South Chaos Sea, and begin to deploy forward positions once they find a beach from the direction of the cliff. That's no problem. Leon has already started to choose which cliffs to destroy and modify a little, giving these knights a beach position of their own choice. They are tasked with a mission, and it is impossible for them to attack along the coastline in a vein. Building a beach on the edge will be enough. What they have to do next is to keep sending signals and start moving forward along the route given by Liang. There were a total of 45,000 soldiers in this chivalrous expedition. The subsequent supply fleet provided not only daily necessities and military rations, but also a military blacksmith shop for repairs and even some magic repair troops. These are what Leon wanted. His territory has been barren for too long, and he longed for a whole army to fill it. Of course, for safety reasons, Leon did not really ignore other coastlines and defense systems. So Leon decided to build a super large fortress on the edge of the Britannia Knights' beachhead position that could monitor the Chaos Sea and Chaos Wasteland, as well as the Britannia Knights' position at the same time. Coincidentally, as the magic power began to liquefy, a spectacle came into Leon's sight. Do you build a fairy fortress? Alhambra magic? Man-made wonder. Fairy fortress building requires technology. Wind of magic manipulation, fairy world cognition, or similar technology, architecture, mathematics, magic liquid, path of wisdom, or similar technology building requirements. 4,000 mana, cliffs or mountains in the war element area, 1,000 mana offerings, 12,000 soul fragments. The fairy fortress is a building that cannot be built. The fairies living in the deep woods near Castano have no concept of a fortress. These naturally born spirits manipulate the fate of humans based on their own likes and evils, gnaw on human babies, and laugh at the suffering and destruction of human families. These monsters have no conscience, knowledge, or system. The difference between them and demons is that they do not have some masters, which makes the actions of fairies more terrifying and unpredictable. However, it was indeed a group of fairies who came up with the idea of this fortress just for fun. After all, if a fortress hidden in the fairy world is built by humans and created by humans, but once it is completed it will crush those humans, how much fun does that sound? Spectacular effect. The fairy fortress will house a non-sapient warp army, treated as a 12,000-man mixed supernatural army. It has 200 fairy cannons. It cannot leave the fortress, cannot be dispersed, has no morale, is not affected by physical effects, and has magic effects reduced by half. The defense capability of the location is equivalent to that of a top-level brick fortress, and it has 50% magic resistance, as well as the ability to be permanently invisible and lurk in the fairy world. The civilization that possesses this wonder will receive a derivative action: explore the fairy world. It's so pure that there is no other value at all. This was Leon's first pure wonder with almost nothing else in it. Its effect is to erect an invisible super fortress on the spot, with an entire army of supernatural ghosts inside. The strategic purpose is to get stuck there so that no one can ever get through. This shows that the fairies near Castano are indeed a group of evil beasts with smoke. The logic of their construction of wonders is to disgust other races. Fortunately, this evil wonder was not actually built by the fairies. Instead, Leon was able to plunder wisdom from the void and take it into his own hands. Moreover, the construction of this building is actually extremely simple and convenient. magical offerings. In fact, in Shanghai, things like manta rays can be used as substitutes. These creatures are the embodiment of twisted creatures, and they can be counted as human heads. The soul fragments can be combined with the demons. Let the stone array tear it down a little slower, or let the knights at the giant tree outpost throw the demons over. The giant tree of life that was modified by Leon still has circulating vitality inside, but it looks righteous on the outside. Many of Britannia's knights began to wonder if they were already the legendary Green Knights, but Leon thought they were overthinking it. They are green because they are infused with vitality. Are their legendary Green Knights also infused with vitality? Finally, it is time to verify how the wonder was built. After closing his eyes and sensing the construction process of the fairy fortress, as well as the magical structure and the way to open the fairy gate that came with it, Leon couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. What a bunch of darning beasts. None of these techniques and runes have anything to do with humans. The runes and marks that emerged in his mind were all related to the suffering of mankind. This fairy technology made Leon's thoughts on cleansing this world clearer. If one day he could really show his power from the Broken Land, Leon would definitely kill all these subspace creatures. Because no matter whether these things were kind or ugly, they were all monsters, beasts without human intelligence. Their kindness can lead to the saddest tragedy, and their jokes can lead to a family's eternal anger. Dead sub-space creatures are good creatures. Feeling the runes of the fairy world transmitted from the fairy fortress, Leon thought about it and decided to make some modifications to the wonders and rituals in order to better circulate the magic power. Let me emphasize again that magic is a research and development system independent of technology. To be precise, he is not independent, and can also use scientific research points for research and development. But in comparison, Leon still prefers to directly use huge magic power to force it into development. Because in this way, Leon can feel the past and future of a wonder from head to toe, just like now, and accurately control every detail of the construction of these wonders. Feel the malice of those aliens and ethnic groups towards other races, and then strangle the remaining kindness in himself. This is not a building that can be constructed by humans or ordinary intelligent creatures. But Leon is different. He can see. The eye of the ritual is engraved with the concept of harming the world. That is the original ritual of all intelligent beings, a ritual of praying for self-destruction and the destruction of others. Whether it was a fairy, a demon, or something from the warp, he could see even the magical wind flowing in the sky and some aggregates laughing wildly behind the magical wind. So naturally, Leon was able to build this kind of fortress that overlaps between fantasy and reality and is almost impossible for humans to understand and build. In other words, to build this special spectacle, the leader or the local population needs to have dimensional cognition and related similar elements and abilities to build it. What's more interesting is that Leon has all these qualities, whether as a leader or in seeking welfare for his people. You have made changes to the Wonder Fairy Fortress. The Fairy World portal inside the Fairy Fortress has been cancelled. Now, a rebirth pool appears inside the Fairy Fortress, which is considered a life element area. All dead supernatural troops can be revived in the rebirth pool at the cost of 1 mana. The number of resurrections per day is limited to 12,000. The name of the Fairy Fortress has been changed to Leon's Heavenly Fortress. This name seems unlucky no matter how you look at it. Looking at the name given by the system, Leon raised his eyebrows, floated happily in the observatory for a while, and then called out the name of his chief supervisor. Ulfric. Oh no, Oliver. Are you still there? I am here, my lord. Emerald Green, vital figure humbly walked out from the corner and lowered its head. What do you want? Prepare to bring people to build the Fairy Fortress. We are going to give your stubborn compatriots a surprise. Yes, master. The knight, whose body was radiating green light of vitality, responded softly. Then he looked at the floating Leon in silence for a moment and asked a question with some confusion. But master, can't you give orders through our minds? Why this time? I hope there is a sense of ceremony, so that I can at least look like a normal leader. Of course, the most important thing is that this is actually your idea. Glancing at the embarrassed Oliver, Leon said while floating in the observatory, Don't think I don't know what you're saying behind my back. A skeletal lich playing with witchcraft? A collective hallucination? Well, since direct orders will make you feel at ease, then I'll give you direct orders. Are you satisfied now? Dot your will, sir. Cathedral of the Lady of the Lake in Britannia. This source of Britannia's faith has always maintained a considerable number of Ladies of the Lake, and even now during the fight against the Green Tide, there are still several Ladies of the Lake in charge of maintenance in this cathedral. The light green magical wind full of vitality swirls around the church, representing the holiness of the goddess. The candles that never go out in the church represent the light of the goddess. The tens of meters high inner hall and the magical painting floating on the ceiling representing the founding of Britannia all represent the holiness of this area. The most important thing is the sculpture of the Lady of the Lake inside the church, with her arms outstretched and looking at her people with a loving face. This beautiful, gentle, compassionate, and chaste lady could not bear to see Britannia forever plunged into civil war and strife, so she walked out of the lake and crowned herself the first Night King. Her sculpture looked eternally holy and beautiful, as if it could not be stained by any dirt or words. And under the statue tens of meters high, any knight could feel sincerely that the goddess's equal gaze did not see him, but the millions of people of Britannia. Even many knights who once escaped from honor and beliefs would choose to use their lives to fulfill their beliefs under the gentle gaze of the sculpture. This is the root of Britannia and the source of the knight's faith. Now, all the great knights have responded to the goddess call and have chosen to go to the Badlands with the Fairy of the Lake to fight against the terrifying Green Tide. It must have been a great battlefield. The earth was shaken by roars and cries of bloodshed, and the winds of magic could not even cause any interference. The brilliance of the human spirit and pure malice were clashing in a distant land. The Steel Knights charged at the giant on the vast plain. The earth-shaking roar and light were a scene that everyone who participated in the Green Tide would never forget and would forever remember in their hearts. Anyone who turned his back on this scene would have lost his heart. In the headquarters fleet of the Britannian Chivalrous Expedition Fleet, Knight Captain Gerda was kneeling under the statue of the goddess, praying in a low voice for his future. Goddess, please forgive my sins. Goddess, please forgive my infidelity. I was taken from that great battlefield because of my poor control of my steed. At the height of the Green Tide, my steed became frightened and dragged me away from that fiery land. I feel guilty for that. My faith in the goddess was unable to restrain the mad horse. I could only kill it and then return to the battlefield. But by then, the war was over. I participated in the great battle against the Green Tide, but I did not get any honor, only scars of damage. I swear that as the commander of a chivalrous expedition, I will never surrender to the enemy. I swear I will take back the glory of the goddess, no matter what form the Holy Grail takes. Only the goddess and Britannia have the right to control the Holy Grail. No lunatic or anyone else can have that supreme honor. I will atone for my sins. I will lead the Knights of Britannia to give the goddess a chance to redeem herself. We will use our lives to take back the goddess's holy relic. Please don't protect our existence, goddess, because we have already lost our faith. This is our battle to take back our faith. The tall knight half knelt in front of the sculpture and uttered his oath in a deep voice. As the heavy oath was uttered, the magical aura emanating from the knight gradually weakened. This brave knight, who was once watched by the goddess and blessed by the nymphs of the lake, now voluntarily chooses to seal his own power, intending to atone for his sins with his life and blood. However, no one thought he was guilty. When the light on his body had completely faded, the tall knight slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Under the admiring gazes of the many fairies in the lake, the knight who had taken the oath gracefully bowed to all the fairies in the lake who had witnessed the oath, and then walked out of the goddess church in full armor. In front of the church, on the streets of Britannia, a man who also looked very much like a knight in his attire, but who for some reason looked exceptionally gorgeous and radiant, was smiling and greeting the citizens who had gathered around him. When the Gerda knight came nearby, the handsome-looking man waved his hands towards the surroundings. "All right, kind-hearted citizens, we are on a chivalrous expedition to atone for our sins, not cowards boasting about our crimes on the streets. We are about to conquer the world's most terrible evil, so please understand." Lord Joshua, You must kill those beasts who blasphemed the goddess. Master Joshua will definitely become the next great rider of the Green Wave. We believe in Master Joshua. Many citizens shouted in support and left the scene in ecstasy. Only the handsome man, yes, the only word to describe him now is handsome, spread his hands helplessly and looked at Gerda. Look, Knight Gerda, I advised you not to bring me to the goddess temple to pray. If I go in, regardless of what others think, some citizens will disturb the peace of the fairies in the lake. That's why I have to wait for you here. Are you satisfied now? Snort. This flamboyant man has an extraordinary charm. Knight Gerda looked indifferently at the man in front of him. Looking at this man who claimed to have escaped from the Broken Land and vowed to occupy the entire Broken Land with a chivalrous expedition, his heart was filled with distrust and disgust. Gerda himself was a forced deserter, a real knight, a tortured knight. It is impossible for him to smile like this after escaping from his responsibilities. Rather, it is more appropriate to say that half a month ago, when he just came back, the knight who was like a frightened bird was more in line with the situation. But now, as the leader of the Britannian Expeditionary Fleet, Gerda cannot blame the overall commander of the entire chivalrous expedition. He could only stubbornly reject Joshua's suggestion and form an expeditionary force with purely redemption knights. It was their inevitable duty to welcome the Holy Grail, and it was their sin not to catch up with it in the first place. Now they even had to hire mercenaries and wizards as their assistants, which was simply a disgrace among disgraces. Hey, Gerda Knight. Looking at the Gothic knight who ignored him and walked towards the port in silence, Joshua shouted from behind. I sincerely advise you not to believe what you see when you arrive at the Broken Land. Although our plan is perfect, please note that we are a team, not a pure revenge fleet. I know. Gerda stopped, turned to look at the purple-eyed knight, and spoke stiffly. At the same time, at the edge of the Chaos ice field, on the edge of the Stonehenge, a knight wearing a ribbon sneezed. Achoo! How can you catch a cold when you are protected by the Holy Grail? No. I just suddenly thought of a question and my nose is a little itchy. The young knight twisted his nose and looked at the huge construction site in front of him with some confusion. This is the place where they once rode their horses and defeated the demon army. It is rich in war elements and concepts of death, making it a very suitable location for the heavenly fortress. However, with the knowledge about fairies in their minds, the younger knights who were not disturbed too much by the Lady of the Lake could not help but fantasize while working, satisfying the wild fantasies they had at this age. No, what's the difference between fairies and demons? I don't know. Maybe it looks more deceptive? Can I darn that? Brothers, you are not right. The people around looked at the thoughtful young man strangely, with expressions of awe on their faces. At the edge of Stonehenge, it is now rare to see groups of demons sharpening their knives. With the blessing of the Great Tree of Life and the Holy Grail, it is actually hard to say that the Guard Knights, those Knights of Britannia who decided to use the Holy Grail and Life Force to reorganize themselves into a new knightly order, look less human than the demons. The Knights of the Giant Tree Outpost have now started to mix the bark of the Oak of Ages with steel to create a set of weird tree helmets. The war horses under their crotches have also gradually evolved into antlers and green eyes as their vitality twists and turns. They are so tall that they don't look like human creatures. From a distance, they even look like war fortresses. There was even a horrific feat in which they charged head-on against the bronze bull riders of Khorne during an outer hunt for wasteland demons, and managed to survive while annihilating all the other demons. Extraordinary vitality, inexhaustible energy, and the magic-like abilities bestowed by Leon's Path of Wisdom and Path of War. The Guard Knights even have a combat capability that is no less than that of Britannia's regular knights in the Badlands. And because of the impact of Stonehenge, their impact also brought spiritual damage. In the chaotic wasteland, even the blood god's servants have begun to feel fear and resistance. After all, the reason why these subspace creatures are so fearless is that no matter what, as long as the concept does not disappear, they can be reborn in the concept. However, in the face of the Stonehenge and Leon's inexhaustible desire to devour everything, all the demon concepts and soul fragments will be forcibly sucked away by Leon and turned into his food. Some demons have even begun to fearfully claim that Leon is the embodiment of emptiness and the embodiment of the destruction of the world. Although the concepts themselves still exist after Leon devours them, those things are completely new combinations. It is completely different from its current appearance. The demons dare not even imagine what kind of monsters they will become after being devoured. So in this environment, Leon's hunting plan was affected a lot. Fortunately, although the construction time of Heaven's fortress is tight, it does not require all the items to be thrown in at once. Building a beachhead suitable for luring demons takes time, and hunting demons takes time as well. But the premise is that the progress is normal. If these knights still only care about their own pleasure, then Leon will have to increase their strength a little to make them realize who is the real boss. You should kill demons. The life magic barrier at the giant tree outpost has been created. I have used magic and the Norsemen to build a complete resting place for you. You should kill demons for your honor. Kill more demons. But, sir, we have been working very hard to kill the demons. Working hard? Do you call that working hard? You are just enjoying the pleasure of charging into the enemy in a group. You are just enjoying the glory of fighting a strong enemy. Looking at the tall knight who seemed to be ashamed, Leon felt very disappointed. After deciding to build the heavenly fortress, Leon had originally planned to build it while killing people, which would complement each other, and there would be no production line problems. However, when he had only built 1/10 of it, Leon was furious to find that there was a problem with the supply of soul fragments. The Norsemen and Bretonnians didn't kill any demons at all. Is this acceptable? You only kill a few hundred demons a day on average. How can you be worthy of me? This was the first time that Leon held a short private meeting. It was also the first time that Leon expressed his dissatisfaction in front of ordinary people. He was very dissatisfied with the performance of the Bretonnian Knights, or the Guard Knights. Although their achievements at the giant tree outpost were remarkable, their next actions made Leon very angry. You promised me that you would fight against chaos and not disgrace the power of the Holy Grail. I trusted you and gave you the Holy Grail, but how did you repay me? What about you having the Tree of Ages? How could you just fight those big battles instead of running into the chaos wastes and killing everyone you saw? Leon looked at the ashamed knight in front of him with an angry face and said loudly, "Each of you has unlimited energy and vitality, and each of you has my blessing. But ask yourself, are you collecting so-called messages and waiting for the so-called big battlefield? But while you are pursuing glory, what are the demons doing? The demons are running away. They won't wait for you to ask slowly if they want to have a big fight. No, they won't wait for you. The blood god might, but the others definitely won't. So we have to chase them and kill them. In the meadows, in the mountains, in the snowfields, in the places where the winds of chaos magic were most violent. Kill them one by one. No matter how many there are, how pitiful they look, or even if they are just a collection of positive emotions in the warp. No demon deserves sympathy or mercy. You have to kill them when you see them. Scattered demons must be killed. Demons that gather together must be killed, and demons that escape must be killed even more. Within the range of sight, or even within the range of perception. As long as the wind of magic has a hint of the stench of demons, we will follow and kill them. Then, after you enjoy the honor, you can hand over the fragments of your soul to me. Instead of finding an excuse to play night battle games with them in the snowy plains, you have forgotten your original oath and even immersed yourself in the night game. What you have to do is never to treat this as a game, but to really hunt demons. That I understand, sir. I am ashamed. The knight leader bowed his head respectfully at the thin and pale young man in front of him, who had a strong sense of power. Under the dual irrigation of vitality and the Holy Grail, the once elegant leader of the knights has now almost merged into one with the giant tree armor. Tree marks are spreading on the armor on his body, and there are even 2 points of fluorescence in his eye sockets. His height of over 2.5 meters combined with his unnatural posture made the scene of him lowering his head to admit his mistake extremely shocking. But the people present did not show anything special. It's as if this is a natural scene. It's good that you know. Take my message back and explain it to your brothers. Your behavior can only be called a heroic game, not a real hunt for chaos demons. Yes, I understand, the giant tree rider said in a deep voice. Even after he bowed respectfully and turned to leave, not many people looked at him. That should be enough to get them moving. Really, a knight actually chooses his opponents. What kind of knight is he?